Chapter 23-22. What happened in the end? Ling Xiao said disdainfully, in the end, Ling Yang was forced to enter the cycle of reincarnation. He went from being the strongest sect master of 8 Immortal Mountain to a traitor that everyone despises. Repay evil with good. How do you repay good? You can't be merciful to your enemies. This is what my personal experience tells me. If the enemy is ruthless, then you have to be 10 times more ruthless. Don't be afraid of him and avoid him because he's ruthless. That will only make him more arrogant. His words had stunned the Black Immortal Mountain's mountain master. Perhaps you're right. All right, you should rest well. If there's anything, just inform me. During this period of time, I won't leave Black Immortal Mountain. I reckon that the sand race will send people here to cause trouble. After speaking, the Black Immortal Mountain Master turned and left. As he walked, he was still mulling over Ling Xiao's words. At the same time, the news of Ling Xiao defeating Shuohai, who had just obtained an Immortal's mark, in the arena of life and death had spread rapidly throughout 8 Immortal Mountain. After all, Shuohai was a disciple of 8 Immortal Mountain, and a disciple with an Immortal's mark. Therefore, the news spread far and wide. This time, Ling Xiao had probably become a popular figure in the 8 Immortals Mountain. Many people would probably have their eyes on him. In the entire lower 8 Immortal Mountain, his reputation had surpassed Cheng Feiying and Akira, and was catching up to Desert Cloud. Even if he wanted to hide something like this, it was not realistic. Ling Xiao knew very well that as a tyrant, he would eventually have to make a name for himself. Therefore, he was not afraid of others watching him. It was just that he would not deliberately make it public. After the Black Immortal Mountain Master and Feng Ayu left, Ling Xiao calmed down and cultivated. Although he knew that he might be facing huge trouble in the future, he had killed Shuohai in front of so many people. No matter what, the sand race would not let him go. Fortunately, it was the arena of life and death, and he did not break the rules. Otherwise, he would have been surrounded by now. Strength. 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 Ling Xiao's desire for strength was even more urgent. Killing Shuohai did not make Ling Xiao feel at ease. After all, Shuohai was just a disciple who had just been promoted to the 8 Immortals Mountain. Moreover, this promotion was more or less related to his identity. Desert Cloud was stronger than Desert Sea, so he did not have the qualifications. Next, he might have to face the Desert Cloud, the Sand Eagle, or even stronger enemies. Unless his strength could surpass anyone in the 8 Immortals Mountain, it would be possible for him to be completely safe in the 8 Immortals County. After calming down, Ling Xiao took out the Thunder Essence Jade and continued to fuse with it. Last time, he had fused 45 pieces. It was already very difficult for him to do so, and he had to enter the martial soul transformation state. So this time, he directly transformed into the Armored Ox Demon. Its powerful defense and sudden increase in strength made it much easier to fuse with the next lightning elemental jade. 46 pieces. 47 yuan. 48 pieces. 50 yuan. After attaining the intermediate lightning combat body, he had integrated 20 pieces of lightning elemental jade. However, nothing too special happened. He just felt that the power of thunder and lightning had become stronger. He estimated that if he wanted to break through to the advanced lightning combat body, 50 pieces of lightning elemental jade would not be enough. He would need more. However, at this time, even in the Armored Ox Demon transformation state, he felt a little uncomfortable. So he changed and began to fuse with the lava elemental jade. After fusing 20 pieces of lava elemental jade, there was a very difficult obstacle. Not only did his body seem to be resisting this force, but it also felt extremely painful. However, this was not Ling Xiao's limit. After attaining the intermediate lightning combat body, although he felt uncomfortable, he could still fuse with 20 pieces of elemental jade. However, just as he was about to continue fusing, Feng Ayu ran in happily from outside. It seemed that something good had happened. It's good to rest. One tension, one relaxation. It's the way of civil and martial arts. Although Ling Xiao knew that he needed to urgently improve his strength, he would not joke about his life. The next fusion might be very difficult. He had to be fully prepared. Let his body reach its best state. What happened? Why is senior sister Feng so happy? Ling Xiao stepped out of the room and saw Feng Ayu, who was in high spirits. Feng Ayu said excitedly, "Of course it's good news. It's great news." "Oh. Then I'm all ears." Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Congratulations, you've passed the inspection of the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. You can participate in the next advancement assessment." When Feng Ayu said this, she was really happy, as if it was her good news. However, Ling Xiao said indifferently, "This is good news." In fact, he was not particularly interested in whether he could advance to the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain or not. After all, he had just become familiar with the Lower 8 Immortal Mountain and received the support of the Black Immortal Mountain Master and Lin Haoyu, the Outer Hall Master of the Reward, Kindness, and Punishment Evil Hall. If he wanted to get something, it would be more convenient. However, since he had this opportunity, he would not miss it. If he went to the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain, he could get better resources and cultivation conditions. The Immortal Mark was one of the things he wanted to get. Although he only felt the horror of the Immortal Mark during the battle with Shohai. However, Ling Xiao could be considered to have engraved it in his heart. In that battle, if Shohai had been calmer and not so eager to kill him, he might have really died. Therefore, he must obtain the Immortal Mark. Even if he could not obtain it, he must study it carefully. The Immortal Court Continent was a mysterious and terrifying place for all the martial artists in the mystic world. Countless martial artists cultivated desperately just to be able to reach the Immortal Court Continent. Although Ling Xiao was slightly different from them, it was almost the same. You're really taking advantage of others. Do you know that many martial artists who went to the Lower 8 Immortal Mountain couldn't sleep at night in order to get this assessment quota? Feng Ayu looked at Ling Xiao helplessly and said with a wry smile, "Originally, if you want to pass the inspection, your cultivation must at least reach the early stage of the first transformation second layer of hell or the middle stage of the ordinary second layer of hell. However, your recent performance is really too eye-catching. First, you destroyed the lackeys of the Spectre sect in the 8 Immortal County. Then, you defeated Shohai in front of everyone. Think about it, Shohai is a disciple of the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. For the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain, how could they tolerate their disciple being defeated by a disciple of the Lower 8 Immortal Mountain? Therefore, letting you join the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain is the best choice." Ling Xiao agreed with Feng Ayu's analysis. This should be the whole story of the whole thing. He did not expect that killing Shohai would facilitate his promotion to the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. If he had known this would happen, he would have killed Shohai in advance. "It seems that Feng Ayu has already told you everything." At this moment, the Black Immortal Mountain Master and Lin Ruoxian appeared in front of Ling Xiao's house together. Chapter 23:23. But Ling Xiao, don't be happy too early. You'll get the opportunity to take the test, but I think there's something going on here. The Mountain Master of the Black Immortal Mountain frowned, as if he was worried about Ling Xiao. "I think so too. That's why I'm here to persuade you to give up." Lin Ruoxian said straightforwardly. "You suspect that the sand race deliberately let me take the test?" Ling Xiao asked with a frown. "You're really smart." The Black Fairy Mountain Master said, "You killed Shohai, so they can't do anything to you openly. After all, the 8 Immortals Mountain doesn't belong to the sand race alone, and your reputation in the 8 Immortals County is very high. They can only deal with you secretly. And the promotion test of the 8 Immortals Mountain itself can kill people. So what?" Ling Xiao sneered and said, "If this is the doing of the sand race, then all the more I should take part. I'll let them suffer a double loss. They want to use this opportunity to get rid of me, so they gave me the chance to advance. Then I'll advance and piss them off." But Ling Xiao, you have to be clear. Based on the current situation, although you're not the weakest among all the contestants, you're definitely ranked outside of the top 20. Lin Ruoxian said without holding back, "You think you can advance to the 8 Immortals Mountain easily just because you defeated Shohai? That's impossible. Shohai advanced because of his bloodline. In terms of strength, he can't compare to many of the participants in this test." "Oh, can you be more specific?" Ling Xiao asked. Lin Ruoxian explained, let's put it this way. There are a total of 100 people who are qualified to take the test this time. The other 99 people are at the early stage of the first transformation second level of hell or at the middle stage of the ordinary second level of hell. Your cultivation level is the lowest among these 100 people. If it wasn't for the fact that you defeated Shohai and showed everyone your strength, I'm afraid no one would have any objections even if you were ranked last. Your combat prowess doesn't match your cultivation, so this is also an unknown factor. But even if you can challenge those of a higher level, you won't be able to surpass the top 20. They are all stronger than the Desert Sea. Unless you can make a breakthrough in your cultivation before the test, you might have a chance. So that's how it is. I got it. When will the assessment begin? Ling Xiao asked casually. You know? Don't you want to ask how many people are going to advance this time? Lin Ruoxian was speechless. Is that important? No matter how many people there are, I can still advance. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Heavens, how can there be someone as overconfident as you in this world? Let me tell you, there are 100 people participating in the assessment this time, but in the end, only 3 people will be able to enter the 8 Immortal Mountain. Lin Ruoxian said seriously. This probability is quite high. Let's choose the top 3. Ling Xiao said with a smile. I'm really speechless. You should know that none of those people are easy to deal with. And in the assessment, life and death is not a matter of life and death. If the Sand Clan specially arranged for someone to take your life, you will be in great danger. Lin Ruoxian really didn't know whether Ling Xiao was careless or had no concept of fear. Facing such a strong lineup of opponents, he could actually be so careless. It was simply incomprehensible. Deacon Ruoxian, Desert Cloud is the strongest among these people, right? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Should be. If there is no dark horse, then he and Akira are the strongest. Lin Ruoxian said after thinking for a while. Isn't that right? I'm not even afraid of Desert Cloud, what's there to be afraid of? Ling Xiao said with a calm smile. Moreover, whether I'm afraid or not, it won't change the result. So why can't I face it calmly? With just a few words, Lin Ruoxian had been convinced. Ruoxian, I think you shouldn't try to persuade him. Once this kid has decided on something, he won't change his mind. He might not be able to advance. However, I think his movement technique is outstanding and he is very cunning. I don't think he will be killed that easily. The Black Immortal Mountain Master shook his head and smiled bitterly. You know me best, Mountain Master. Ling Xiao smiled. Although he sounded confident, deep down, he was indeed under a lot of pressure. If his cultivation base couldn't break through before the assessment, advancing would be a fool's dream. He didn't want to rashly rely on the power of the Butterfly Lady or a Yuan Venerate. It would be troublesome if he was seen through. However, this huge pressure gave him a huge motivation. Ever since he had entered the Samsara realm, he had encountered an endless stream of enemies. This was also the most realistic life of a martialist in the mystic world. If he wanted to continue on the path of martial arts, he had to constantly defeat all kinds of enemies or opponents. From the Shun brothers to the Ju brothers, then to the Mo family, then to the Desert Ocean, and then to the Demon Shadow sect. He seemed to always have dealings with these so-called geniuses. It wasn't easy for him to get to where he was today. Instead, he had fought many fierce battles. It wouldn't be easy for others to defeat Ling Xiao. Forget it, I won't nag you anymore. In short, you're on your own now. Make the best use of this time to cultivate. Lin Ruoxian sighed. Since she couldn't persuade Ling Xiao to give up, she could only think of other ways to protect Ling Xiao. After saying that, she took her leave. The Black Immortal Mountain Master also told Ling Xiao the time of the assessment on the 8 Immortal Mountain. It was in 10 days. In other words, Ling Xiao only had 10 days to improve his strength. It could be said that it was extremely urgent. However, a breakthrough in cultivation base wasn't something that could be achieved just because one wanted to. The door to the second level of hell was already 90% open. Only the last step was left, yet he still couldn't advance. Even if he defeated the Desert Ocean, it only loosened a little. There was still no sign of advancement. Therefore, Ling Xiao calmed himself down and did everything that could improve his combat strength first. For example, improving the level of the thunder combat body and the lava combat body. After sending all the guests away, Ling Xiao began to fuse the thunder jade and the lava jade. He only knew that the elementary combat body required 10 pieces of origin jade. The intermediate combat body required another 20 pieces. However, he wasn't very sure how many advanced combat bodies he needed. However, Ling Xiao could feel that as the thunder jade and the lava jade continued to fuse, he seemed to be getting closer and closer to the advanced combat body. Once he advanced to the advanced combat body, it was equivalent to cultivating the advanced jade grade martial arts to the martial realm. It was really incomparably powerful. Anyway, until now, among the opponents he had encountered in the Black Tortoise continent, no one had used advanced jade grade martial arts. Naturally, this was a great advantage. The next fusion took 2 days and 2 nights. Ling Xiao had fused 64 pieces of thunder jade. On the basis of the intermediate combat body, he had fused 34 pieces. Chapter 23-24. Ling Xiao, who had survived the pain fusion, had already recovered from his injuries. Unfortunately, there were still no signs of his battle body advancing, and the thunder origin jade had been completely used up. The lava origin jade had been fused with 30 pieces of lava origin jade on the basis of his intermediate lava battle body. He had also run out of ammunition and food. Ling Xiao stood up helplessly, stretched his muscles and bones, and recovered his body, which had become a little sore after cultivating for a long time. Next, he planned to make a trip to the 8 Immortals City to replenish his supplies at the Sky Dragon trading firm. He had no more thunder origin jade and lava origin jade. Plus, he urgently needed things to strengthen his soul. Of course, he also needed to refine thunder spirit pills and lava pills. The refinement of these 2 pills wasn't complicated, and their effects were very simple. They could promote the absorption of thunder origin jade and lava origin jade and reduce the body's pain. This was also the fundamental reason why Ling Xiao's limit seemed to be higher than most people's. Who asked him to be a powerful alchemist? Who asked his master to be the #1 alchemist in the Immortal Court continent? After leaving the Black Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao went straight to the 8 Immortals City. He was already familiar with the place, so there wouldn't be any trouble. However, as soon as Ling Xiao arrived in the 8 Immortals City, Desert Cloud received a report from the 8 Immortals Mountain. Very well, I've been waiting for the day he leaves the 8 Immortals Mountain. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, I'll make sure you die outside forever today. How dare you snatch my woman? You must have a death wish. Desert Cloud had been at odds with Ling Xiao because of the desert. Later, he had lost a bet to Cheng Feiying, and the key to that bet had been Ling Xiao. He had lost the woman he had always wanted, so he naturally hated Ling Xiao to the core. Furthermore, he had seen Ling Xiao's terrifying talent and future from the battle on the arena of life and death. He definitely didn't want Ling Xiao to continue living. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would surpass him. When Ling Xiao stepped into the Heavenly Dragon trading firm and saw Lin Fengyuan, Desert Cloud had already left the 8 Immortals Mountain. With the spies of the Sand Race and the help of the Shun and Ju families, it could be said that he knew Ling Xiao's whereabouts like the back of his hand. Oh, young hero Ling, you've come at the right time. Our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company is holding an auction today. If you're interested, why don't you give it a try? Lin Fengyuan thought very highly of Ling Xiao. Of course, this wasn't just because of the relationship between Lin Ruoxian and Lin Haoyu. It was also because of Ling Xiao's unwillingness to be ordinary and the secret before Ling Xiao's reincarnation. Although he didn't know if this Ling Xiao was the same as the Ling Xiao he knew. But what if it was? He was also a gambler. What if he made the right bet? Therefore, in his heart, he had long regarded this Ling Xiao as the top genius Ling Xiao of the White Tiger continent. I haven't participated in an auction for a long time. Of course, I'm happy. Ling Xiao had originally come to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company to buy things. Although there were usually more expensive items at an auction, the possibility of rare treasures appearing was very high. Since he was here, of course, he couldn't let him go. Okay, then I'll choose a better seat for you. I guarantee you'll be comfortable. Lin Fengyuan smiled and brought Ling Xiao to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's auction house. This auction house had always been there. It held an auction almost every week. However, a large-scale auction like today was very rare. Unless a lot of treasures appeared at once, the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company wouldn't do this. Ling Xiao was arranged on a very comfortable leather seat in a private room. This was naturally the best thing for Ling Xiao, who didn't like to show his face often. Not long after he sat down, the door of the private room was opened and Lin Ruoxian walked in. Did Lin Fengyuan inform you? The moment he saw Lin Ruoxian, Ling Xiao thought of this point. Lin Ruoxian should be worried about Ling Xiao's safety, so she let Lin Fengyuan know that Ling Xiao had gone to the Eight Immortals city and immediately informed her. This woman was really attentive to him. Lin Ruoxian didn't say anything. She just nodded and looked out of the window. The auction has begun. Don't worry about me. Almost all the auction rules and appearances were the same. Ling Xiao was already used to such occurrences. What he cared about the most was still the auction items. The auction items of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company were really extraordinary. The first few items were auctioned with a base price of about 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The final transaction price reached more than 1 million low-grade spirit stones. This place was really not a place for the poor. One had to know that in the Eight Immortals Mountain, an ordinary disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain would only get 10,000 low-grade spirit stones a month. It would take 100 months to get such things. Of course, most of the martial artists would go out to perform tasks. The sect's contribution points could also be used to exchange for low-grade spirit stones. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain would still have hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. But people who had millions of low-grade spirit stones were rare. It was almost impossible to have tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones, unless it was a pampered young master or young mistress of a big family or a disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain. In the blink of an eye, 10 items had been sold. These were either martial arts, weapons, or elixirs, which were not things that Ling Xiao needed. What he needed now were soul items, thunder elemental jade, lava elemental jade, and various materials. He needed materials for alchemy or array formation. Of course, if there was a suitable beast soul, he didn't mind getting it. Low-grade spirit stones were just a number for him. This was the advantage of being an alchemist. Alchemy was simply a good business with little capital. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item is a special kind of elemental jade called lava elemental jade. There are a total of 100 pieces. A piece of lava elemental jade is priced at 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, so the starting price this time is 20 million low-grade spirit stones. The bidding starts now, and each increment must be no less than 1 million low-grade spirit stones. As the host's voice sounded, the audience began to discuss in a mess. Ling Xiao also felt that the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company was too greedy. Although a piece of lava elemental jade was priced at 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, it was not too expensive. But the problem was that these 100 pieces were worth 20 million low-grade spirit stones. Almost none of the people present could take out so many low-grade spirit stones. Therefore, the auction instantly entered a state of stagnation. Why don't we just sell them separately? Most people don't need so many lava elemental jades. Someone suggested. And this suggestion was quickly agreed by the crowd. I'm sorry everyone, the owner of these lava elemental jades said that he will only sell them together and not separately. The host said stubbornly. Many people felt that the owner of the lava elemental jade was crazy, but there was nothing they could do about it. It was someone else's request. Then this item of yours can wait to be unsold. Chapter 23-25. Akira was different today. There seemed to be a dark energy emerging from her enchanting body. Akira had changed. The man she was looking forward to was defeated by Ling Xiao. She suddenly felt that all men in the world were unreliable. Therefore, she had to rely on herself to defeat Ling Xiao. This lava origin jade is very rare. It's difficult for an ordinary person to condense the lava battle body. Therefore, it's not in demand. If you offer 50,000 low-grade spiritual stones per piece, I can take it. Why are you being so long-winded? I want this item. 20 million low-grade spiritual stones. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. It was obvious that this person was against Kai Ling. Who is it? Akira's body emitted a terrifying black chi. Her entire body seemed to be entangled by countless ghosts. She looked like a yaksha that had walked out of the Senluo temple. It was obvious that this girl's cultivation had not increased, but she had cultivated some kind of special martial art that made her look neither like a human nor a ghost. What? A disciple of the Eight Immortal Mountain wants to act arrogantly in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company? Ling Xiao's voice sounded again. Although he felt the ominous energy erupting from Akira's body, he was still fearless. But he was not afraid. Ling Xiao? This time, Akira recognized the owner of the voice. She could not help but sneer. You must be Ling Xiao. But with your status, can you take out 20 million low-grade spiritual stones? It's none of your business whether I can take out so many low-grade spiritual stones. If you don't want to bid, then shut up. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Good, very good. I want to see how you're going to explain yourself to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company when you can't take out enough low-grade spiritual stones. Akira believed that Ling Xiao could not take out so much money. After all, Ling Xiao was just an ordinary disciple of the Eight Immortal Mountain. It's none of your business how I explain myself. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. He had destroyed the branch of the Spectre sect in the Eight Immortal County and obtained more than 1 billion low-grade spiritual stones. A mere 20 million was nothing to him. Moreover, he was a VIP member of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. He would get a 20% discount on everything he bought. So, the total cost was only 16 million. After Akira fell silent, no one else made a bid for the 100 pieces of lava elemental jade. Therefore, Ling Xiao bought it for 20 million. According to the rules of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, the items that were auctioned off would be removed first. They would only be traded after the auction ended. Therefore, no one knew if Ling Xiao had that much money. Even Lin Fengyuan specially ran to Ling Xiao's private room and asked in a roundabout way. It was obvious that he was worried. At this time, the auction outside was still going on. Ling Xiao was not interested in the items, so he did not bid. Instead, he casually tossed Lin Fengyuan a storage ring and said, "Take a look for yourself." Lin Fengyuan took the storage ring and sent his soul force into it. He was shocked. So many spiritual stones. He was really shocked. The number of spiritual stones in Ling Xiao's storage ring was more than the total assets of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company in the Eight Immortal County. You're not worried now, right? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Don't worry, don't worry. In order to express our apology to young Hero Ling, I am willing to give you the only top member card in the Eight Immortal County. With this qualification, you will not only get a 20% discount, but a 50% discount on everything you buy. Of course, Lin Fengyuan did this because he was worried about offending Ling Xiao. However, to give the only top membership card to Ling Xiao, this kind of courage was really strong. Shopkeeper Lin is very considerate. Ling Xiao smiled. He was indeed a little unhappy before. After all, no one would be happy to be casually suspected by others. But now, seeing that Lin Fengyuan was so considerate, he did not make things difficult for him. Then the two of you can continue to enjoy the auction. I'll take my leave first. Lin Fengyuan ordered people to serve the best snacks and drinks for Ling Xiao and Lin Ruoxian. Then, he left. The spirit stones of the Devil Shadow sect have built your glory. However, if the sect finds out that you are using them like this, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Lin Ruoxian guessed the origin of Ling Xiao's spirit stones. I was the one who destroyed the Devil Shadow sect. It's not a sect mission. What's wrong with me taking the spirit stones? Could it be that the sect is shameless enough to snatch it from me? Ling Xiao looked out of the window and suddenly changed the topic. Let's not talk about this. Isn't Akira a little strange? You noticed it too? Lin Ruoxian asked. Yes, I can see that she is stronger than before. I'm afraid she is stronger than the desert cloud. But why? Her cultivation doesn't seem to have a breakthrough. Ling Xiao said with a frown. That's because she has finally cultivated the crimson demon battle body of the Scarlet Deity Mountain. Lin Ruoxian replied. That is a high-level battle body. Once cultivated, it is equivalent to cultivating a high-level jade-level body refining martial art. It is very terrifying. Her cultivation is not as good as the desert clouds. She is only at the late stage of the first transformation second level of hell. However, after cultivating the crimson demon battle body, her strength will surpass the desert clouds. The crimson demon battle body should have existed in the Scarlet Deity Mountain for a long time. Why didn't she cultivate it before, but now? Ling Xiao felt that this was definitely not a coincidence. That's a good question. In fact, the cultivation of the crimson demon battle body requires one to sell their soul to the crimson flame heavenly demon. Lin Ruoxian sighed. In the past, Akira was unwilling to do so because she was strong enough and had people to protect her. However, after you killed Desert Cloud, Akira's temperament changed greatly. That's why she took this step. It can be said that you directly caused her to sell her soul to the Crimson Flame heavenly demon of the Scarlet Deity Mountain. Is it my fault? Ling Xiao shook his head. No, it's just her own inner demons causing trouble. No matter who is to blame, Akira will be your biggest opponent this time. Akira and Desert Cloud each occupy one of the 3 spots to ascend to the 8 Immortal Mountain. You can only fight for the 3rd spot. Lin Ruoxian sighed. That's not necessarily true. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Akira had a high-level battle body, so why couldn't Ling Xiao have one? This time, he got 100 pieces of lava origin jade. As long as his cultivation could break through, it was very likely that he would be able to condense a powerful high-level lava battle body. When that time came, why would he be afraid of Akira? A martial artist who relied on selling their soul to become strong was already at a disadvantage on the path of martial arts. He didn't know if there were any Thunder Origin Jade in the auction. If there were, he would have a greater chance of obtaining a dual high-level battle body. Ling Xiao looked outside, waiting for the item he wanted. The next item is also an Origin Jade, but it's Thunder Origin Jade. There are also a total of 100 pieces. The starting price is 30 million low-grade spirit stones, and each increment must be no less than 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Let's begin. Chapter 23-26. In addition to tempering the body, the elemental jade could also be used to arrange arrays and forge weapons. It could also be used in alchemy. It had a wide range of uses. However, most people would use it to temper their body. After all, apart from the 8 Immortal Mountain and the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, ordinary small forces would not be able to get their hands on it. 30 million. Ling Xiao was still the only one who placed a bid. Many customers had no choice but to give up on this method. Ling Xiao, rashly bidding will cause trouble. You can't even afford the 20 million just now. It's impossible for you to take out this 30 million. When the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company finds the 8 Immortal Mountain, it will bring shame to our sect. Kai Ling Er's voice rang out again. Woman, you talk too much nonsense. If you want to bid, then bid. If you don't have the money, then hold it back. The people of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company did not say a word. Why are you so anxious? Ling Xiao sneered. Humph, you can be rampant now. You'll see what happens next. Akira gnashed her teeth, but in the end, she did not dare to cause trouble in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. One must know that the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's power spread throughout the entire mysterious world. A mere 8 Immortal Mountain could not compete with them. If she really offended such a colossus, she would be looking for trouble. Ling Xiao obtained the Thunder Yuan Jade and no longer paid attention to Akira. Kai Ling Er, I really hate you now. Lin Ruoxian laughed. Even if today's matter did not happen, she still hates me to the bone. Otherwise, she would not have sold her soul to improve her strength. Ling Xiao said indifferently, she is very powerful, but I am not afraid. The two chatted and time passed quickly. Soon, the auction was coming to an end. After all, this was only the auction of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's branch in the 8 Immortals City. The rare items seen here did not exceed Ling Xiao's expectations. There were many items that were of the highest quality in the eyes of others. However, to him, they were not worth mentioning. For example, those seemingly powerful elixirs were not as effective as the elixirs he refined. Next up is the second last item of the auction. This item is a fossil left behind by a dark-attributed demonic beast. If one had the ability to refine this fossil, then they could use its power to open the gates of hell. This would be very helpful to yin-yang realm martial artists. At most, it would allow a martial artist to open the door to the second layer of hell. Of course, everyone knows that fossils are different from flesh and blood. It is extremely difficult to refine them. It's almost impossible not to have a divine flame. I have to tell you this in advance, lest you accuse my Heavenly Dragon Trading Company of cheating. Alright, the starting price for this dark attribute demonic beast's fossil is 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Each bid must not be lower than 100,000. Let's begin. The host had already explained how powerful the darkness fossil was. Even if it had flaws, it was still enough to drive many crazy. For example, Ling Xiao. He was currently stuck at the entrance to the second layer of hell, unable to enter. He needed a treasure like this to break through the obstacles. Therefore, not to mention 1 million low-grade spirit stones, even if it was 100 million, he would still buy it. The starting price of the darkness fossil was not low. Moreover, there would be more competitors than Thunder Elemental Jade and Lava Elemental Jade. After all, there were not many martial artists in this world who could condense a combat body, so they did not need much elemental jade. However, the darkness fossil was different. In the 8 Immortal City, there was a large group of martial artists waiting to reach the yin-yang realm. Once the darkness fossil was refined, it could allow a half-step yin-yang realm martial artist to open the gates of hell. It could also allow a martial artist of the first layer of hell to open the gates of hell to the second layer of hell. It was a huge temptation. Even if it had flaws, there would still be many people fighting for it. Of course, Akira was no exception. Although she was already a martial artist of the second layer of hell, the darkness fossil was very compatible with her crimson demon combat body. Kai Linger hoped that she could use the darkness fossil to improve herself. Not only did she want to defeat Ling Xiao, but she also wanted to defeat everyone who stood in her way. 1 million low-grade spirit stones. She was the first one to make a bid, and her tone was filled with the determination to win. There was also a terrifying aura. She was clearly trying to intimidate others and prevent them from competing with her. However, the people present were not cowards. 1,100,000. 1,200,000. 1,600,000. 2 million. As people continued to bid, the darkness fossil, which had a starting price of 1 million low-grade spirit stones, instantly rose to 2 million. From the looks of it, the price seemed to continue to rise. I bid 3 million. Who dares to compete with me? Akira angrily raised the price to 3 million low-grade spirit stones. She did this not on impulse but after careful consideration. Based on the current situation, the price of the darkness fossil would reach 3 million sooner or later. It was better for her to directly bid and intimidate many people. The reality was just as Akira expected. After she domineeringly bid 3 million low-grade spirit stones, many people gave up. It was not that they did not have enough spirit stones, but they did not want to offend Akira. Many people could see that Akira was determined to get the darkness fossil. If they continued to compete, they might offend Akira and not get the darkness fossil. That would be really depressing. 3 million low-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer looked around and asked, the darkness fossil is the key to opening the first 2 levels of the gates of hell. It's definitely not a loss. The scene was silent. I bid 4 million. All of a sudden, the silent venue seemed to explode. Ling Xiao's voice was like pouring water into a pot of oil, instantly causing chaos. That man just now again? Who is he? Why does he dare to go against Akira? 4 million low-grade spirit stones to buy a darkness fossil that we don't even know if it can be used. It's not worth it. He's probably a young master from some family. The crowd discussed and expressed their opinions. Although they could not see Ling Xiao's face in the private room, They all thought that Ling Xiao was a prodigal who threw money around casually. 4 million. The guest in the private room bid 4 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The auctioneer revealed an excited expression. Of course. For every auction item, he would receive a corresponding commission. The higher the auction price, the more he would receive. Ling Xiao, are you crazy? Akira finally could not hold it in anymore and shouted, even if you get the darkness fossil, you can't refine it. The divine fire is not something that someone like you can have. Besides, you just spent 50 million low-grade spirit stones. How can you have more spirit stones? Stop fooling around. Fooling around? I like fooling around. I have money and can do whatever I want. What can you do? Chapter 23-27. You're courting death. All of a sudden, a cloud of black fog appeared in the room where Kai Ling-er was. Amidst the black fog, there was a terrifyingly pale face that pounced towards the room Ling Xiao was in. However, Ling Xiao and Lin Ruoxian did not move. This was the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. If they couldn't even protect their VIP members, the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company would lose all face. Boom! A ball of flame suddenly burst out from the void and blasted the strange ghost face back. The one who attacked was only one of Lin Fengyuan's subordinates. Although Akira was a genius needed time to grow. True experts were generally older. For example, Lin Fengyuan's subordinate was already an old man in his 70s or 80s. Dealing with Akira was a piece of cake. After all, she was a martial artist with the cultivation of the third layer of hell. Miss Akira, this is the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, not your Scarlet Immortal Mountain. If you dare to behave atrociously here, don't blame me for being impolite. Immediately, the old man's voice sounded, our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company does not like to compete for hegemony, but some people must not think that we are easy to bully. At this moment, Akira's chi and blood were churning and her face was pale. She had really suffered a loss and lost face. Originally, she had just lost control of her anger. Now that she was warned, she suddenly remembered where she was. To her, the darkness fossil was only a possibility to improve her scarlet demon battle physique. It was not worth spending too many spirit stones to compete for it. She wanted to raise the price to cheat Ling Xiao. However, after thinking about it, she shook her head. Ling Xiao was extremely cunning. If she raised the price and Ling Xiao stopped bidding, she would suffer a great loss. One had to know that she only had a total of 5 million low-grade spirit stones. If she really used all of them to buy the darkness fossil, it would be a great loss. Senior is right. This junior was impulsive. Akira cupped her hands towards the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's old man and said indifferently, I give up the bid. Giving up was one thing, but Akira still wanted to find trouble with Ling Xiao after the auction. As long as Ling Xiao returned to the Eight Immortals Mountain, she had a way to make Ling Xiao take out the darkness fossil and give it to her for free. Although Ling Xiao was famous, his foundation in the Eight Immortals Mountain was too shallow. How could he fight with her? Are you really going to piss off Akira for a useless darkness fossil? Lin Ruoxian asked as he looked at Ling Xiao curiously. She really didn't believe that Ling Xiao was such a childish person. Am I that childish in your eyes? Ling Xiao smiled and said, it's not convenient for me to say anything unnecessary, but I can tell you that this darkness fossil is very important to me. For it, even if I have to fight to the death with Akira today, I will do it. You sure have a lot of secrets. Lin Ruoxian looked at Ling Xiao in a daze. The calmness and capability that this young man showed, as well as that kind of ruthlessness, didn't seem like something an ordinary person could do. What kind of person was he before he reincarnated into the world? The auction ended. Ling Xiao only took a glance at the final item. It seemed to be a high-level jade-grade martial art. But that thing wasn't very useful to him now. So he didn't make a move. Instead, Akira bought it like it was a treasure. After the auction ended, Akira didn't leave. Instead, she stood outside the trading hall, waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Because she was very sure that Ling Xiao couldn't take out more than 50 million low-grade spirit stones. However, in the end, her already pale face became even paler. Not only did Ling Xiao easily pay the 50 million low-grade spirit stones, but Lin Fengyuan also gave him a 50% discount. Even the 8 great families of the 8 Immortals Mountain didn't have such preferential treatment. She didn't understand what Lin Fengyuan wanted to do. But Lin Fengyuan knew it best. Even though the 8 great families of the 8 Immortals Mountain left, they were self-sufficient and rarely went to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Giving them such a valuable membership card was tantamount to a waste. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was different. This fellow was currently on the rise, and he was very generous with his extravagant spending. He never hesitated when it came to spending money. This kind of person was the kind of customer that Lin Fengyuan liked the most. Out of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, Ling Xiao was very satisfied. This time, he came to the 8 Immortals City and got what he wanted. Next, he would use the last period of time to concentrate on cultivation and wait for the advancement test of the 8 Immortals Mountain. After parting with Lin Ruoxian, Ling Xiao walked out of the 8 Immortals City. But just as he went out, he felt that he was being followed. That gloomy aura was too obvious. If it wasn't Akira, who else could it be? Ling Xiao frowned. While quietly taking out the array stone to the Black Immortal Mountain, he went to a secluded place. Akira, have you taken a fancy to me? Otherwise, why have you been following me since I came out? Obediently hand over the darkness fossil and I can let you safely return to the 8 Immortals Mountain. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. Akira's aura became more and more gloomy. The originally fiery red aura had turned black and red, giving off a strange feeling. Ling Xiao stood dozens of meters away and could still feel the cold air entering his body. This should be the effect of the Crimson Demon battle physique. The Crimson Demon battle physique is indeed extraordinary. But if you want to kill me, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Ling Xiao sneered and said, with your speed, you shouldn't be able to catch up to me. What if we join in? Desert Cloud, who had been lying in ambush to kill Ling Xiao, finally couldn't bear the loneliness and stood out. The reason why he showed up was because he saw Akira. Although he and Akira were competitors, they had a common enemy, and that was Ling Xiao. If the two of them joined forces, Ling Xiao would definitely die today. Desert Cloud. Ling Xiao frowned. The situation today was really a little troublesome. It was already very difficult to deal with Akira alone. If Desert Cloud, who was even stronger than Akira, was added to the equation, it would be even more troublesome. But trouble was trouble. Ling Xiao still had his own trump card that he hadn't used. He would never be so rash as to reveal all his secrets. What, now that Shohai is dead, you're hanging out with that dog Desert Cloud again? That's really admirable. To be honest, Ling Xiao's words were really unpleasant. But so what if it was unpleasant? When facing someone who wanted to kill you, no matter how unpleasant it was, it wouldn't be excessive at all. Looks like you're really tired of living. Do you really think that you're number one in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain after killing Shohai? Akira's face was flushed with anger. I don't know if I'm number one or not, but if you guys aren't going to make a move, then I'll be leaving first. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. You want to leave? Before Akira made a move, Desert Cloud couldn't hold back anymore. The peak of the 3rd layer of hell, the strongest among the disciples of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. Chapter 23-28. Wild Sand Saber Technique, Lightless Sun and Moon. Desert Cloud used his strongest saber technique as soon as he attacked. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao completely and not give Ling Xiao any chance to escape. As soon as this saber was used, the sky was filled with sand, and the sun and moon were dimmed. Ordinary martial artists could not see anything at all. Some people could not even open their eyes. However, for Ling Xiao, this was the best chance to escape. Ha 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 ha, stupid guy. I'm not your opponent today. I'll take your life in the 8 Immortal Mountains assessment. While laughing, Ling Xiao entered the teleportation array that he had prepared beforehand. Damn it, this guy actually has a teleportation array. Desert Cloud had carefully planned to ambush Ling Xiao and even colluded with Akira, but in the end, he could not stop Ling Xiao. He escaped, which means he's not as good as you. What are you afraid of? Akira said lightly. I'm afraid. I'm not afraid of him, But the problem is that this kid is too infuriating. If I don't kill him, it'll be hard to appease the hatred in my heart. Desert Cloud did not want to reveal his true thoughts. In the depths of his heart, he was indeed afraid of Ling Xiao. Don't worry, there are still 7 days before the assessment begins. You don't think he can surpass you and me in 7 days, do you? You're the top expert in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. Don't you have such confidence? Akira said lightly. That's true. Then I'll take my leave first. I'll take his life in the assessment. Desert Cloud was very unhappy. Although he was the top expert in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain, after this year, he would be older than the assessment age. In other words, if he could not be promoted this year, he would be a deacon of the 8 Immortal Mountain for the rest of his life. The golden hoop incantation on his head made him extremely anxious. Even Ling Xiao began to fear it. At this time, on the Black Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao looked at the teleportation array that disappeared behind him with lingering fear. If he hadn't prepared in advance, he wouldn't have had time to set up the teleportation array once the battle started. Faced with Desert Cloud and Akira, there was no way he could survive unless he got help from Yuan Venerates and the Butterfly Lady. Thankfully, he had obtained the Darkness Fossil and a large number of Lava Origin Jades and Lightning Origin Jades. Next up, he could focus on his cultivation and improve his strength. He couldn't possibly run away every time he saw those two fellows, right? That was not Ling Xiao's style. After entering the house, Ling Xiao still used the array formation to shield the house. He then took out the Darkness Fossil. If this thing fell into the hands of others, it might be useless, but in his hands, it just so happened to be useful. The Samadhi True Fire, the Dark Flames of Death, and the Ancient Hellfire could all refine the Darkness Fossil. However, it was more appropriate to use the Ancient Hellfire in this place. Using the same Hellfire to open the gates of Hell should yield twice the result with half the effort. However, just as he was about to cultivate, he saw Lin Ruoxian rushing over anxiously. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and decided to stop cultivating. He couldn't be disturbed during his next breakthrough. If something happened to Lin Ruoxian, it would be better to deal with it first. You were killed. After parting ways with Ling Xiao at the Sky Dragon trading firm, Lin Ruoxian had returned to the Lin family to visit her parents. Unexpectedly, she had received a secret report that Ling Xiao had been killed. By the time she had rushed over, there was no one there. Thus, she had hurried back. Just a small matter. Ling Xiao chuckled. Thank you for your concern, Deacon Ruoxian. It's actually not that serious. Is it Desert Cloud or Akira? Lin Ruoxian asked. Both of them are here. Ling Xiao answered. What? Both of them are here, and you're still alive? That's really surprising. Lin Ruoxian looked at Ling Xiao curiously. However, when she thought of Ling Xiao's abilities, she didn't find it strange. It's just escaping. There's nothing much to say. However, I'm afraid that I'll have to face enemies in the upcoming assessment. There's no way out even if I want to escape. Deacon Ruoxian, I may have to go into seclusion for a period of time until the day of the assessment. Can I trouble you to protect me? Ling Xiao's request was made after careful consideration. Although the people of the Sand Race wouldn't dare to kill him openly, it was very likely that they would harass him and prevent him from cultivating. He couldn't give those people a chance. No problem. Lin Ruoxian agreed without even thinking. She didn't know why, but she felt that she should do so. Then I'll have to trouble Deacon Ruoxian. When I saw in the future, I won't forget Deacon's good intentions. Ling Xiao said with a smile. But in terms of cultivation, you're not as good as Desert Cloud. In terms of battle constitution, you're not as good as Akira. Now that you've been targeted by the two of them, I'm afraid that you won't even be able to compete for the third spot. Have you thought of how to deal with them? Lin Ruoxian asked worriedly. Strength. Ling Xiao only said 2 words. Because everything else was illusory. Only strength was the absolute truth. That's right, but how can I improve? Lin Ruoxian was worried for Ling Xiao, but she found that Ling Xiao seemed very calm. Cultivate. Ling Xiao only said 2 words again. That's true. There's no point in thinking so much. Cultivate steadily. With your talent, You might be able to break through on the day of the assessment. Lin Ruoxian smiled. She hated that she didn't have any way to help Ling Xiao. The key was that the time was too short. If there was more time, she could take Ling Xiao out to explore. Maybe there would be some fortuitous encounter. By the way, Deacon Ruoxian, do you know about my sister Ling Jiajiao's situation? Before going into seclusion, Ling Xiao wanted to know about Ling Jiajiao's current situation so that he could be at ease. Lin Ruoxian was stunned for a moment, but she didn't say anything. Is there something that you can't say? Ling Xiao frowned. He felt that the matter might not be simple. Your sister is now in high demand in the 8 great families of the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. Lin Ruoxian smiled bitterly. Since the day she stepped into the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain, the 8 great families have sent out marriage proposals almost at the same time. What do you mean? My sister is so charming. Could it be because of the sword and saber divine emperor martial spirit? Ling Xiao thought that Ling Jiajiao's appearance was indeed good, but even so, it shouldn't be like this. The 8 Immortal Mountain didn't lack beauties. For the power behind Ling Jiajiao? That was even more impossible. Therefore, there was only one possibility. It was for the martial spirit and bloodline in Ling Jiajiao's body. You guessed right. The sword and saber divine emperor martial spirit is considered the strongest martial spirit in the Chen country. The 8 great families all want Ling Jiajiao. Then, they will let their most outstanding disciples marry Ling Jiajiao. The child born will have the bloodline of the sword and saber divine emperor martial spirit. Finally, they will extract Ling Jiajiao's martial spirit and give it to their child. Then, the child will become a peerless genius. Chapter 23-29. To Lin Ruoxian's surprise, Ling Xiao wasn't as impulsive as she had imagined. He just sat there and looked at the mountains in the distance. However, the more he looked like this, the more Lin Ruoxian felt terrified. She could even feel the oppressive killing intent from Ling Xiao's body. Was this the Sword Tribe's initial plan? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. You can say that. As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. The Sword Tribe recruited Ling Jiajiao with such an intention. Unfortunately, I wasn't clear about it before. After looking through a lot of information, I came to this terrifying conclusion. Lin Ruoxian sighed. Treating women as birth machines? Then cruelly extracting their martial souls? I'm afraid this is no different from what the Devil Shadow sect did. They are worse than beasts. Even if the person being schemed against wasn't his sister, Ling Xiao still felt disgusted by this matter. Did the people of the sword race also send an engagement to my sister? Ling Xiao asked again. That's right. Your sister's engagement partner is Jian Liufeng. Moreover, she won't be Jian Liufeng's wife. She will only be his third wife. Lin Ruoxian answered carefully. Did my sister agree? Ling Xiao asked. Not yet. However, your sister is now in the Sword Tribe. It's like a rabbit trapped in a wolf's den. It's not up to her to decide whether she agrees or not. Lin Ruoxian sighed. What's Jian Liufeng's attitude? Ling Xiao needed to know which side Jian Liufeng was on. He needed to know why Jian Liufeng had invited Ling Jiajiao. Lin Ruoxian fell silent. She didn't say anything, but Ling Xiao understood. The will of the sword race was Jian Liufeng's will. When he thought of this, Ling Xiao's impression of Jian Liufeng became completely negative. The good impression he had of Jian Liufeng vanished. If they want to scheme against my sister, they'll have to see if I, Ling Xiao, agree to it or not. If they try to force it, I'll destroy the entire sword tribe. Ling Xiao's eyes were slightly red, the color of extreme anger. Sigh, if I had known, I wouldn't have said it. With your current strength, what can you do? You couldn't even defeat Desert Cloud and Akira, so how could you possibly deal with Jian Liufeng? Deal with the sword race? After offending the sand race and the sword race, I'm afraid you won't be able to stay in the 8 Immortal Mountain anymore. Lin Ruoxian sighed. She knew that this would be the result, but she had to say it. She knew very well that if she didn't say it, Ling Xiao would definitely blame her in the future. So what if I offend everyone in the world? I, Ling Xiao, Can't possibly watch as my sister is used as a reproductive tool and tortured to death, right? The ground under Ling Xiao's feet suddenly cracked. Traces of cold air rushed up from the ground. That was Ling Xiao's killing intent. Ling Xiao's anger. I understand. If it were me, I would feel the same as you. But the only thing you can do now is to increase your strength. As long as you can advance to the 8 Immortal Mountain, you'll have the opportunity to come into contact with Ling Jiaojiao. As for what to do in the future, it still depends on how strong you are. If you have the aptitude of Ling Yang in the past, I believe that no one in the 8 Immortal City can bully your family. Lin Ruoxian's words were sincere and heartfelt. Ling Xiao nodded his head, feeling somewhat grateful in his heart. Although he couldn't wait to immediately rescue Ling Jiaojiao and kill Jian Liufeng. But he knew that he couldn't be impulsive. Being impulsive wouldn't lead to a good outcome. Don't worry about your cultivation. Your sister Ling Jiaojiao will probably accept the engagement under the circumstances. But even so, her marriage with Jian Liufeng will still take some time. Lin Ruoxian continued, Ling Jiaojiao's cultivation is too weak. She won't be able to form a resonance with Jian Liufeng. So her cultivation needs to be at least at the 3rd level of hell to barely qualify. You just need to rescue Ling Jiaojiao before her cultivation breaks through the 3rd level of hell. There's not much time left. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. With the Jian tribe's resources, it wasn't impossible to forcefully increase Ling Jiaojiao's cultivation. Ling Xiao had to be mentally prepared. Right now, he had to increase his strength first. I'll have to trouble Deacon Ruoxian with the matter of the protector. In these few days, unless it's a matter of life and death, don't let anyone disturb me. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he stepped into the house. Sister Jiaojiao, I, Ling Xiao, swear here today that no one in this world can force you to do something you don't want to do. In the past, I couldn't protect the Moon Maiden. Now, I can't fail to protect my only family in the Black Tortoise mainland. Seeing the confidence and determination in Ling Xiao's eyes, Lin Ruoxian was a little dazed. It seemed that nothing could bend this young man's shoulders and make him give up. Stepping into the house, Ling Xiao immediately took out the darkness fossil and held it in his hand. It's time for this darkness fossil to show its usefulness. Ling Xiao's cultivation was already infinitely close to the 1st level of hell. The door to the 2nd level of hell was already 90% open. With the help of this darkness fossil, he could definitely break through successfully. He had this confidence. Primordial hellfire, Ling Xiao muttered to himself. A ball of blackish-purple flame formed in the void. After the darkness fossil was burned by the primordial hellfire, the black energy kept rising and fusing into the door to the 2nd level of hell. Following that, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the barrier he had broken through was rapidly being cleared. If there was a difference of 10 times in strength between the early and middle stages of the 1st level of hell, then the difference between the 1st level of hell and the 2nd level of hell was dozens of times. The gap between them was not something that could be easily bridged. This was also the reason why most warriors could not challenge someone of a higher level. The gap was too big. Especially the gap between the major realms, it was even more ridiculous. The reason why Ling Xiao could defeat opponents of a higher realm was because he relied on the support of many special abilities. Even that was very tiring. However, once his cultivation broke through, it would be very easy for him to face warriors of the 2nd level of hell. This was the fundamental reason why he was so anxious to break through. Ling Xiao had already used all kinds of methods to close the gap from before. Now, he was just a little bit away. With this darkness fossil, this last bit was perfectly made up for. Under the burning of the primordial hellfire, the darkness fossil kept shrinking. And Ling Xiao could also feel that his strength had already reached the peak. He was just a thin layer away from breaking through. Soon, after an unknown amount of time, the darkness fossil finally burned completely. Ling Xiao could feel that the abundant power in his body had completely condensed together. Break through to the 2nd level of hell. With a wild cry, the terrifying power in his body surged out, rushing straight to the 2nd level of hell. Chapter 2330. The gate to the 2nd floor of hell is finally open. Ling Xiao's expression was one of wild joy. However, Good things didn't stop there. It was probably because Ling Xiao had accumulated too much energy in his body. After breaking through the gate to the second floor of hell, his cultivation almost went out of control like a runaway horse. The early stage of the second floor of hell, the middle stage of the second floor of hell, the late stage of the second floor of hell. The breakthrough finally stopped when he reached the late stage of the second floor of hell. The crazy expansion of energy also calmed down. Ling Xiao looked inside himself in surprise. He didn't expect that he would reach such a cultivation level with just one breakthrough. Akira? Desert Cloud? Just you wait. I, Ling Xiao, will give you a big surprise. Cultivation breakthrough. Ling Xiao didn't get carried away. He still sat there cross-legged and began to stabilize the few realms he had broken through. Although it was a good thing to break through several realms at once, it had its drawbacks. That was, the foundation would be unstable. Only by repeatedly tempering himself at every stage could he truly stabilize it. Fighting was the best way to temper. However, right now, the most important thing was to calm down and familiarize himself with the power of each realm. This was the most important thing. He didn't know how many days had passed since he started cultivating. Anyway, he had already told Lin Ruoxian to inform him when the day of the assessment came. Therefore, he didn't need to be distracted. He just needed to focus on cultivating. In the next 2 days, Ling Xiao kept fighting with his twin martial souls with various cultivation levels to stabilize each realm. On the 3rd day, he finally stopped and took out the 100 pieces of thunder elemental jade he had obtained at the auction. The breakthrough wasn't enough. He wanted to take advantage of this breakthrough to integrate more thunder elemental jade and lava elemental jade to strengthen his lightning combat constitution and lava combat constitution. He could feel that his 2 combat constitutions seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough. It wouldn't be long before they were promoted to an advanced combat constitution. At that time, Akira's Crimson Demon combat constitution would be nothing in his eyes. He now had 100 pieces of thunder elemental jade and 100 pieces of lava elemental jade. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to successfully break through after so many years. Perhaps it was because of his breakthrough in cultivation, coupled with his experience of fusion, and the thunder essence pill that he had refined himself. Ling Xiao's subsequent fusion became incomparably easy. Previously, he had integrated 34 pieces of thunder jade on top of his intermediate thunder combat body. And this number made him feel as if he was infinitely close to breaking through. 35, 36, 37, and even 38 lightning elemental jades were fused with ease. There was almost no pressure at all. One had to know that the benefits Ling Xiao received from raising his cultivation by 1 level were much greater than others. It was not only because he was a samsara warrior. It was also because of his profound world body. His physical strength could only be released when his cultivation reached a certain level. Otherwise, it would destroy his body. Therefore, when he made a breakthrough in his cultivation, the increase in his strength was almost explosive. This was something that no one else could compare to. When he reached the 39th piece, he encountered a bit of difficulty, but it was still a daunting experience. Only the 40th piece allowed Ling Xiao to experience the terrifying feeling of being bombarded by lightning. When he integrated the 40th piece of thunder elemental jade, the sky seemed to have changed color. Lin Ruoxian, who was standing outside the house, looked at this scene in surprise. She thought that the weather had changed. However, the lightning in the sky kept blasting towards the house where Ling Xiao was. It was as if they wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao knew that the advanced thunder combat body was already a little in touch with the laws of heaven and earth. For those who controlled the laws of the immortal court continent, this was absolutely not allowed. Therefore, they wanted to kill Ling Xiao. However, no matter how powerful the laws of heaven and earth were, they still had to rely on heaven and earth. Ling Xiao possessed a profound world body and controlled the royal heaven Queen Earth, so he faced the ferocious lightning attacks. Not only did he not retreat, but he also turned into a giant and pierced through the wooden house to fight against the lightning in the sky. This scene was blocked by the huge array formation, so Lin Ruoxian didn't see it. However, she could feel that something was happening inside the array formation. Did Ling Xiao break through? How could there be such a terrifying movement? She was now both worried and anxious. After about 10 minutes, the lightning dissipated and the sky returned to normal. Lin Ruoxian didn't relax because she didn't know how Ling Xiao was doing. The advanced thunder combat body is really terrifying. It already has some ability to control lightning. Ling Xiao could feel that he had finally succeeded in condensing the advanced thunder combat body after spending a total of 90 thunder elemental jades. At this moment, he was ecstatic. Master, now that you have the advanced thunder combat body, I think you can learn the thunderburst art? Shen Dian suddenly came out and said. The thunderstorm art was a kind of secret technique. It was an extremely powerful lightning-type secret technique. It was a high-tier jade secret technique. In order to cultivate the thunderburst art, one must first have a physique that wasn't afraid of lightning. The elementary thunder combat body and the intermediate thunder combat body couldn't be cultivated. Only the advanced thunder combat body could be cultivated. Of course. Was Ling Xiao stupid not to learn such a powerful secret technique? He immediately obtained the Thunderburst Art's chant from Shen Dian and began to cultivate it in the form of the advanced thunder combat body. The cultivation of secret techniques was different from martial arts. The key was soul power and the chant. These 2 points were not a problem for Ling Xiao. From the beginning to the elementary level and then to the intermediate level, Ling Xiao only used 1 day. Although the Thunderburst art was only at the intermediate level, its power was even more terrifying than the complete meteor sword technique. This was the terrifying part of the advanced jade secret technique. Maybe it was the huge pressure that gave him the crazy motivation, but he felt that he was in a very good state now. He could learn anything and never fall behind. It had been 4 days since he started cultivating. There were less than 4 days before the advancement test. Ling Xiao didn't plan to stop here. His thunder combat body had already reached the advanced level. Then his lava combat body must also reach the advanced level. After all, with the experience, the advancement would be faster and more stable than before. The result was just as Ling Xiao expected. He only spent half the time. On the basis of the intermediate lava combat body, he used a total of 40 lava origin jades. He finally broke through to the lava combat body. The moment he broke through to the lava combat body, the sky changed color again. However, it was different from the previous thunder and lightning. This time, it was raining fire. This caused Lin Ruoxian to be both shocked and at a loss. However, he was sure that Ling Xiao should be fine. If there was something going on, then he would have stopped cultivating already. Chapter 2331. If the thunderstorm technique was the most terrifying secret skill against an enemy, then the lava storm would be a large-scale killing secret skill. Ling Xiao had never practiced an advanced jade-grade secret skill before he reincarnated. It could be seen that the resources of the Black Tortoise continent were much better than those of the previous 3 continents. When he raised the lava storm to the small success level, Lin Ruoxian's voice came from outside the door. Junior brother Ling, the assessment will begin tomorrow morning. I have some errands to deal with today. Have you finished your cultivation? Yes. Secret skills were the same as martial skills. The proficiency needed to be improved through battles. Fighting with his own twin martial souls was not as effective as fighting with an enemy. His cultivation could be said to have come to an end. His cultivation had reached the late stage of the first transformation second layer of hell. After using the beast soul transformation, his strength would be close to the early stage of the first transformation third layer of hell. Coupled with the advanced lightning body and advanced lava body, he could easily defeat a warrior at the early stage of the first transformation third layer of hell. Although Desert Cloud's cultivation had reached the peak of the third layer of hell, he was just an ordinary warrior. Ling Xiao was confident that he could deal with him. As for Akira, he did not care about him at all. What Kai Linger relied on was the advanced Crimson Demon battle physique. But he had 2 advanced battle bodies at the same time. Neither of them was weaker than Akira's Crimson Demon body. Desert Cloud. Akira, you want to kill me and make it impossible for me to pass the assessment of the 8 Immortal Mountain? Very well. Then I will let you fall into the Azura Hell and never be able to raise your heads again. This was not the first time Ling Xiao had done something like this. Kai Yang and Shohai were the same. Now it was Akira and Desert Cloud's turn. After advancing to the 8 Immortal Mountain, he could get closer to Ling Jiaojiao. At that time, he would be more familiar with Ling Jiaojiao's situation and it would be easier to rescue her. Unlike now, he was completely in the dark. This was how Ling Xiao had risen in the past. As the saying went, a general's success was built on the bones of 10,000 people. With his rise, there would inevitably be many so-called geniuses who would become his stepping stones. They had become eerie white bones, building a ladder for him to ascend to a higher realm. The Dark Ones, one of the 8 great clans, were in charge of the assessment. This was also the rule of the 8th Immortal Mountain. Every 8 years, a cycle would take place. The disciples who were promoted to the 8 Immortals Mountain, except for the warriors who originally belonged to other clans, were all from the Dark Clan. For example, Desert Cloud was a member of the Sand Clan, so he was still a member of the Sand Clan. Akira, on the other hand, wasn't a member of the 8 houses, so it was only natural for her to join the Dark Ones. Ling Xiao was the same. The 8 great clans represented greater power and strength. Everyone who joined the 8 Immortal Mountain wanted to squeeze their way in. The disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain were the true core of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Many of the sect's secrets and most of its resources would be open to the disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain. This was something that the disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain couldn't compare to. Because of this, all the warriors who joined the 8 Immortals Mountain had the 8 Immortals Mountain as their goal. As for which clan they joined, it didn't matter. What was important was to step into the 8 Immortals Mountain. Unfortunately, most of them would be eliminated. Some might even die because of it. This was the bloody reality. Ling Xiao came out of seclusion a day earlier to obtain more information. After all, the following assessment wasn't just a test of strength. It would also be a battle of wits. With enough information, it would be easier to survive. On this day, the Black Immortals Mountain's Mountain Lord came personally. He even brought Hu Renfeng and Zhu Tong. Both of them would be participating in this assessment. After all, in terms of cultivation, they weren't bad. When Zhu Tong saw Ling Xiao, he was more or less afraid and stood far away. Hu Renfeng was more direct. Ever since Ling Xiao beat up Shohai for him, he treated Ling Xiao as a good friend. This person's personality was very direct. He was a typical martial arts fanatic. Although he wasn't a reincarnation realm warrior, his cultivation had already broken through to the early stage of the 3rd level of hell. He could be considered one of the best in the 8 Immortals Mountain. The moment he came up, he patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and said, "I just broke through. Last time, you beat up Shohai for me. This time, let me protect you." Ling Xiao smiled non-committally. He appreciated Hu Renfeng's good intentions. However, with his current cultivation, he really didn't need it. Of course, it wasn't very nice to reject someone's good intentions. So he didn't say anything. Thinking back to when he first stepped into the Black Immortals Mountain, Hu Renfeng's strength was definitely something that Ling Xiao had to look up to. Even though he was a reincarnation realm warrior, at that time, he was still far from Hu Renfeng. As for Zhu Tong, it was the same. At that time, he hated Zhu Tong but couldn't do anything because his strength was inferior. However, today, Zhu Tong avoided him like he was a demon. It was probably because of the shameful things he had done in the past that he was afraid. Among the 3 of you, I have high hopes for Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao, your cultivation isn't enough now. There's still a long way to go, so it's enough that you can participate in the test. At least you've gained some experience. When you come again next year, you'll have even greater hope. Actually, the Black Immortals Mountain Lord knew that whether it was Hu Renfeng, Zhu Tong, or Ling Xiao, it was basically impossible for them to pass this test. He only hoped that these 3 disciples of the Black Immortals Mountain could keep their lives. As long as they didn't die, there was still hope next year. Especially Ling Xiao. His shocking talent was extremely shocking. He believed that as long as he had enough time, Desert Cloud and Akira wouldn't be his match. However, the Black Immortals Mountain Lord felt that it wasn't possible. Ling Xiao only smiled at the Black Immortal's Mountain Lord's words. He didn't refute. Because there was no need to. He was hiding his true cultivation now. The cultivation he showed was still at the peak of the first level of hell. It was normal for the Black Immortal's Mountain Lord to feel that he couldn't pass the test. When the real test began, he would naturally reveal his true strength. There was no hurry now. He knew that many people were mocking him behind his back. They didn't think highly of him. For example, Kai Lian, the Purple Immortal's Mountain Lord, Shoujiao, Zhen Lufeng, and the others. But so what? Did he, Ling Xiao, need these people to think highly of him? Slapping faces was his forte. Mountain Lord, can you tell me the specific rules of the 8 Immortals Mountains test? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. The Black Immortals Mountain Lord nodded and said, it's good to understand the rules. Although you definitely won't be able to pass the test, if you want to survive, you can't not know the rules. You've all participated in the 8 Immortals Mountains test, right? The rules are actually similar, but it's more complicated. It's just more grand. This test is also divided into 2 stages. Chapter 2332. Celestial Demon Mountain? Celestial Demon Peak? Ling Xiao felt that these 2 words were somewhat interesting. That's right. There's a Celestial Demon Mountain dozens of miles away from the center of the 8 Immortals County. Celestial Demon Mountain was occupied by powerful monsters and celestial demons hundreds of years ago. It's very dangerous. Your first task is to break through the obstacles set up by the celestial demons and monsters and finally reach the peak of Celestial Demon Mountain, which is Celestial Demon Peak. Black Immortal Mountain Master explained. That's it. Ling Xiao was a little curious. Such a task didn't seem too difficult. Don't be happy yet. Celestial Demon Mountain is more than 8,000 meters high and covered in snow all year round. It's extremely cold. It's the favorite trial ground of the 8 Immortals Mountain disciples. The harsh environment, powerful monsters, and celestial demons create the terror of Celestial Demon Mountain. Black Immortal Mountain Master reminded, the strongest celestial demons and monsters on Celestial Demon Mountain have reached the peak of the 3rd level of Hell or the early stage of the 3rd level of 1 star, which is about the same as the 3rd level of Ghost Prison. The monsters don't matter. The key is those celestial demons. They have intelligence, so you must be careful. I understand, Mountain Master. Ling Xiao nodded. Celestial Demon Mountain was definitely not a good place to make Black Immortal Mountain Master so nervous. There's another troublesome thing. The test of trampling Celestial Demon Mountain is not a one-on-one battle, but a group of 5. Black Immortal Mountain Master added. What? Hearing this, Ling Xiao immediately frowned. He hadn't been in the 8 Immortals Mountain for long, so he didn't know many friends. If he participated in the test alone, he might have a chance to succeed. But if he formed a group, it might not be so. And what's more troublesome is that to pass the first test, all 5 people in the group must reach Celestial Demon Peak alive. If one person dies, it's considered a failure. The Mountain Lord of the Black Immortal Mountain threw another bomb that made Ling Xiao unhappy. He was simply deliberately making things difficult for a newcomer like him. Who could he form a team with? Hu Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Cheng Feiying. But even so, he was still short of one person. Could he ask Zhu Tong to make up the numbers? That was impossible. Zhu Tong was already at odds with him, so how could he possibly wholeheartedly help him? Who knows, they might even deliberately seek death and ruin his assessment. It's a little troublesome. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. How do we determine the victor? Whoever reaches Celestial Devil Peak first will win? Ling Xiao asked. There was no point in fretting over the matter of forming a team. It was better to figure out what they didn't know first. No, according to the rules, as long as you can reach the Heavenly Devil Peak within 3 days, it's fine. The key to victory is the soul-locking token. The Black Immortal Mountain Lord shook his head and said, "What is the soul-locking token?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. The soul-locking tablet is a special magic treasure of the 8 Immortals Mountain. As long as you drip a drop of blood on it and then wear it, it can display the disciple's physical condition. Every one of the 100 disciples participating in the assessment will have one. What you need to do is to try your best to snatch the other people's soul-locking tokens. In the end, the 4 groups with the most soul-locking tokens, which means 20 people, will enter the second stage of the assessment. At this point, the Black Immortal Mountain Lord specially reminded Ling Xiao, don't kill people rashly because the soul-locking token will record everything. It will be very troublesome. Of course, there are exceptions under special circumstances. After all, you have too many enemies. If others want to kill you, you won't be willing to surrender. I can still understand this. What if I encounter danger and want to ask for help? Ling Xiao asked again. It's very simple. Your soul-locking token has the function of releasing a distress signal once. If you confirm that you can't continue the assessment, release the signal. At that time, the experts in the sect will naturally go to rescue you. Unless an unforeseen accident occurs, you shouldn't die. Do you have any other questions? The Black Immortal Mountain Lord asked again. Ling Xiao thought for a while. He already had a basic understanding of the assessment of trampling the Heavenly Devil Mountain. In short, the first stage was about the martial artist's social relations and teamwork. Although individual ability was very important, it was definitely not the most important. Because as long as one person in the group was eliminated, the whole group would be eliminated. Not only did they have to ensure that the members of the group were intact, but they also had to obtain as many soul-locking tokens as possible under this condition. To think that the people of 8 Immortal Mountain could come up with this kind of assessment. It was really difficult. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was not always a loner. He also had friends and had once led an army to battle. Teamwork was not a problem for him. In particular, he knew formations, which were crucial to increasing the combat strength of the group. This first stage seemed difficult for him, but in fact, it was the exact opposite. It was as if it was tailor-made for him. I don't have any other questions, but it's probably a little difficult to form a group. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. I've considered this for you. Cheng Feiying, Lin Yang, your eldest senior brother Bei Renfeng, and you, a total of 4 people. You just need to find one more person. Ju Tong has already joined another group, so he can't be in the same group as you. However, what's interesting is that the Qinghuan flower of Green Immortal Mountain has become a loner. Perhaps she can join your group. When the Black Immortal Mountain Lord mentioned this Qinghuan flower, he seemed to be frowning. Lord, if you have something to say, just say it. Ling Xiao said. Since he wanted to ensure that he could pass this assessment smoothly, he had to understand all the members of his group. Bei Renfeng was straightforward and a martial arts fanatic. Cheng Feiying was his friend, and her strength was quite good. Moreover, he seemed to have some unresolvable feelings for her. He hoped that it was just his imagination. Lin Yang was his good brother. Although his strength was not as good, his loyalty was the highest. He really did not understand what this Qinghuan flower was like. This Qinghuan flower's aptitude is only second to Desert Cloud and Akira, and her strength is close to those two. However, you also know that geniuses are more arrogant, and this Qinghuan flower is even more so. In Green Immortal Mountain, she is almost a loner and has no friends. Her most common saying is, teammates are burdens. She doesn't need them at all. The Black Immortal Mountain Lord smiled bitterly. It sounds like she has been tricked by her teammates before. That's why she has such a psychological shadow. She probably despises the few of us. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Maybe she just despises you. The Black Immortal Mountain Lord smiled bitterly and said, Lin Yang's current cultivation is higher than yours. He has reached the late stage of the second level of hell. Although you are a first transition martial artist, you are only at the peak of the first level of hell. I'll say something that might upset you, but other than your friends, no one else is willing to team up with you. These words did sound quite cruel. However, Ling Xiao smiled. The contempt of others was his motivation. He wanted to let everyone know that only those who followed him, Ling Xiao, had a chance of success. And those who looked down on him would definitely be slapped in the face. Ling Xiao actually liked to see those who looked down on him dumbfounded and helpless. Chapter 2333. The second stage is simpler and more direct. After the final 20 people are decided, the original team will be split into 4 groups. These 4 groups will be decided by drawing lots. One person will be chosen from each group. In the end, these 5 people will challenge each other in a cycle. The top 3 will join the Dark Tribe of 8 Immortal Mountain according to the results of the challenge. The Black Immortal Mountain Master explained, but Heavenly Devil Peak is not an ordinary place. There is a fragment space there that is very strange. The location of the final battle can be any kind of harsh environment. Adaptability and strength are both important. So, Ling Xiao, you don't have no chance at all. As long as you make good use of the environment, you can still advance. It was obvious that the Black Immortal Mountain Master was comforting Ling Xiao. As the Mountain Master, he couldn't possibly discourage his own disciple. However, his comforting tone was a little too obvious. Everyone present heard it clearly. If he can advance, roosters will be laying eggs. Ju Tong finally couldn't help but say this. Although it was a little unpleasant, it was the true portrayal in many people's hearts. No one thought that Ling Xiao could advance to 8 Immortal Mountain in the end. Even those who truly supported Ling Xiao felt that it was impossible. After all, although Ling Xiao's aptitude was outstanding, his strength was too weak. No matter how smart he was, in the end, the assessment still depended on strength. Of course, Ling Xiao had to admit that if it was before his breakthrough, perhaps this idea was right. At that time, even he felt that it was impossible for him to advance. But now, everything was different. His cultivation had continuously increased to the late stage of the first transformation second level of Hell. He had also cultivated the advanced lightning battle body and the advanced lava battle body, and grasped the advanced jade grade secret technique. His strength was much, much stronger than before. It was simply incomparable. Just wait to be dumbfounded. I, Ling Xiao, will shock all of you. Secretly smiling, Ling Xiao's mood suddenly relaxed. Once he became stronger, the pressure would not be so great. Seeing Ling Xiao so confident and relaxed, the Black Immortal Mountain Master couldn't help but be stunned. He had taught many disciples, but Ling Xiao was the only one he couldn't see through. Perhaps this person really had some secrets that no one knew about. If that was the case, it would be a huge surprise. His heart was suddenly filled with anticipation. Perhaps the advancement test this time would be extremely exciting. Lin Ruoxian also seemed to have the same misconception and expectation. Hai Renfeng patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and laughed. Don't worry, junior brother. Your senior brother has already taken the test a few times, but I still haven't passed. This is your first time participating in the advancement test. Even if you don't pass, you can come back next year. With your talent, you will definitely be stronger than Desert Cloud and Akira by next year. His long-winded words were actually sincere. Ling Xiao smiled secretly. He was considered lucky. Other than Qing Luanhua, the rest of his teammates were trustworthy. This time, not only did he want to advance, but he also wanted the other 4 to successfully enter the second stage. At the second stage, he couldn't help even if he wanted to. Alright, there's nothing more to say about this test. Tomorrow morning, the 3 of you will follow me to Scarlet Immortal Mountain. All the participating disciples will gather there and be divided into groups. The Black Immortal Mountain Master left after he finished speaking. He didn't want to delay Ling Xiao and the others. Scarlet Immortal Mountain was the strongest mountain in the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. Therefore, every time the disciples of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain gathered, they would start there. This had never changed, even if Ling Xiao appeared in Black Immortal Mountain. It also couldn't change the strength of Desert Cloud and Akira. Unless Ling Xiao suppressed the 2 of them in this 8 Immortal Mountain test, perhaps Black Immortal Mountain would still have a chance to raise its head. After the Black Immortal Mountain Master left, Lin Ruoxian also left. These few days, she helped Ling Xiao protect him and didn't have a good rest. This time, she had to go back and have a good rest. Hai Renfeng, Ju Tong, and Feng Ayu left one after another. When Ling Xiao returned to his room, he did not cultivate. Instead, he slept soundly. He wanted to be in his best condition. 4 Yin-Yang realm martial artists, Sleep was something they could do without. However, Ling Xiao still liked to sleep for a while because he found that his body's functions recovered dozens of times faster than when he woke up. The next morning, the Black Immortal Mountain Master came to find Ling Xiao as promised. He also brought Hai Renfeng and Ju Tong to Scarlet Immortal Mountain. The distance from Black Immortal Mountain to Scarlet Immortal Mountain was not short. However, for a Yin-Yang realm martial artist, it didn't take long. After about 30 minutes, the four of them arrived at the foot of Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Please inform the Black Immortal Mountain Master that he has brought his disciples Ling Xiao, Hai Renfeng, and Ju Tong to Scarlet Immortal Mountain to participate in the 8 Immortal Mountain test. Even when facing the martial artists guarding Scarlet Immortal Mountain, the Black Immortal Mountain Master was very polite. To be honest, he was the Mountain Master, an elder in the entire 8 Immortal Mountain. These martial artists guarding the gate were only at the middle stage of the second layer of hell. As long as he wanted to, he could easily kill these people. However, he didn't do so. Therefore, there was a saying in 8 Immortal Mountain, Black Immortal Mountain Master Yi Wuxing is a coward, a coward. Was Yi Wuxing his codename or his name? No one outside knew. It was just that everyone called him that. This name was also considered the name of the most useless elder in the entire 8 Immortal Mountain. Many disciples who hadn't even reached the Yin-Yang realm dared to mock and ridicule him behind his back. Dark Knight Formless had never said or done anything. He was like a deaf person who couldn't hear or see these things. The attitude of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain disciples proved this. One of the disciples was at the early stage of the second layer of hell. The Mountain Master of Black Immortal Mountain could easily crush him like an ant. However, this person looked at Yi Wuxing arrogantly and said, "Black Immortal Mountain Master, I'm sorry. The gathering place has changed. We have to go directly to the Heavenly Demon Mountain's Heavenly Demon Outpost." His attitude was very cold and arrogant, as if he was superior to the Mountain Master of Black Immortal Mountain. "I see. Then let's go." The Mountain Master of Black Immortal Mountain frowned, but he didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he called out to Ling Xiao, Hu Renfeng, and Ju Tong and prepared to leave. "Mountain Master, I want to go to the outhouse. I'll catch up with you later," Ju Tong suddenly said, feeling very uncomfortable. "Go." The Mountain Master of Black Immortal Mountain still didn't ask any more questions. After Ju Tong left, Ling Xiao couldn't hold it in anymore. "Mountain Master, you know that those disciples guarding the gate are talking nonsense, and you know that Ju Tong going to the outhouse is just an excuse. He should be going to Scarlet Immortal Mountain, right? But why didn't you say it?" he questioned a little unhappily. Chapter 2334. So what if they know? It's obvious that Kai Lian deliberately ordered them to say that. "Do you want me to kill those people? And then kill my way to Scarlet Deity Mountain? I've already made such a mistake. Sigh, forget it. I'd better not talk about it. Let's go. Anyway, I know the way to Demonic Mountain. It's not far. They're just going to take the immortal boat of 8 Immortals Mountain. It's just more comfortable and faster. In the end, we still have to go to the demonic outpost." The Mountain Master of Black Immortal Mountain seemed to have some unspeakable difficulties. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, but he didn't force him. Instead, he suddenly smiled and said, "Mountain Master, my personality is different from yours. I, Ling Xiao, don't like to be taken advantage of. If those bastards dare to lie to us, I'll beat them up." After saying that, without waiting for the Mountain Master's reaction, Ling Xiao had already walked toward the 4 disciples guarding the gate of Scarlet Deity Mountain. "Kid, you'd better not cause trouble. Otherwise, whether you're a disciple of Black Immortal Mountain or not, I'll cripple you first." Seeing Ling Xiao walk over, the first disciple said disdainfully. The second disciple sneered and said, "To tell you the truth, the immortal boat is on Scarlet Deity Mountain right now. Everyone else can enter, but you people from Black Immortal Mountain can't." Of course, Ju Tong is an exception. The third disciple scolded, "Why are you telling him the truth? This kid is born in the year of the dog. He'll bite." The fourth disciple laughed out loud. "Don't worry, their Mountain Master is a tortoise. This disciple of his must be a tortoise too. He definitely won't dare to do anything. Besides, what can he do? He's just a martial artist from the first level of hell. The four of them echoed each other like a group crosstalk. They didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. Even the mountain master of Black Immortal Mountain, who was nearby, scolded them directly. Moreover, these people spoke the truth casually. It was obvious that they didn't take Black Immortal Mountain seriously. They didn't just look down on Ling Xiao. They didn't even take the mountain master of Black Immortal Mountain seriously. In the eyes of this bunch of bastards, there was probably only that old witch Kai Lian in their eyes. Ling Xiao knew that the old witch, Kai Lian, was scheming against him, but he didn't expect that she would even dare to make a fuss about something as big as going to the 8 Immortals Mountains examination. Good. That was King great. Chilean, go ahead and do it. Let's continue. This time, if Akira can pass the test, you can slap my face. I've already given you face. Did that old witch Kai Lian ask you to do this? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Impudent. You actually dare to disrespect your elders and offend your superiors by scolding the Scarlet Lotus Mountain Master? Brat, you must be tired of living. I was just worried that I wouldn't have a reason to teach this brat a lesson. Perfect. After saying that, 2 of the 4 guards rushed towards Ling Xiao at the same time. He attacked without saying a word. Moreover, they were facing Ling Xiao, who was going to participate in the assessment of the 8 Immortals Mountain. If they were just guards, they naturally wouldn't dare to act like this. They were doing this because they had the backing of Kai Lian. They felt that there wouldn't be any problem if they crippled Ling Xiao just like that. Ling Xiao was waiting for them to attack. If they didn't attack, he really didn't have a legitimate reason to fight back. 2 useless dogs, how dare you attack me, Ling Xiao? I'll smash your mouths. Ling Xiao roared. Not only did he not retreat, but he also charged forward in the face of the enemy's attack. He wasn't afraid of the 2 guards at all. When the Black Immortal Mountain Master saw this scene, he was about to attack, but he suddenly stopped. He even stopped Kai Renfeng, who was rushing out. His eyes flickered with a strange light. With his cultivation, he could naturally see if Ling Xiao would be at a disadvantage in the battle. Should he save him? Boom. Smack. With 1 punch and 1 kick, Ling Xiao was actually able to cleanly knock down the 2 guards who had rushed out. However, the 2 guards obviously didn't learn their lesson. Not only did they not learn their lesson, but they also shouted, "Brothers, let's attack together." The Mountain Master said that if we cripple this guy, we will all be rewarded. Originally, there were 2 people attacking Ling Xiao. Now, there were 4 of them. 2 of them were at the advanced stage of the 2nd level of hell. The other 2 were at the intermediate stage and the beginning stage of the 2nd level of hell. With the 4 of them working together, even Kai Renfeng would have a headache. Ling Xiao, whose cultivation level was lower than his, should have been beaten up. However, it was completely different from what Kai Renfeng imagined. Ling Xiao didn't even do much and didn't use any martial arts techniques. He just took a few steps forward like a shooting star. Then, the 4 guards flew out again. Everyone's mouths were filled with blood. Everyone's face was swollen like they were stung by a bee. Their heads were round like balls. 20 slaps for each of them in an instant. This brat seems to be hiding something. An excited smile appeared on the Black Immortal Mountain Master's face. How many years had it been? He had rarely been so excited. That's impossible, Mountain Master. 20 slaps per person? How fast would that be? Hu Renfeng was dumbfounded when he heard this. Renfeng, listen up. During the test, follow Ling Xiao's lead. Do whatever he asks you to do. Don't doubt him. Trust him. At least you won't have any problems in the first round. As for the second round, you can only leave it to fate. The Black Immortal Mountain Master suddenly said. Although I don't know what you mean, I understand. Kai Renfeng was such a person. To put it bluntly, he was brainless. To put it nicely, he was honest. If he believed someone, he would always believe it. He would never doubt it. Even if the Mountain Master asked him to die, he wouldn't refuse. However, this kind of person was a fool. He was often able to make true friends. The Black Immortal Mountain Master was his teacher and friend. Ling Xiao also treated him as a friend. This was his unique charm. F***ck, it's different from what we agreed on. How is this Ling Xiao easy to deal with? Bastard, I've been tricked. I still have to go on a date with my junior sister tomorrow. My face is almost like a pig's head. I regret it so much. That's nothing. I'm just a pretty boy, and I just happened to hook up with a rich woman. Now, the meal that was right in front of my mouth is gone just like that. With this face of mine, she probably thinks that she's met a ghost. F***ck, isn't this a scam? No one told us that Ling Xiao's skills are so good. That terrifying palm wind. I didn't even see it, let alone catch it. It was all a blur. The thing that the four of them regretted the most now was provoking the demon Ling Xiao. Not only did they not get the upper hand, but they were also beaten up. As the saying goes, don't hit people in the face. However, this kid just had to hit them in the face. It turned their pretty faces into a mess. It would probably take a long time for them to recover. The four of you. Spare us. Spare us, Lord. It's us four trash who failed to recognize Mount Tai. We were the foxes who bullied others with the might of the Scarlet Lotus Mountain, but there was nothing we could do. That's what the Scarlet Lotus Mountain Master ordered us to do. Chapter 23:35. It's good that you know how to bully others with your power. I specialize in killing dogs. Don't let me encounter something similar in the future. Otherwise, the four of you can forget about living. Ling Xiao said coldly. At this moment, the Black Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master walked over and said calmly, Ling Xiao is indeed a little impulsive to hit someone, but don't you think it's too much to ignore me? Go back and tell your Mountain Master Kai Lian that I, Dark Knight Formless, am not dead yet. Hearing the Black Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master's words, Ling Xiao was really touched. Because he understood that the Black Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master was taking the responsibility. This way, Kai Lian would shift her attention to him and not Ling Xiao. After all, he was stronger than Ling Xiao and had more power in the Eight Immortal Mountain. After saying that, he walked away without looking back. Ling Xiao and Kai Renfeng followed behind. Ling Xiao, you're hiding something, right? After walking for a while, the Black Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master suddenly asked. That's right. Ling Xiao nodded. To those who supported and loved him, Ling Xiao felt that he could reveal some secrets. That's good. I'm looking forward to it. Although the four of them are not qualified to participate in the Eight Immortal Mountains test, that's because they're too old. The fact that you can defeat them is enough to show that you're strong. This time, you'll have to shoulder the responsibility of the team leader. Whether it's your eldest senior brother, Lin Yang, or Cheng Feiying, you have to take good care of them. As for that Qingwan flower, just don't let her be eliminated. However, she shouldn't be eliminated so easily. This was the first time the Black Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master felt that Ling Xiao had become the backbone of the Black Fairy Mountain. Although Ling Xiao's performance was outstanding, he always felt that he had the temperament of a child. He was not very stable and his strength was really not good. But now, perhaps it was time for Ling Xiao to gain some benefits. In the future, if you really become a disciple of the Eight Immortal Mountain and step into the Dark Tribe, then come find me. I forgot to tell you, I'm also a Dark Tribe member. Dark Knight Formless suddenly said. This disciple will bear that in mind. Every master of the lower Eight Immortals Mountain was an elder-level figure. Naturally, they also belonged to the 8 clans of the upper 8 Immortals. Alright, let's set off immediately. Although my flying bat is slightly slower than that immortal boat, it should be able to make it in time. As they spoke, the three of them saw a huge ship flying over their heads. Although it was called an immortal boat, it was more like a giant flywheel ship. On the giant ship, there were many places to rest. Naturally, it was much better than the flying bats. However, Ling Xiao was not envious. Riding on the flying bat was also a form of cultivation. However, Ling Xiao felt a deep sense of disgust towards Kai Lian for targeting the Black Immortal Mountain. In the past, because he had killed Kai Yang and stole the Thunder Elemental Jade from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao did not want to bully this old woman anymore. But who knew that he wouldn't bully others? Yet others insisted on chasing after him to deal with him. First, it was Akira, and now it was this boring trick. Ling Xiao was a very vengeful person. He would not let the other party have an easy time after playing with him like this. Mountain Master, you won't object if I deal with Kai Lian, right? On the flying bat, Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Deal with her? How? The Mountain Master of the Black Immortal Mountain was stunned for a moment before asking. Then you don't have to worry about it. In short, I will definitely make Kai Lian bow her head obediently when she sees us in the future. She might even kneel down and kowtow, Ling Xiao said with a smile. It seemed like a good idea to have an elder-level maid. You'd better be careful. Although I know that nothing I say can change your mind, I used to be as carefree and as proud and confident as you. But after that incident, sigh, it's really sad to talk about the past. It's better not to talk about it. This was the second time Knight Formless suddenly paused on the same topic. Obviously, it was a scar that he did not want to open. That scar was too painful for him, so much so that he did not want to touch it at all. Since he did not want to talk about it, Ling Xiao naturally did not ask. Hai Renfeng just sat there and looked at Ling Xiao curiously. He was not stupid, he was just straightforward. The Mountain Master asked him to follow Ling Xiao and listen to Ling Xiao's arrangements, so he began to observe Ling Xiao. In the face of the upcoming assessment and even talking about Kai Lian, Hai Renfeng was extremely nervous. He did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. But Ling Xiao always seemed to have a card up his sleeve. He did not feel nervous at all. He did not have the slightest bit of respect for Kai Lian. Junior brother Ling, how many secrets do you have? But forget it, I'm not used to thinking anyway. Since the Mountain Master asked me to follow you, I'll follow you. Hai Renfeng looked at the constantly changing scenery in front of him and simply gave up on thinking, which he was not good at. After all, he had a headache when he thought. The fairy boat had long disappeared. It was obvious how fast it was. However, the flying bat also arrived in the vicinity of Demonic Mountain about 3 hours later. That's Demonic Mountain? Ling Xiao looked at the mountain peak in the distance in shock. This mountain peak was extremely strange. It had a main peak, and it was surrounded by 13 peaks that were slightly shorter than the main peak. The entire mountain looked very strange. The main peak was covered in snow all year round and was abnormally cold. However, the 13 peaks each had their own characteristics. Some had thunder and lightning, some had dark winds and rain, and some had blazing suns. In short, none of the 13 peaks were the same. Do you know that if you want to reach the main peak, you have to pass through the 13 peaks? There's only one path to the peak. When the time comes, you have to be careful. The harsh conditions here are simply terrifying. Don't take it lightly. When they were about to arrive, the Mountain Master of Black Deity Mountain specially reminded him. Understood. Ling Xiao nodded. He would never reject the sincere kindness of others. Also, at any time, saving your life is important. If you really can't, just ask for help. Don't feel embarrassed. Renfeng, you're the same. You only have a chance when you're alive. Once you die, you'll have nothing. The Mountain Master of Black Deity Mountain added. Ling Xiao nodded. That was natural, but he would try his best to avoid such a situation. Because once he asked for help, it was equivalent to being eliminated. That was really not what he wanted. It was still early, but Demonic Mountain was gloomy as if it was night. The sunlight was blocked by a thick layer of fog. One could only vaguely see a lonely outpost under the haze. The outpost was not large, but it could accommodate hundreds of people. In the past, the outpost was very quiet. Only the martial artists guarding here would feel the desolation of being alone. But today, it was unusually lively. The lights were brighter than usual, and he could even hear the laughter and the sound of cooking and cutting inside. It seemed that for the people at the outpost, being able to take the annual assessment of 8 Immortals Mountain was as grand as a festival. Let's go. Chapter 2336. Dark Knight Formless controlled the flying bat to land. At this moment, They were still a few hundred meters away from the sentry post. That was because the sentry post's attack range was within 300 meters. Everything in the sky would attack. Stop! When the mountain master of Black Immortal Mountain led Ling Xiao and Tian Renfeng to the sentry post, someone on the archer tower stuck his head out and shouted. He held a sharp bow in his hand and wore blood-red armor. His strength was quite impressive. His cultivation was already at the peak of the second layer of hell. The key was his terrifying killing intent. It was obvious that it was accumulated through years of killing. Who are you? Quickly report your names. This is the sentry post of 8 Immortal Mountain. Outsiders are not allowed to come close. As the cold voice sounded, the sharp arrow was already aimed at Ling Xiao, Dark Knight Formless, and Tian Renfeng. Please wait. I'm Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master, Dark Knight Formless. I've brought my disciples Ling Xiao and Tian Renfeng to participate in the entrance examination of 8 Immortal Mountain. Dark Knight Formless was still very polite to everyone. He spoke politely and definitely wouldn't offend anyone. His voice wasn't loud, but it was very clear. As long as the other party wasn't deaf, it was impossible for them not to hear him. Of course, perhaps his attitude was too good, so it didn't have any deterrence. If it were any other mountain master, they would probably have scolded him sternly. Page, where did this thief come from? Do you think we're easy to fool? Half an hour ago, the immortal boat had already arrived at the sentry post. All the participating disciples of 8 Immortal Mountain were resting inside. Even if you want to lie, find a better reason. Get lost. Otherwise, I'll attack. The archer on the sentry post snorted coldly. Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master token is here. It can prove my identity. Dark Knight Formless still didn't get angry. Instead, he took out his own token. Perhaps he felt that the other party was responsible, so it wasn't wrong to do so. However, he was being polite. But the other party's arrogance was even stronger. Mountain Master Kai Lian has already said that everyone from 8 Immortal Mountain has arrived. If anyone else comes, they're thieves. Do you want to die? The archer suddenly released the bowstring in his hand, and a sharp arrow pierced through the air. The arrow was wrapped in a terrifying yin-yang yuan force and it whistled in the air. Although this arrow could not hurt Dark Knight Formless, to be treated in such a manner, any other mountain lord would be furious. However, Dark Knight Formless merely waved his hand lightly and swatted the arrow away. The arrow quietly disappeared into the void. Kai Lian is the mountain lord, and so am I. Wouldn't it be a bit too much for you to act rashly without looking at the token? Even a clay figurine would get angry. Faced with such treatment, it was impossible for Dark Knight Formless to not be angry. Ling Xiao could feel that this person was trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. Bullshit. Kill him. Someone shouted angrily, and dozens of arrows flew over, not giving Dark Knight Formless a chance to explain. At this moment, inside the outpost, a pair of eyes were observing the situation, and the corners of his mouth curled up in a sneer of schadenfreude. This person was naturally Kai Lian. Ling Xiao had offended her Scarlet Immortal Mountain. She wanted to make the entire Black Immortal Mountain unable to raise their heads. You offended your superiors and attacked the Mountain Lord. You deserve death. Kill. Ling Xiao did not have a good temper like Dark Knight Formless. If it was said that it was the other party's fault for not allowing them to enter at the start, then at this moment, it was clear that the other party was being unreasonable. Dark Knight Formless had already taken out the token for them to check. Not only did they not check, but they also attacked. They were so unreasonable. Ling Xiao could not hold it in. With a roar, he suddenly rushed out from behind Dark Knight Formless like a ghost. In the perpetually grey environment, his speed was so fast that it was strange. A series of terrifying cold lights flickered in the night. Then, more than 10 corpses were thrown down the city walls and arrow towers. Ling Xiao did not show mercy. Not only was he ruthless, but he was also decisive. Because he knew very well that if he showed any mercy, he would immediately be surrounded. These people were not to be trifled with. Although their cultivation levels were not necessarily high, they had been fighting on Demonic Mountain all year round, so their combat strength was not weak. Ling Xiao dared to attack because he had something to rely on. He knew that Dark Knight Formless was very strong. He also knew that his actions were in accordance with the rules of 8 Immortals Mountain. Dark Knight Formless was an elder. These people dared to shoot him, which was a capital offense. Whether it was someone secretly spying on him to frame him or use the rules of 8 Immortals Mountain to punish him, it was impossible. He could feel the bottom line in Dark Knight Formless' heart. This person looked very cowardly, very tolerant. But even the most honest person had his own bottom line. When others crossed this bottom line, the honest person would also turn into a terrifying beast. Sigh. Seeing Ling Xiao's clean and efficient killing method, Dark Knight Formless did not know whether to laugh or cry. From this attack, it could be seen that Ling Xiao had hidden a lot of his strength. However, although it was satisfying to kill people, it was somewhat troublesome. Impudent. How dare you kill people from demonic outposts? Just as Ling Xiao killed more than 10 martial artists from demonic outpost, a sword light pierced through the air. The sword light was ruthless, and it was obvious that it did not want to give Ling Xiao a chance to live. However, Ling Xiao had long been on guard against someone attacking him. Although this sword light was very terrifying, and he could not block it at all. But dodging was not a problem. His figure flashed, and he directly appeared behind Dark Knight Formless. When the sword light arrived in front of Dark Knight Formless, it did not stop, as if it wanted to kill Dark Knight Formless as well. But the moment the sword light touched Dark Knight Formless, it disappeared. Just like the arrow that disappeared earlier. What? In the void, a cry of surprise sounded. Only then did Ling Xiao see the appearance of the person who came clearly. It was none other than Sand Eagle. This Sand Eagle should be a disciple of 8 Immortals Mountain who was responsible for the safety of the assessment members. There were probably others who came with him. Dark Knight Formless, are you trying to rebel? You actually connive at your disciple to commit murder. Sand Eagle actually called the Mountain Master of Black Immortal Mountain by his name. It was enough to see how arrogant he was. However, Dark Knight Formless did not care about this. He only said indifferently, if I kill them, what's the point of them killing me? Sand Eagle was speechless. Only now did he remember that Dark Knight Formless' status was much higher than those people who died, much higher than him. Let's go. Dark Knight Formless did not say anything else. While Sand Eagle was in a daze, he led Ling Xiao and Hu Renfeng into the demonic outpost. In the demonic outpost, there was the largest building. It was originally used to hold military meetings, but now it had become a temporary gathering place for the participants of the assessment. There was delicious wine and food on the table. The participants of 8 Immortals Mountain and the Mountain Master who led the disciples were all there to enjoy the delicious food. Just as the atmosphere was lively, the door was pushed open. 3 people walked in from outside. Chapter 23:37. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the room, he felt everyone's eyes on them. Hu Renfeng was actually a little shy and hid behind Ling Xiao. On the other hand, Ling Xiao looked at the crowd indifferently. He observed these people. There were acquaintances and strangers. The acquaintances were naturally the mountain lords of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain, as well as Cheng Feiying, Desert Cloud, and Akira, whom he had met before. Naturally, there were more strangers. Ling Xiao had never seen most of the participants before coming here. These people were the true elites of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. That time in the ghost prison trial was nothing. Ling Xiao. Boss. Seeing Ling Xiao, Cheng Feiying and Lin Yang excitedly walked over, obviously to prevent Ling Xiao from feeling awkward. However, they were worried too much. Ling Xiao had experienced such a scene more than once. Ling Xiao had also experienced scenes grander than this, but it was nothing. After Ling Xiao greeted Cheng Feiying and Lin Yang, he looked at the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Over there, Kai Lian was looking at him with a smile, as if his evil plan had succeeded. Kai Ling and Shodiyun were also gloating. It was as if they were saying, "You're done for, kid. Your Black Deity Mountain is done for." Ling Xiao ignored them. Instead, he looked towards the seats of the Black Immortal Mountain. At this time, Ju Tong was sitting there alone. This guy was not polite at all, sitting directly on the seat that only the mountain lords were qualified to sit on, and bragging to the female disciples beside him. When Ling Xiao saw this bastard, he couldn't help but feel angry. He really didn't know why Dark Knight Formless still wanted this kind of traitor. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao walked over. "Get lost." His voice was filled with murderous intent. "Ju Tong, don't be afraid. He won't dare to do anything to you. I'll stand up for you here." Seeing that Ju Tong had been intimidated by Ling Xiao, he stood up and was about to leave. At this moment, Desert Cloud suddenly said something. Ju Tong sat back down. With the Desert Cloud, what was there to be afraid of? It was not like he was facing Ling Xiao alone. Desert Cloud looked at Ling Xiao arrogantly and said, "I don't believe that with me here, you dare to touch him. Idiot, you think too highly of yourself." Finished talking, Ling Xiao suddenly made a move, slapping Ju Tong on the face, directly sending Ju Tong flying out. Not only was this slap ruthless, it was also skillful, sending Ju Tong directly into the crowd of Scarlet Immortal Mountain. "You traitorous dog. Since you like the Scarlet Immortal Mountain so much, don't ever return to the Black Immortal Mountain again." Then, he looked at the stunned Desert Cloud and said, "Desert Cloud, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have hit him. It's all your fault. Don't think too highly of yourself. In my eyes, you're really nothing." Desert Cloud's face turned red from all the choking, but he couldn't say anything for a long time. Instead, Kai Lian sneered and said, "Ling Xiao, do you know your crime?" "What crime have I committed?" Ling Xiao looked at Kai Lian and asked in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "You're at the 8 Immortal Mountain, and you beat up my guarding disciple. That's one of the reasons. Just now, outside, you killed more than 10 warriors of the Tianmo outpost. That's the second reason, and it's a capital offense. Now, you're offending your superiors and beating up your own senior brother. That's the third reason. Your death is not to be regretted." Kai Lian said with a cold smile. "Ha ha ha, Mountain Lord Kai Lian, I thought that as a Mountain Lord, you would at least have some sense of shame. But I didn't expect that not only do you have no sense of shame, you don't even care about your face. Do you think that just because you're the Mountain Lord of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, you can do whatever you want and look down on others? The 8 Immortal Mountain doesn't belong to your Kai family, and it doesn't belong to you, Kai Lian. You're not worthy." Ling Xiao suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, saying something shocking. At this moment, the scene was as silent as a dead land. There was no sound at all. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in shock. Even the Mountain Lords were included. They were all experts, but they never thought that Ling Xiao would dare to curse Kai Lian in front of so many people. After a moment, the shocked expressions on some people's faces turned into meaningful smiles. For some, it turned into anger. The most furious ones were naturally the disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. In their hearts, Kai Lian was a supreme expert. They usually respected him and did not even dare to talk about him behind his back. They did not expect that Ling Xiao would dare to insult their Mountain Lord today. If Ling Xiao didn't die, how could the Scarlet Immortal Mountain establish itself in the 8 Immortal Mountain in the future? Hu Renfeng, Cheng Feiying, and Lin Yang were completely dumbfounded. They never dreamed that Ling Xiao would be so bold. It was fine if he went against the disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, but today, he even dared to go against Kai Lian? Wasn't this a little too valiant? What should they do? They all looked at the Mountain Lord of the Black Immortal Mountain. At this time, only this person could save Ling Xiao's life. Yi Knight Formless sighed helplessly and looked at Ling Xiao indifferently, as if he was looking at his past self. Should he let this kid suffer a little and remember this lesson? Or should he protect him? Yi Knight Formless was a little conflicted. As for Ling Xiao, he just looked at Kai Lian without the slightest hint of fear. Although Kai Lian's cultivation was much stronger than his, it was not a problem. If Yi Knight Formless was willing to help, he would naturally not die. If Yi Knight Formless was not willing to help, then Ling Xiao also had a way to deal with Kai Lian. Without this bit of confidence, he would not have acted like this. Otherwise, if he was not careful, he would lose his life. At this time, many people were looking at Kai Lian, waiting to see what he would do. However, at this time, several disciples jumped out from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. They were all warriors of the second level of hell. There was also one who was at the peak of the second level of hell. They wanted to win back face for their mountain lord. Kid, you're only at the peak of the first level of hell. Letting you participate in the 8 Immortal Mountains assessment is already giving you enough face. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful and not repent after committing such a big mistake. You even insulted our mountain lord in front of everyone. You deserve to die. The one who spoke was the peak of the first level of hell. He was probably only slightly weaker than Akira in the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. He was considered very strong. However, after speaking, he did not make a move. Instead, it was the people behind him who pounced on Ling Xiao. Kai Lian just watched indifferently as his disciples attacked Ling Xiao. Many others were also happy to watch the show. However, the Orange Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord stood up with a smile. A faint aura spread out and actually blocked those people. Aya, Ling Xiao, this is your fault. Mountain Lord Kai Lian is a senior, an elder of the 8 Immortal Mountain. You must be respectful to her. Even if she said something wrong, you can't talk back, and you can't scold her. You're a junior, you must learn to swallow your anger. Chapter 2338. Old Cheng, Scram. Today's matter isn't something you can meddle in. Otherwise, I'll kill you too. Just as the Orange Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord finished speaking, Kai Lian suddenly threatened in a cold voice. Even the Orange Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord's expression darkened when he heard this. He was old enough to be Kai Lian's grandfather. Although he was not as strong as Kai Lian, how could he feel good after being insulted like this? Senior Cheng, you saw it too. Not only does Kai Lian look down on our mountain lord, he doesn't even take you seriously. Actually, you don't have to be angry. If you get angry with such a shameless person, you'll hurt your body. Others will be happy. At this point, Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Kai Lian and said, You said my 3 sins. Today, I'll tear off your ugly and shameless face in front of everyone. Kai Lian was aggressive. He would definitely not sit still and wait for death. There were some things that had to be said clearly. At this moment, outside the meeting hall, a few figures who were originally rushing over suddenly stopped. Because the leader had given an order. He seemed to be listening to the conversation in the meeting hall with interest. Kai Lian, you said I hit your mountain guard disciple, but you didn't ask why. The immortal boat had not left yet, but they lied to us, saying that the immortal boat had already left and refused to let us onto Scarlet Immortal Mountain. It's fine if it's me, but they actually insulted and criticized our mountain lord. Is it wrong for me to hit them? You said I killed the disciples of the Skyfiend outpost, yes, but that's what they deserved. As martial artists of the outpost, they did not know how to be loyal to their duties. Instead, they bullied the weak and feared the strong. They even offended their superiors and tried to kill our mountain lord. Is it wrong for me to kill them? You said I offended my superiors by hitting Ju Tong? What a joke. Ju Tong has long been expelled from Black Immortal Mountain by our mountain lord. He's no longer a disciple of Black Immortal Mountain. Shouldn't I beat up such a traitor who is occupying the seats of our Black Immortal Mountain? You're talking nonsense. When was I expelled from Black Immortal Mountain? Half of Ju Tong's face was swollen, but he could not help but shout. When I left the 8 Immortals Mountain. Dark Knight Formless suddenly spoke up, that was my final test for you, but it's a pity that you're still so stubborn. Since that's the case, you, Ju Tong, are no longer a disciple of the Black Immortal Mountain. Ah! Ju Tong was completely dumbfounded. In the past, no matter how mischievous he was, Dark Knight Formless would always be able to endure and forgive him. But why this time? Why not? He was actually expelled from the Black Immortal Mountain? Ling Xiao. It must be that guy Ling Xiao. He was the one who stirred up trouble in front of Dark Knight Formless. Ju Tong hated Ling Xiao to death. But when he touched the side of his face that was in so much pain, he didn't dare to say anything. Ling Xiao dared to beat him up in front of Desert Cloud. He was really afraid that the lunatic would kill him regardless of the consequences. That would be too unlucky. After casting a disdainful glance at Ju Tong, Ling Xiao turned to Kai Lian and said, Kai Lian, tell me about my 3 sins. I'd like to tell you about your 3 sins. The first sin is that you instigated your subordinates to lie and become enemies with the Black Immortal Mountain, destroying the unity of the 8 Immortal Mountain. As the Mountain Lord, you are extremely narrow-minded. The second sin is that you bribed the warriors of the outpost to support them and make them deal with the Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord. You are simply heartless. The third sin is that you falsely accused me in an attempt to sever my future. As a senior, an elder of the 8 Immortal Mountain, don't you feel ashamed for treating a mere disciple like me? To be honest, I'm truly ashamed to be associated with you. Why does the 8 Immortal Mountain have an elder like you? When these impassioned words were spoken, everyone was even more shocked. Some people were even angrier, so angry that their bodies trembled. Some people had faint smiles, finding it amusing. Some people were still gloating. It was unknown if they were targeting Ling Xiao or Kai Lian. Although Kai Lian was enjoying her current glory, there were still many people who secretly wished for her to be unlucky. If all the crimes that Ling Xiao said were true, then Kai Lian really couldn't afford to be punished. Of course, everyone knew that even if those crimes were true, the 8 Immortal Mountain wouldn't do anything to Kai Lian. At most, they would verbally reprimand her or even fine her salary. But even so, Kai Lian was embarrassed enough. What people like her cared about the most was their reputation. If she was punished by a mere disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain, Kai Lian would really go crazy with anger. What nonsense. With a disciple like you in the Black Immortal Mountain, it seems like it won't be long before it is completely destroyed. Kai Lian finally stood up. Just now, she had allowed her disciples to do it, but now, she felt that she had no choice but to do it herself. I'm just spouting nonsense. I have solid evidence for everything I say. Do you want me to show it all to you? Especially the evidence of you bribing the warriors of the outpost. I believe that many people will be very interested. After all, many people covet the position of elder of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao sneered. In the 8 Immortal Mountain, the number of elders was fixed, so only when other elders stepped down could the people behind them follow. Otherwise, even if one's cultivation was similar to an elder's, one could only be second. No need. You don't have evidence. It's all the same. Kai Lian's voice was gloomy and cold. For her, killing Ling Xiao was enough. There was no need to prove her innocence at all. Anyway, the sect wouldn't offend her for Ling Xiao. Kai Lian was a member of the Sand Race. When she was promoted to the 8 Immortal Mountain, she had already been taken in by the Sand Race. As long as the Sand Race didn't fall, Kai Lian wouldn't fall. One had to know that Shohai had caused so much trouble in the trial on the first floor of the ghost prison. Logically speaking, his death shouldn't be regretted. However, because of the Sand Race, not only did Shohai not die, but he also received some compensation. Of course, poor Shohai had taken a solid step on the road of death. In the end, he was killed by Ling Xiao. It could be considered as getting his wish. Although Kai Lian wasn't a member of the Sand Race, she was the wife of a member of the Sand Race. Her husband was a big shot in the Sand Race and a doyen of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Since Shohai was fine, it was even more impossible for her to be in trouble. Are you going to kill me? Are you angry from embarrassment? Ling Xiao looked at Kai Lian and asked with a sneer. Whatever you say. You're just a small disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Just because you contradicted me, you deserve to die. Nothing will happen to me if I kill you. Kai Lian's words were very straightforward and cruel. It was like this in the mystic world. If you had strength and status, you could make mistakes and even commit crimes. If you killed someone, you wouldn't have to bear any responsibility. Sigh, what a pity. I heard that this little guy is quite talented. Even if he can't advance to the 8 Immortal Mountain this year, he can still do it next year. Now, there's no chance. Yeah, he doesn't know how to endure everything. Instead, he's so reckless. If he doesn't die, he'll be letting down his character. Chapter 2339. You can't say that. He wants to endure, but the problem is that Kai Lian is so overbearing. She directly gave him the 3 sins. Is he going to accept it without saying anything? Won't he still die if he accepts it? Orange Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master disagreed. In the beginning, he also hoped that Ling Xiao could endure. After all, he was a junior. It was fine to endure. But with Kai Lian's crazy personality, there was no way he could endure it. Akira and Desert Cloud looked at Ling Xiao coldly. They thought that Ling Xiao's ability to court death had improved. It seemed that they didn't have to do anything. Ju Tong shouted hysterically, "Mountain Master Kai Lian, kill him. Kill that arrogant kid." If Miss Yang wasn't killed by him, he wouldn't have had the chance to participate in the 8 Immortal Mountains test. "You must avenge Miss Yang." These words were said at the right time. Kai Lian's gaze turned even colder when she thought of her dead daughter. Her expression became even more ferocious. At that moment, a terrifying aura swept over, wanting to devour Ling Xiao completely. Ling Xiao tried his best to resist, but he still felt terrified. It was as if the surrounding space was about to collapse, compressing his body continuously. So strong. Although this old witch has a bad temper and is very shameless, I have to admit that I can't fight with her with my current strength. I can only run. Ling Xiao had already prepared a way out for himself. However, whether he wanted to run or not depended on whether Knight Formless was willing to help. If he wanted the Black Fairy Mountain's Mountain Master to regain his former arrogance, he had to take some risks. At this time, it was very likely that he would be injured. Damn it. As long as I don't die and can summon back Knight Formless fighting spirit, it's worth it. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and quickly transformed into the iron-armored bull demon. Under this transformation, his defense was the strongest. His not running. What is he trying to do? Actually, everyone thought that Ling Xiao would use his movement technique to escape. Knight Formless thought so too. However, Ling Xiao refused to run away at all. He stood there and transformed into the armored bull demon, activating the intermediate lava combat body. In addition to the steel-armored ox demon transformation, there was an additional layer of powerful lava armor. Lunatic, does he really want to die? Crimson Viper isn't the desert sea. He can't really be planning to meet force with force, right? Is this child's brain flooded with water? Who knows? Many of his methods have always been incomprehensible. I guess it's because of his bad temper. He listened to the discussions around him. In fact, Ling Xiao was also under a lot of pressure. However, he believed that with his profound world physique, steel-armored ox demon transformation, lava armor, and Life Martial Soul's terrifying recovery ability, he would be able to escape. It was basically impossible for Crimson Viper to kill him in one strike. If you ran, you might still have a chance. Why are you standing there and waiting for death? Only his backbone was worthy of my praise. However, he still has to die. Crimson Viper snorted coldly and pounced on Ling Xiao. She used nearly 50% of her strength in the fierce palm strike. Of course, she couldn't use all her strength to deal with Ling Xiao. What a joke. She was the mountain master of Crimson Fairy Mountain. Ling Xiao was nothing. If she really attacked with all her strength, she would become a complete laughingstock. However, she believed that 50% of her strength was enough to kill Ling Xiao. When she attacked with her palm, Ling Xiao hurriedly threw out a palm strike. The two palms collided. Crimson Viper frowned slightly. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was directly sent flying out of the door of the meeting hall and fell heavily outside. Everyone inside could hear the sound of something being knocked over. Knight Formless figure flashed and pounced out. Everyone also walked out of the meeting hall. Because many people wanted to know how badly Ling Xiao had been beaten. I guess even his bones are broken. Mountain Master Crimson Demonic Netherpalm was used just now. I guess Ling Xiao's corpse would have long been turned into a pool of blood. TSK, TSK. If that's the case, that kid really deserves it. Who asked him to provoke Mountain Master Crimson Fairy for no reason? I wonder how strong he is. What a joke. While chatting and laughing, everyone went outside. However, the laughter came to an abrupt end at this moment. Even though Ling Xiao looked like he was in a sorry state, he still managed to get up from the ground. Other than his lava armor being shattered and his steel-armored bull demon transformation being reverted to its original form, There was only a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. This injury seemed to be much lighter than he had imagined. It must be an internal injury. That kid is forcing himself. Someone said. The one who spoke was naturally a disciple of Crimson Fairy Mountain because they couldn't accept the fact that Crimson Fairy's palm strike couldn't kill Ling Xiao. Yes, yes, yes. It must be an internal injury. I guess he will die soon. Another person chimed in. However, it was a pity. Ling Xiao just stood there and wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Crimson Fairy with a smile and said, "Old witch, your palm strike isn't that strong. You can't even kill me and you want to kill Senior Cheng?" Yihei Wuxing stood beside Ling Xiao and sighed softly. "Enough, Ling Xiao. You will learn to endure after suffering a little. Go and heal your injuries first. I will settle the rest for you." The reason why he didn't help just now was because he could see that Ling Xiao wouldn't die, but he would definitely suffer a little. He hoped that this suffering could teach Ling Xiao a lesson and let Ling Xiao know the benefits of keeping a low profile. However, Ling Xiao only glanced at Yihei Wuxing and said, "Mountain Master, I don't know what happened to you in the past, but I, Ling Xiao, can't apologize to this son of a bitch. I would rather die than endure. This is my martial Dao. My, Ling Xiao's, unyielding martial Dao." After suffering from Crimson Fairy's palm strike, Ling Xiao became even more confident. Because he knew the limits of what he could endure. He knew that Crimson Fairy didn't use her full strength, but he didn't use his full strength either. Therefore, if they really fought, it would be hard to say. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, a young figure suddenly appeared in Yihei Wuxing's mind. That was his son. In the past, he had the same top-notch talent as Ling Xiao and admired Ling Yang very much. However, because he refused to admit defeat, he was beaten to death. That child had always said that persistence was his martial Dao, but in the end, was persistence so important? Why couldn't he admit defeat? If he admitted defeat, perhaps he wouldn't have to die. "Mountain Master, if I admit defeat, I really won't have to die?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. When you encounter someone like Crimson Fairy, the result of admitting defeat will only be a worse death. The little birds on the streets don't know how to resist and are tortured to death by those vicious children. However, scorpions are smaller than ants, but they know how to resist. Even if they die, they will stab their poisonous tails into the other party's body. Instead, they survived. If others want you to die, it's not a matter of whether you admit defeat or resist, but a matter of whether you are strong or weak. Chapter 2340. Ling Xiao's words might have been simple. They might have been extreme. But they rang in dark night formless ears like a morning bell. Deafening. He'd never thought of it that way before. His son's death wasn't because he refused to admit defeat, nor was it because he was a coward. It was because the enemy was too cruel. Because his son was too weak. Ever since his son's death, he'd been depressed. He'd never even considered avenging his son. For one thing, the enemy's status was too high. For another, he'd been dealt a heavy blow. He hadn't been able to protect his son, but couldn't he protect his disciple as well? His eyes flashed with a sharp light. Suddenly, he shielded Ling Xiao behind him and looked at the dark cultivator who'd been eavesdropping on the conversation. "No light in the night, are you not going to intervene?" Dark Knight Formless asked the dark cultivator coldly. "Why should I intervene if he wants to die? If he can survive, then he'll be strong. If he can survive Crimson Viper's attack without help, then I can announce that he's a member of the Dark Race. He won't have to take any tests." No light in the night said coolly. "You're still as cold and heartless as ever." Dark Knight Formless sighed. His tone suddenly turned stern. "You'd better not stop me. Otherwise, I'll kill you too." What? Everyone thought they'd heard wrong. The Mountain Lord was considered the most cowardly and incompetent of the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. How dare he threaten a high and mighty Dark Elder? "Do you still know how to kill?" No light in the night sneered. "More than enough to kill you." Dark Knight Formless said coolly. "Haha, there's no use in talking. Stop Crimson Viper first." No light in the night chuckled. Dark Knight Formless looked at Crimson Viper. His voice was as cold as ice. "Stop. You're no match for me, and I won't allow you to hurt my disciple." What a joke. Crimson Viper didn't take Dark Knight Formless seriously. He was secretly delighted that No Light in the Night wasn't going to intervene. He wanted to beat up both Dark Knight Formless and Ling Xiao. It was the same Crimson Demon Dark Palm, but it was more powerful than before. A crimson demon appeared in its wake. Crimson Demon Viper's dark purple flames burned in the air. Stubborn. Dark Knight Formless seemed to have changed into a different person. His attitude changed from his previous humble and low-key attitude to domineering and cold. Perhaps this was his true personality, which had been hidden by that mask for too long. Perhaps it was because of this personality that he and Ling Xiao had common topics to talk about. After all, the two of them were quite similar in personality. Black Soul form destroying fists. The moment Kai Lian's palm wind approached Dark Knight, only then did Dark Knight Formless suddenly punch out. A terrifying fist wind burst out. A strange situation occurred. All of Crimson Viper's palm wind and palm force had actually disappeared. It was as if it had been erased by something. It had completely disappeared. Kai Lian retreated dozens of meters in horror before he could stop himself. She wasn't injured in the collision, but Dark Knight Formless' strength had left a deep impression on her. He wasn't a coward. He was a truly terrifying existence. I didn't expect Dark Knight Formless to be so strong. This guy is too low-key. He didn't even fight when he was humiliated by ordinary disciples. I thought he didn't know martial arts anymore. I suddenly remembered the title he once had, Yi Zichen said. You mean killing without leaving a trace? That's right. At that time, those who were killed by him seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth and could never be found again. His terror had already been widely spread by the people of Jianghu. However, it was also after that he suddenly disappeared without a trace. His back. The lords discussed among themselves. They seemed to be thinking of that terrifying existence. Dark Knight Formless glanced at the nervous Crimson Viper. He didn't pursue him. Instead, he turned to No Light in the Night. You're an elder of the Dark Clan. Let's talk about the test at 8 Immortals Mountain. Hehe, you're not as good as you used to be. Crimson Viper should have been turned into ashes by now. No Light in the Night laughed. Why don't you try? Dark Knight Formless said. Forget it. If you have that kind of strength, you should guard your Black Immortal Mountain well. No Light in the Night smiled. Then, he looked at the others and said, let's go in. It's time to get to the point. He simply said that sentence. He didn't release any pressure or aura. Then, he walked toward the meeting hall. But other than Dark Knight Formless, the others didn't dare to disobey. They followed him in. Let's go. Dark Knight Formless didn't explain anything to Ling Xiao. He just said softly and led his disciples back into the meeting hall. Crimson Viper was furious. But she still had to hold it in. She was no match for Dark Knight Formless. Of course, more importantly, she was afraid of No Light in the Night. This person was much scarier than Dark Knight Formless. Disciples participating in the assessment, please form your teams. I believe that your Mountain Master has already explained the rules to you. I won't say more. After forming your teams, you'll be given the Soul Lock tokens. No Light in the Night didn't even look at Crimson Viper. He didn't even look at Ling Xiao. It was as if these two didn't exist in his eyes. Perhaps this was what a strong person looked like. If Ling Xiao was in that position, he probably wouldn't care about these two people who couldn't possibly be a threat to him. If he really had to care about everyone, he would be exhausted. The teams were quickly formed. But there was an unexpected situation. Just as Ling Xiao had worried, and just as Dark Knight Formless had predicted. Ling Xiao, Hu Renfeng, Cheng Feiying, and Lin Yang stood together. And Qinghuan Flower of the Green Immortal Mountain stood alone. She didn't fit in. I can complete the assessment alone. Why do I need to form a team? To me, the others are just burdens. Qinghuan Flower was indeed, as the rumors said, very proud and aloof. Perhaps she had been tricked before, so she didn't trust her teammates at all. If I tell you to form a team, then form a team. Otherwise, scram. No Light in the Night really didn't have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. He looked at Qinghuan Flower coldly and said, Join the team of those 4. He pointed at Ling Xiao and the others. No matter how stubborn Qingyuan Flower was, she could only obey in order to participate in the assessment. The mountain master of the Green Immortal Mountain shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's a pity that Luan flowers don't fit in. Otherwise, they wouldn't have formed a team with those ugly melons and dates. Ugly melons and dates. Ling Xiao was unhappy when he heard this. You're the ugly melons and dates. Your whole family is ugly melons and dates. But he understood what the mountain master of the Green Immortal Mountain meant. Chapter 2341. Apart from Ling Xiao, whose cultivation was the lowest among all the cultivators participating in the assessment, the other members of this small team were also mediocre. Kai Runfeng's cultivation wasn't bad, but she was stubborn and obsessed with martial arts. She could easily ruin things. Although Cheng Feiying was a rebirth realm martial artist, she had just broken through the first transformation, the second layer of hell. Her strength couldn't be stable. As for Lin Yang, he was just a greenhorn with no experience. How could they count on him to help? Therefore, in other people's eyes, this team was hopeless. The Qingyuan Flower joining this team was like a tiger protecting a flock of sheep. It felt a little dangerous. In the end, she asked for it. Who asked her to be so aloof? She doesn't know how capable she is. The people from Scarlet Fairy Mountain snickered. In their view, the Azure Luan Flower was one of their Crimson Deity Mountain's martial artists' greatest competitors. If the Qingyuan Flower was eliminated, it would be great for them. It would be best if the Black Deity Mountain martial artist and the Qingyuan Flower were eliminated. That would be the best. They whispered there, thinking that no one else could hear them. But in reality, the hearing of martial artists was outstanding. Basically, everyone present heard it very clearly. Ling Xiao laughed in his heart. The Qingyuan Flower wasn't unlucky to team up with him. She was too lucky. To be honest, he didn't like people like the Qingyuan Flower who thought so highly of herself. It was hard to talk about teamwork with someone like her. He only hoped that the Qingyuan Flower wouldn't drag him down. Otherwise, he would use extreme means to put her in a beast ring and lock her up. After the teams were assigned, the soul-locking tokens were distributed to every participating disciple. Sand Eagle simply repeated the rules, and that was the end of it. The soul-locking tokens are made of special materials. Those who aren't Rebirth Realm martial artists can't break them. So, during the battle, you can use martial arts without worry. You don't have to worry about whether the tokens will break or not. That kind of worry is completely unnecessary. At this point, No Light in the Night stood up and added, "There's no night or day on Demonic Mountain. It's always this kind of grey weather, so let's use the time of the mechanism clock as the standard. The test will officially begin in 3 hours. Have a good rest." After speaking, he delicately walked out. Before he left, he only glanced at he formless and revealed a somewhat mocking smile, but did not say anything else. However, when the Sand Eagle passed by Ling Xiao, he warned fiercely, "Brat, you know that Mountain Chieftain Kai Lian is our Sand Clan's daughter-in-law, yet you still dare to provoke her. It's best that you don't ask for help during the test. Otherwise, HMPH. He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was obvious. If he had the chance, he would definitely target Ling Xiao during the assessment. There was no doubt about that. How was Desert Sea's funeral? Ling Xiao did not refute the idiot. Instead, he suddenly asked a question. Hearing this, Sand Eagle's face suddenly changed. Even No Light in the Night turned to look at Ling Xiao, somewhat shocked. This brat was too tactless. He really touched a sore spot. Desert Sea's death was a sore spot for the Sand Clan. Ling Xiao just had to mention this. It was obvious that he didn't give the Sand Clan any face. Looking at the ugly expression on the Sand Eagle's face, Ling Xiao sneered. He knew that this would offend the Sand Clan, and very severely. But so what? In any case, they were already like fire and water. The other party couldn't wait to kill him. Was there a need for him to hide it? If he really had to die, then of course he would take advantage of them before dying. If he didn't have to die, then he would take advantage of them even more. Ling Xiao, Renfeng, let's go back to our residence on Black Immortal Mountain to rest. Because the demonic outpost often held such tests, each sect of the 8 Immortal Mountain had its own residence. Ling Xiao and Kai Renfeng left with He Formless. A cold light flashed in Kai Lian's eyes. They returned to their residence on Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Akira suddenly said, "Mother, why worry? With me and Desert Cloud, killing Ling Xiao is as easy as pie." "Haha, of course. But you have to be careful. That brat is very cunning. Plus, Qingwan Flower is in their group. It's not easy to deal with them." Although Kai Lian wanted to kill Ling Xiao, she wouldn't underestimate Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao's talent had been recognized by many. He was indeed very powerful. Moreover, Ling Xiao was also very cunning. Many experts had died at his hands. Kai Lian didn't want her daughter to be careless. "Don't worry, mother." He didn't even have the chance to send out a distress signal. Akira had already thought of a way to deal with Ling Xiao. The reason why she sold her soul to the Crimson Demon was so that she could get rid of Ling Xiao. She had already made such a big sacrifice. It didn't matter if she sacrificed a little more. Although Ling Xiao didn't know what they were up to, he could guess with his thighs that these people were definitely up to no good. If he found out that they were going to do him any harm, he would be merciless and strike first. Now, he was in a more advantageous situation. His strength was a mystery to the enemy, but the enemy didn't have many secrets in his eyes. After all, the Taiji eye wasn't given for nothing. Back at the house on Mount Black Deity, Ling Xiao was about to clean up and rest. 3 hours wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. He didn't want to waste time, so he cultivated for a while. This was his habit. But at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Kai Renfeng walked over and opened the door. Qingwan Flower stood outside with a cold expression. "Ling Xiao, I heard that you're the leader of this team." "You can say that." Actually, no one really appointed him as the leader. It was all recommended by everyone. Ling Xiao was Lin Yang's boss and had saved Cheng Feiying. And because of Dark Knight Formless, Kai Renfeng had to listen to Ling Xiao. This made Ling Xiao's position in this team seem very high. If he wasn't the leader, the others didn't seem to be qualified. "If that's the case, can you come out and say a few words?" Qingwan Flower seemed to never know how to smile. Her face was always gloomy, as if someone owed her a lot of money. Actually, Ling Xiao didn't really like this kind of girl. But in order to pass the advancement test, he planned to endure it. "Of course, Mountain Lord, I'll go out for a while. Talk to her nicely. Don't lose your temper so easily," Dark Knight Formless reminded. He seemed to have returned to his humble and polite self. Actually, this kind of disguise wasn't bad. Usually, there was no need to make a big fuss over small matters. But when it came to big matters, it was enough as long as he wasn't afraid of the slightest thing. Ling Xiao followed Qingwan Flower to a quiet flower bed. Chapter 2342. Qingwan Hua did not wait for Ling Xiao to ask and directly said, "I'm not looking down on you, but I have a request. I hope you can accept it on behalf of them." Qingwan Hua's attitude was not bad. Although her tone was a little cold, Ling Xiao's impression of her changed a little. "What request?" "During the test tomorrow, the 4 of you should try to hide behind me and protect yourselves. I will solve all the problems by myself. You don't have to interfere." Qingwan Hua said very seriously, "I don't know the strength of the 4 of you, but I'm not good at team battles. Teamwork will only make things worse." She said this very politely, as if saying that Qingwan Hua was not good at teamwork, so she did not want Ling Xiao and the others to help. However, the meaning was too obvious. She was worried that the 4 of them would cause trouble. The feeling of being looked down on was not good. However, to Ling Xiao, this was common. However, he didn't feel depressed at all. The more he was looked down on, the more excited he would be when he made a comeback in the future. Why should he care? Thinking of this, he smiled and said, "In that case, I'll have to trouble you, Qingwan Hua. It's not hard. Perhaps it will be easier." Qingwan Hua was delighted to see Ling Xiao agree so readily. In her opinion, without these 4 burdens, she would be able to deal with any difficulties more easily. As long as she did not encounter a strong opponent, she could handle it alone. If she encountered a strong team, she could just escape. After discussing the following matters, Qinghuan Hua left. 3 hours later, No Light in the Night appeared on time and led everyone to gather outside the outpost. Because the weather was always gloomy and grey, the distance was very short. Ordinary people would only be able to see things 4 or 5 meters away, but they wouldn't be able to see any further. Even yin-yang realm martial artists could only see things 100 meters away. Anything further would be very blurry. This kind of gloomy feeling made people feel very depressed. They could even faintly hear ghostly cries and howls. It was very gloomy. Suddenly, a shrill scream came from afar, making one's hair stand on end. Some of the female disciples felt their legs go soft, and they had the urge to turn around and leave. What's going on? Cheng Feiying curled up beside Ling Xiao and asked in a trembling voice. It's probably some kind of demonic beast or devil's voice, but it's similar to a human's. Ling Xiao guessed. He's right. There are many strange phenomena happening on Demonic Mountain. After you enter, don't believe anything. Otherwise, it's easy to fall into the monster's trap and die without knowing what happened. The Orange Immortal Mountain's Mountain Master reminded in a deep voice. That's right. Back then, I also walked through Demonic Mountain, so I know many dangers. Demonic creatures are the most cunning. They're not as easy to deal with as wild beasts. Dark Knight Formless nodded. In short, Ling Xiao, you have to protect the others. This is not only because you're the strongest, but also because you want to pass the first level. You can't let anything happen to them. Do you understand? Don't worry, Mountain Lord. I won't let my emotions affect my decisions. Even if that Qinghuan flower is in trouble, I'll still help. After all, she's already a member of my team from the moment she joined. Ling Xiao nodded. That's for the best. Dark Knight Formless was worried that Ling Xiao would act childishly, but now it seemed that he was overthinking. He didn't know Ling Xiao as well as he thought he did. Old Mountain Lord Cheng, don't worry. Ling Xiao is our Orange Immortal Mountain's benefactor. He saved the lives of some of our disciples on the first level of the ghost prison. He also helped a lot on the second level of the ghost prison against the Ironback Thorn Beast. We're all people who repay kindness. We won't not help him. The one who spoke was Li Yang, the leader of one of Orange Immortal Mountain's teams. Although she was a girl, she was very straightforward. Li Yang's cultivation was even higher than Chai Runfeng's. She had already reached the late stage of the 3rd level of hell. So when she said she would help, she wasn't just being polite. She was indeed capable. We'll help too. At this moment, a team from Green Immortal Mountain also walked over. Leading them was Green Immortal Mountain's Green Origin. Green Origin was at the late stage of the 2nd level of hell in the first transformation of the Yin-Yang realm. Ling Xiao, you might not know this, but one of the blood pigs you saved last time was a relative from my hometown. I can't thank you enough. If you're in trouble this time, I'll definitely help. Green Origin's team and Li Yang team's good intentions were appreciated by Ling Xiao. In this world, there were ungrateful people, but there were also people who knew how to repay kindness. It seemed that Ling Xiao's life wasn't a failure. Thank you, everyone. If you're in trouble, you can come to me. Although I'm not very strong, I know formations. Maybe I can help you a little. Ling Xiao said with a smile. The weather is so bad. Naturally, we have to take care of each other. I reckon that Scarlet Immortal Mountain and Purple Immortal Mountain will join forces. Everyone, be careful. LV Jiyuan frowned. Don't worry too much. We'll deal with it when it comes. Worrying won't solve any problems. Ling Xiao smiled. You're so carefree. Don't drag others down when the time comes. Qinghuan Flower originally thought that having Ling Xiao and the other 3 as burdens would be enough. She didn't expect another 10 people to come. Her mentality was a little unbalanced. Her words weren't very nice. She didn't have the politeness from last night. Her tone was sarcastic. Is that so? I hope you don't ask for help when you're in danger. Ling Xiao sneered. You've been scammed before, but it doesn't mean that everyone will do the same to you. Your attitude of looking at everyone as if they're thieves is really annoying. Ask for help. Qinghuan Flower couldn't help but scorn. If I, Qinghuan Flower, need you, Ling Xiao, to save me, then I'll be willing to be your bedmaid. That's what you said. Ling Xiao didn't need any bedmaid, but he had to cure this Qinghuan Flower's bad habit. Otherwise, the first round of the assessment would be in danger. I said it. I'm afraid you won't be able to. Qinghuan Flower said again. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything else. When the time came, everything would be clear. All right, those who aren't involved, follow the soldiers to Sky Devil Peak. There's a courtyard set up by our 8 Immortal Mountain. Those who are participating in the assessment, follow me. Dark Knight Light looked at the time and suddenly said loudly. As soon as he said that, the others immediately shut their mouths and didn't dare to make a sound. That was the benefit of being powerful. No one dared to disobey your orders easily. There was actually a shortcut to Sky Devil Peak. It was dug out by the 8 Immortal Mountain after sacrificing countless martial artists. It was very safe now. Moreover, it only took about 10 minutes to reach Sky Devil Peak. Chapter 2343. After the 8 mountain masters left, No Light in the Night led the participating disciples to the outpost. Before they stepped into the assessment path, they could already see the black shadows of monsters wandering around nearby. In the mist, the eyes of these monsters glowed red. They seemed to be waiting for the arrival of their prey. Demonic Mountain is indeed not a good place. All the participating disciples, including Ling Xiao, had the same feeling. And those disciples who had been here before were even more trembling, as if they had thought of something terrible. Through the fog, Ling Xiao wanted to see the true body of Demonic Mountain clearly. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. The fog here was not ordinary, but a fog that contained powerful soul power. This kind of power could block and reduce Ling Xiao's vision. Demonic Mountain, what exactly are you? Ling Xiao was very curious, but right now, he had to set foot on this path first. Perhaps later, he would be able to know the true face of this mountain. You say you want to trample Demonic Mountain, but in fact, you don't have the ability to do so. What you need to do is to walk up Celestial Devil Peak alive. That's already an experience worthy of being proud of. Even if you can't advance to 8 Immortal Mountain, it's still a supreme honor. Okay, let's start now. No Light in the Night finally said a few more words at this time. Just this one sentence was enough to make one's blood boil. Following his order, more and more teams stepped into the fog and disappeared. For this kind of thing, Black Immortal Mountain always ranked last. But Ling Xiao didn't care. It didn't make a difference to him whether he went in a step earlier or later. Now, it wasn't that he was afraid of others, but that others shouldn't provoke him. Whoever provoked him was bound to be unlucky. Aren't you going to go in earlier? At this time, the weaker the team, the earlier they should go in and find a suitable place to hide first to avoid a premature confrontation with a strong enemy. No Light in the Night suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and the others standing at the back and said, "This isn't a rule. You're last. Do we look weak?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "Senior Elder and our mountain chieftain should be from the same clan, right? Your strength should be about the same, but your judgment is not as good as our mountain chieftain's. You really dare to talk back to anyone, but I really can't see what's so great about you." "Oh, maybe he's quite good at talking." No Light in the Night sneered. "Junior wouldn't dare to contradict you. I'm just stating a fact. We're really not weak." Ling Xiao was still very polite. However, this politeness made No Light in the Night feel a little sarcastic and sarcastic. "Not weak. Go down to the 8 Immortals Mountain. This time, there are 20 teams participating in the assessment. There are 5 teams from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain, and there are a few more people. There were more than 25 contestants in total. The Orange Celestial Mountain had 4 teams with 20 people. This is already 40 people. For the remaining 6 mountains, other than your Black Immortal Mountain, there are about 10 disciples participating. But your Black Immortal Mountain only has 3 pitiful people. Oh, right, that Ju Tong was driven away by you, so there are only 2 people left. Isn't this enough to prove that you're weak? How can a motley crew be compared to elites?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Senior Elder, You should be worried that the people from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain will deal with us, right? Don't worry, they'll definitely be faster than us. Let's go. After saying that, he took the lead and walked into the fog. Behind him, Hu Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Cheng Feiying followed closely. Only Qinghuan Flower sighed, looking very unhappy. She wondered why she was so unlucky to follow such a group of crooked melons and broken dates. This time, she was afraid that things were not looking good for her. That kid is very similar to my nephew. He's even crazier than my nephew. I don't think he'll live long. Dark Knight Wukong looked at the hazy fog, and with a slight sway of his body, he immediately disappeared. Qinghuan Flower, who had just stepped into the fog, suddenly felt that she was locked on by a soul power. Through this soul power, she could clearly sense the positions of her other teammates, so they wouldn't get separated in the fog. Is that Ling Xiao? Looks like he's quite capable. Although his cultivation isn't very high, he should be quite powerful as a support. Qinghuan Flower suddenly felt that her previous words were a bit too much. But on second thought, even if Ling Xiao's support ability was not bad, his strength was not enough. How could she ask for help like this? Impossible. The five of them, with Ling Xiao as the arrowhead, quickly moved forward. At first, Qinghuan Flower was still a bit worried. After all, the demonic mountain was full of danger. Not only would the other martial artists attack them, there were also terrifying demon beasts, terrifying heavenly demons, and plants. Sometimes, plants that looked very ordinary were deadly poisonous creatures. If they were not careful, they would die on the spot if they were scratched. It was precisely because of this danger that she had repeatedly suggested Ling Xiao to slow down and let her lead the way. Because she had been here before. Although she didn't pass the last assessment, she should be more familiar with the terrain here than Ling Xiao. But Ling Xiao didn't listen to her at all. This made her very angry. Who would have thought that after half an hour had passed, they still hadn't encountered any danger? She clearly knew that Ling Xiao had avoided all the dangers that could be avoided. She was familiar with all those places. Did he come to the demonic mountain? Qinghuan Flower was a bit confused. Impossible. He just joined the Eight Immortals Mountain. How could he come to the demonic mountain? If there's no expert to protect him, he'll die sooner or later. She quickly denied her own inference. But why? Does he have some ability that I don't know about? At this thought, Qinghuan Flower was both happy and worried. She was happy that Ling Xiao was more shrewd than everyone thought. However, she was worried that if Ling Xiao passed the first assessment, then what she said before would be a slap to her face. Just as Qinghuan Flower was feeling conflicted, she suddenly heard a voice. Watch out! Immediately afterward, a sword light flew past Qinghuan Flower's ear. Qinghuan Flower clearly saw a small blood-sucking bug being killed by the sword light. She knew this kind of blood-sucking bug. It was a demonized blood-sucking bug from the demonic mountain. Once this bug touched the skin, it would only take a moment to produce terrible hallucinations. Any kind of hallucination was possible, but in the end, it would only lead to death. Anyway, she had never seen anyone survive after being bitten by this demonized blood-sucking bug. Could it be that he actually saved my life? Qinghuan Flower couldn't accept this reality. Although the deacon was distracted because of her and Ling Xiao saved her, it was a fact that she was saved. I didn't ask you to save me. Qinghuan Flower hurriedly said. I know that the previous oath didn't take effect. I saved you just to complete the assessment. Chapter 2344. But don't worry, you saved me once. I'll remember it and save you again. The Qinghuan Flower hurriedly explained. Whatever. Ling Xiao still said calmly, but don't get distracted. It'll be more dangerous as we move forward. You have to be vigilant. The Qinghuan Flower felt her face burning. She had gone to Ling Xiao before and told him that everything was up to her. She told him that Ling Xiao and the other three would follow behind her. But the current situation made her feel a little embarrassed. The one being protected was not Ling Xiao, but her. She had become a burden. I'll lead the way. There will be powerful beasts ahead. You're no match for them. Thinking of this, the Qinghuan Flower rushed to the front and said. Then I'll leave it to you. Ling Xiao did not refute. He knew that if he did not make this Qinghuan flower suffer, this girl would not learn to cooperate with others. Since the Qinghuan flower wanted to lead the team, he would let her lead the team. Anyway, he would be following behind. If they encountered a life-threatening situation, it would not be too late for him to intervene. The Qinghuan flower thought that Ling Xiao would ridicule her and then argue. She did not expect Ling Xiao to agree so easily. This made her feel even more embarrassed. She shook her head hard to get rid of her wild thoughts. She vigilantly released her soul power and lowered her speed to move forward. She could not have a soul power as terrifying as Ling Xiao's. Even if her cultivation was stronger than Ling Xiao's, it was still impossible. Not to mention that her strength might not be comparable to Ling Xiao's. Another half an hour passed. Junior brother, why did you let that woman lead the way? She's as slow as an old lady. And she almost got caught in a pile of rotten corpse thorns. Tai Renfeng was a straightforward person. Compared to the half an hour that Ling Xiao led the way, this half an hour felt like a year. Not only was their speed much slower, but they also often encountered danger. Although he managed to dodge it every time, his little heart couldn't take it anymore. That's right, boss. It's better if you lead the way. Who knows, we might be able to reach Heavenly Devil Peak without having to fight. Lin Yang couldn't hold it in anymore and chimed in. Qinghuan flower, can't you feel it yourself? In terms of scouting, you are no match for Ling Xiao. In order to pass the test as soon as possible, you should switch back. At most, you will be the one to fight. Cheng Feiying was even more direct. Qinghuan Hua's pretty face turned red. She couldn't get out of this embarrassing situation. However, there was one good thing about her. Once she knew she was wrong, she would change. You do it. The Qinghuan flower frowned. Although she was very reluctant, she still stopped and gave the arrowhead position to Ling Xiao. Wait! Ling Xiao suddenly shouted. What happened? The others were somewhat puzzled. Qinghuan flower thought that Ling Xiao was going to make a dig at her, so her expression didn't look too good. However, Ling Xiao didn't even look at her. Instead, he closed his eyes and said, "Someone is coming. There are a total of 5 people. They just happen to be a team. They are coming from the side and are very fast. Set up the formation." When he said set up the formation, Hu Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Cheng Feiying immediately stood in their positions. Including Ling Xiao, a faint glow appeared under the feet of the 4 of them. There were also faint inscriptions flickering on them. Only Qinghuan flower was stunned. Earlier on the way here, when Ling Xiao talked about the battle formation, she didn't listen carefully at all. How would she know where to stand? Moreover, she was still puzzled. How did Ling Xiao know that the enemy was coming? She didn't even sense it herself. Just as she was about to ask, her expression suddenly froze. Because the enemy was closer, their aura became more obvious. She finally noticed it. Strange. Could it be that they have some special ability to lock onto our position? Why did they rush over without hesitation? Ling Xiao was puzzled. The fog was so big that even with his soul power, he could only release it to a radius of 500 meters. Could it be that one of the 5 people had a stronger soul power than him? Or did they have some other ability? Or was there something fishy? He looked at the soul-locking token hanging around his neck and frowned. He quickly probed with his soul power. Damn! After checking, Ling Xiao cursed out loud, there's actually an unknown, powerful consciousness in this soul-locking token. It feels like it belongs to some expert from the sand race. It's too similar to the sand sea and sand sculpture. You deal with the soul-locking token first. I will deal with the enemy. At this moment, Qinghuan flower had regained her composure. She saw the 5 enemies rushing over. They were the 5 experts from the Scarlet Fairy Mountain. One of them was the guy at the late stage of the first transformation 2nd level of Hell. When they came here, they didn't talk nonsense and directly attacked. Maybe they wanted to gain the upper hand by attacking first. They thought that Ling Xiao and the rest hadn't discovered them. Actually, she didn't need to say anything. The 5 people didn't even look at Ling Xiao and the rest. Instead, they rushed toward her. Qinghuan flower was shocked. She instantly guessed their intention. She was the strongest in this team and the most difficult to deal with. If she was defeated instantly or killed on the spot, the rest of the 4 people could be dealt with more easily. However, she could think of something but couldn't do anything. She could only shake the long sword in her hand and face them. Fortunately, she discovered them in time and could prepare her move more calmly. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's reminder, she would have been finished. This time, she might not be able to pass the test and might even lose her life here. After all, if they really wanted to kill her, she might not even be able to activate the soul-locking token. Heartless Wind and Snow Sword. Heartless. Qinghuan Flower was grateful to Ling Xiao, but she didn't slow down. A terrifying sword move was released in an instant and attacked the 5 people. The 5 people were stunned when they saw Qinghuan Flower charging toward them. Oh no, that woman is prepared. As soon as the exclamation sounded, one of them was in the middle. The cold sword aura instantly attacked that person's body, and his soul-locking token fell to the ground. The soul-locking token's design was very interesting. As long as a martial artist's soul was seriously injured, it would automatically fall off. And that person's body would also be teleported out of Demonic Mountain. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao knew that it was indeed not easy to kill people here. However, it wasn't impossible. As long as he could kill them with one blow, it would definitely be possible. The 5 people from Scarlet Fairy Mountain were not mediocre. But Qinghuan Flower was stronger. If Qinghuan Flower was caught off guard and attacked by the 5 of them, they would naturally succeed. But now, the situation was different. With Ling Xiao's help, Qinghuan Flower first discovered them and prepared her moves and tactics. Therefore, she killed one of them as soon as she attacked. At the same time, she also dodged the attacks of the other 4 people and was safe and sound. Captain, this is different from what we said. They seem to have been prepared. This woman is not easy to deal with. One of them said with some fear. What are you afraid of? Except for Qinghuan Flower, the 5 of them are all good-for-nothings. I'll hold off Qinghuan Flower. You 3, kill those 4 people, especially Ling Xiao. You must kill him on the spot. Chapter 2345. The sudden turn of events caused the leader to lose his composure. But he was the leader after all, so he quickly calmed down. Qinghuan Flower, although this woman thinks highly of herself, she does have some skills. Ling Xiao had to admit that even if she was fully prepared, she was not injured in a 1 versus 5 fight. She even crippled one of the opponents. Qinghuan Flower was more powerful than he had imagined. It was no wonder that he would boast about letting her fight alone. Boss, let's not bother with that woman. Those 3 people are coming. Lin Yang reminded him loudly. There are 3 of you. Each of you will deal with one of them. Do you need me to deal with such a small matter? Ling Xiao's calmness made Lin Yang swallow back his words. Are you serious, junior brother? Even the weakest of those 3 is on par with me. Lin Yang and Cheng Feiying are probably no match for them. Chu Renfeng said hurriedly. Don't worry. Do you really think my battle formation is just for decoration? Just fight bravely. Ling Xiao smiled. He still had no intention of making a move. Qinghuan Flower was not as calm as him. Seeing that 3 of the remaining 4 enemies were charging at Ling Xiao and the others, she became anxious. In her eyes, although Ling Xiao had very powerful auxiliary abilities, his strength was at the bottom of the group. She did not pay attention to the battle formation at all. She did not know what was so powerful about it. She turned around and wanted to save them. But she was stopped by the leader of the small team. Your opponent is me. That person looked at Qinghuan Flower coldly and said. Get lost. You are no match for me. Qinghuan Flower was anxious. She stabbed out with her sword and took advantage of the moment when the opponent dodged to save them. However, the leader was not easy to deal with. A terrifying palm wind suddenly came from behind her. If she did not turn around to deal with it, she would definitely be seriously injured. If that happened, the 5 of them would still be in trouble. Damn it. Qinghuan Flower could only turn around and attack. Because he was in a hurry, he actually suffered some minor injuries. As I said, your opponent is me. Although I'm not as beautiful as you, the Qinghuan Flower, the difference between the 2 of us isn't that big. If you want to save those 4 pieces of trash, you will die. I believe you understand this very well. The captain looked coldly at the Qingwan flower. His mission was simple. He didn't need to defeat the Qingwan, but to stall the Qingwan. That was enough. Since the first plan did not succeed, in that case, he would simply execute his second plan. After killing Ling Xiao, he would turn around and flee. That would be enough. He trusted his teammates very much. Because of the 3 teammates, the weakest one was on par with Qian Renfeng. The other 2 were not much weaker than him. They were much stronger than Lin Yang and Cheng Feiying. This was the advantage of the Scarlet Deity Mountain. Although the Qingwan flower was very anxious and angry now, she was still very angry. But at this moment, she had no other choice. The only way to save Ling Xiao was to take care of the enemy in front of her. Take care of him in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, everything would be empty talk. In fact, the teams from the Scarlet Deity Mountain and the Purple Deity Mountain had long had their eyes on Ling Xiao. No matter who Ling Xiao's teammates were, they would attack. It was just that their strategy was different. The sand race experts had tampered with Ling Xiao's soul locking token. This allowed the others to know Ling Xiao's location. This was also the reason why this group of people could find Ling Xiao so quickly. But what surprised the captain was that there was a flaw in his plan. Although he didn't know what went wrong, he had already made adjustments. Now, he just needed to stall for time. In any case, there would be more teams rushing over soon. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could erase the consciousness in the soul-locking token. He also didn't believe that Ling Xiao would dare to throw away the soul-locking token. Once he threw away the soul-locking token, Ling Xiao would be taking the initiative to withdraw from the test. This could be considered to have achieved their goal. So, for them, victory was in their grasp today. But for Ling Xiao, it was a dead end without a doubt. Kill. Qingwan's voice broke the captain's dream. The battle was about to start. The only thing the captain wanted to do was to stall for time and let his teammates kill Ling Xiao. Even if they couldn't kill him, when the other teams came, Ling Xiao would still die. On the other side, Ling Xiao didn't look at the 3 fierce-looking disciples from the Scarlet Deity Mountain. Instead, he injected his soul power into the soul-locking token in an attempt to erase the consciousness inside. But he failed again and again. The consciousness inside was too strong. It was even stronger than his soul power. What should I do? If I don't get rid of this thing, my location will always be known by the other teams. There will be endless trouble. No matter how strong we are, we can't escape the fate of being exhausted to death. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. It seemed that he could only use his old magical power. Luckily, the others were focused on the battle. Ling Xiao left the battle formation and quietly stepped into the fog. Then, he opened the eye of the immortal pot as quickly as possible. In the void, an immortal pot appeared. It sucked in the consciousness inside the soul-locking token. The consciousness didn't resist at all. It was completely defeated. At the same time, somewhere in the Sand Race's residence in the 8 Immortal Mountain, Sarin, the father of Sho Hai and Sho Jia, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His face became extremely pale. How is this possible? Sarin's face was extremely frightened. How could that kid erase the consciousness I spent so much effort to hide? He thought it was erased. In fact, the consciousness was absorbed by the immortal pot. Then, it would slowly be converted into Ling Xiao's soul power. Sarin's action not only didn't harm Ling Xiao, but also indirectly helped Ling Xiao increase his soul power. What was more depressing was that because of this failure, his soul was also damaged. He had to take a long time to recover. Who on earth did this? Could it be that Ling Xiao has an expert helping him? Sarin still couldn't understand how Ling Xiao could erase his powerful soul power so easily. It didn't matter if he couldn't figure it out. At the demonic mountain, the battle situation was very interesting. After Ling Xiao took out the immortal pot to destroy the consciousness of the powerhouse in the soul-locking token, he hid on the side and began to watch the show. Among these people, except for the martial artist who was fighting with Qingwan Hua, he wasn't interested in fighting the rest. So, it was better to let Hu Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Cheng Feiying practice. With a powerful battle formation, the three enemies wouldn't be able to take advantage of him. Hu Renfeng felt this the most clearly. Normally, if he encountered this opponent in front of him, he would definitely have to go through a tough battle. At most, it would be a draw. He had even lost several times. But today, he was a little doubtful if he was himself. He had beaten the other party so badly that even his own mother couldn't recognize him. His continuous attacks left the other party unable to fight back. As for Lin Yang and Cheng Feiying, in a situation where their strength was obviously inferior to the other party, they were actually not at a disadvantage. Chapter 2346. How can the power of a battle formation be so strong? Qinghuan Hua, who was in the middle of the battle, also noticed the strange situation and couldn't help but be shocked. Although Ling Xiao didn't dare to fight, it was completely within her expectations. She had always thought that Ling Xiao was a powerful support with no combat power at all. Not fighting was a wise choice. This is good. With his support, this first test should be easy to pass. Qinghuan Hua gradually calmed down. She was no longer anxious. That was very scary. Just now, because of her anxiety and anger, there were too many flaws in her attacks, which others could easily exploit. But now that she had calmed down, there weren't so many flaws. And her attacks were even fiercer, which made the team leader of Scarlet Fairy Mountain feel great pressure. The team leader also saw the situation on the other side. What's wrong with you three? Can't you even take care of a few pieces of trash? Don't just focus on those three people. Kill Ling Xiao. Here's the key. The team leader roared angrily. But at this time, a sword light came at him. Because he was distracted, one of his arms was cut off. But at this time, the soul locking card didn't fall. This made Ling Xiao's eyes light up. The arm fell off, but the soul locking card didn't. That meant that the soul locking card would only fall off when one's life was in danger. Interesting. When the three heard the team leader was angry, they saw Ling Xiao watching from the side. His heart was filled with anger. They immediately retreated, leaving Hu Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Cheng Feiying behind to kill Ling Xiao. It was a pity that they had underestimated their three opponents too much. Hu Renfeng was in high spirits. How could he let his opponents leave? He directly threw a punch, which turned into the size of a small mountain. One of the martial artists fainted on the spot. The soul-locking card fell off and his body was teleported away. Cheng Feiying was also very fierce. Although she wasn't very strong, because she was a martial artist who had reincarnated, her experience was really amazing. The moment her opponent turned around, she suddenly released the musical note Ice Lion, which froze that person. Then the soul-locking card fell off and his body was teleported away. Compared to the other two, Lin Yang was slightly weaker. He threw a punch at the other party, but he didn't manage to knock down the soul-locking tablet, allowing the brat to rush out. However, Lin Yang did not stop attacking. If his attack power was not enough, then he would attack a few more times. After a series of attacks, the guy who had completely lost his will to fight and was in a hurry to escape finally fainted. The soul-locking token fell, and his body was teleported away. When the captain saw the situation, he knew that things weren't going well. He abandoned the Qinghuan flower and threw a smoke grenade before running away. Within the fog, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. Run! Where are you going? His figure gradually disappeared. The squad leader instantly dashed hundreds of meters away, but he almost bumped into someone. When he stopped and saw that it was Ling Xiao, he was overjoyed. At this moment, he didn't even think about why Ling Xiao would appear here. He only felt that this was a chance given to him by the heavens to complete today's mission. I was going to kill you, but you came here to die. That's exactly what I wanted. He didn't beat around the bush and attacked as he spoke. Ling Xiao just looked at this person's attack indifferently, not moving at all. The terrifying fist energy blasted onto Ling Xiao's body, but it actually made a dull sound. It didn't seem like it had hit a human body at all. The attacker's fists made the sound of bones breaking. Why is it so hard? He looked at Ling Xiao in horror, unable to understand why his punch didn't cause any damage to Ling Xiao. Instead, it shattered the bones in his hands. Do you want to live? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Humph, Ling Xiao, don't be so smug. Even if I can't break through your defense, you can't hurt me. Besides, you'll die soon. You won't have to wait too long. The squad leader was still waiting for his reinforcements because this was what Sho Jiao had promised. He said that several teams would come and kill Ling Xiao together. Waiting for reinforcements? I'm sorry to tell you, but you won't have that chance. Ling Xiao said indifferently, although I don't know who did something to my soul locking card, I've already dealt with it. Right now, no one can easily find my location, especially in this dense fog. So there are only two consequences for you. Either you tell me everything and withdraw from the assessment, or you die. His voice was very indifferent and not particularly cold, but it made the squad leader feel a very strong chill. Impossible, your soul locking card is sarin. No, I didn't say anything. Perhaps it was because he felt that it was too inconceivable. The squad leader's brain short-circuited for a moment, and he actually said the culprit behind the scenes. Sarin. Oh, it's Sho Jiao and Sho Jiao's father. No wonder he wants to deal with me. I understand, he wants another son to die. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, what a pity, you have no value in living. Die. He already knew what he needed to know, so he naturally had to make a move. This person wanted to kill him, so he naturally had to kill him. He didn't care what reason or excuse the other party had to deal with him. Their goal was the same. Wait a minute, you have to think carefully. The soul locking card can release a distress signal. If you want to kill me, the disciples of the upper 8 Immortal Mountain will immediately kill you. The squad leader began to look fierce, but was actually a little timid. He no longer had the arrogance from before. It was probably because what he was looking forward to no longer existed. How could he be confident with that kind of despair? I promise I will kill you before the disciples of the upper 8 Immortal Mountain come. When Ling Xiao's voice fell, the squad leader felt a bolt of lightning fall from the sky. Then he lost consciousness. Damn, this berserk thunder art is too strong. Originally, it was released the fastest and was the most sudden, but I didn't expect it to instantly blast the opponent into ashes. Looking at the opponent who had already become a pile of charcoal, Ling Xiao was surprised. He took out the soul locking card and felt a powerful aura quickly approaching. An assessment disciple was killed, and this was the first one to be killed. The upper 8 Immortal Mountain would naturally send people to investigate. However, Ling Xiao believed that even the disciples of the upper 8 Immortal Mountain wouldn't be as free as him in this fog. He left just like that, almost brushing past the other party. But the disciple of the upper 8 Immortal Mountain didn't stop him. Ling Xiao killed the squad leader in a very short time. So when he returned to the other four, although the four of them had some doubts, they didn't ask much. At this moment, they had passively destroyed a squad and obtained 5 soul locking cards, 1 for each person. But this still didn't confirm that they could advance. Chapter 2347. According to the rules, the 4 teams that obtained the most spirit locking tokens would advance to the second round. Therefore, even though they had already obtained 5 tokens, Ling Xiao decided to get a few more just to be safe. It would be best if all the disciples from Purple Fairy Mountain and Scarlet Fairy Mountain were eliminated. This was the outcome of those who dared to provoke Ling Xiao. In fact, those from Scarlet Fairy Mountain were the unlucky ones. Qinghuan Flower was strong enough, and with a monster like Ling Xiao, it was impossible for them not to be eliminated. As for the other teams, their strength was more evenly distributed. In terms of strength, Kai Ling Desert Cloud, and the others were the only ones who were slightly stronger. What have you been doing? Qinghuan Flower frowned, obviously a little angry. You're not strong enough. If you met the team leader who escaped just now, I'm afraid your life would be in danger. Although this girl looked down on Ling Xiao's strength, Ling Xiao didn't argue with her because she was concerned about him. He just smiled and said, I've been hiding nearby. I only dared to come out after your battle. Qinghuan Flower frowned, then sighed helplessly. She was becoming less and less confident in her own judgment. Although Ling Xiao didn't participate in the battle, he almost wiped out the team that wanted to ambush them. This kid was really not ordinary. If she knew that the team leader who escaped was easily killed by Ling Xiao, what kind of expression would she have? Let's go. We can't stay here for long. In order to prevent Qingwan Flower from asking more questions, Ling Xiao suggested that they set off immediately. This time, he naturally became the leader of the team. After the previous encounter, Qing Luanhua had to admit that she wasn't unlucky to have joined this team. Perhaps she had picked up a treasure. Ling Xiao. After a while, the Qingluan Flower suddenly stopped and called out to Ling Xiao, who was in front of it. What's wrong? Ling Xiao turned around and asked. I think the four of you should be able to reach Heavenly Devil Peak easily. Why don't we split up here? Said the Qingluan Flower. Separate? I don't understand. Do you think we're a burden, so you don't want to walk with us? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Qingluan Hua shook her head and said, No, although I don't trust my teammates, I know that the four of you are not as incompetent as people say. This can be seen from the battle just now. Then why? Lin Yang asked curiously. Sai, since you insist on asking, there's no harm in telling you. Qingluan Hua felt that if she didn't tell them the truth, they would probably continue to follow her. Therefore, he said, have you heard of the Violets of the Purple Deity Mountain? Of course. Violets is the #1 expert in the Purple Deity Mountain. Her strength is second only to Desert Cloud and Akira. Cheng Feiying nodded. This Violets is actually my sister. Although they are not blood-related, my father adopted her a long time ago. She grew up with me. But because of an insignificant matter, she killed my father. I can't forgive her. Qingluan Hua sighed. So you plan to take revenge on her alone? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, even if I can't pass the test, I will kill the Violets and avenge my father. I really can't tolerate her ungrateful behavior. My father loved her so much. He cared about her even more than he cared about me. He especially sent her to the 8 Deities Mountain to learn. But she killed my father. Qingluan Hua gritted her teeth. She didn't want to say these words at first, but after saying it, she felt a lot better. Her whole body didn't feel so uncomfortable anymore. All this time, these emotions had been suppressed in her heart, and it was really uncomfortable. This also made her become a loner. Now that she said it out loud and there was someone to bear it for her, she felt really comfortable. Do you know where that Violets is? Ling Xiao asked. I'm not sure yet, but during last year's test, we had a battle in the spider cave of the demonic mountain. Of course, I lost that battle and almost died. Fortunately, I had the soul locking card and saved my life. She was also seriously injured and didn't pass the test in the end. Qingluan Hua replied. Then come with me. I'll take you to find the Violets. It'll be much safer than you blindly looking for them alone. Don't refuse. I'm not doing this for you, but for myself. Seeing that Qingluan Hua was somewhat moved, Ling Xiao hurriedly added, if you are eliminated, then I can forget about passing the test, so there's no need to talk about parting ways. Ling Xiao's domineering tone stunned Qingluan Hua for a moment, and she couldn't refuse in the end. She just nodded slightly and said, the Violets are very strong, and her team can't be weak. If it really doesn't work, I'll give up on revenge and definitely won't delay your test. Consider it as repayment for saving me before. Ling Xiao was naturally very happy to hear such words from her. Everyone liked people who had a conscience and knew how to repay kindness. Although Ling Xiao and Qingluan Hua had a little disagreement before, it wasn't a big deal. The way things were now was very good. The 5 of them began to move forward. Ling Xiao paid close attention to the situation around him, hoping to help Qingluan Hua find the Violets as much as possible. According to his deduction, the team from Purple Deity Mountain should have locked onto his position before. They came quite a bit closer to him, and it wasn't until he erased that consciousness that the other party suddenly became a headless mosquito. So it should be relatively easy to find them. Along the way, he was still very vigilant. Every blade of grass and every tree on Demonic Mountain was full of danger and couldn't be looked at with ordinary eyes. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, not only would he fail the test, but he would also lose his life. Every time they walked a certain distance, Qingluan Hua couldn't help but admire Ling Xiao a little more. She really didn't know how Ling Xiao avoided those threats. Along the way, She saw a lot of poisonous insects and fierce beasts. Just when she thought they would definitely have to fight a big battle, Ling Xiao always managed to avoid danger with ingenious routes. For the martial artists participating in the first test, being able to avoid those unnecessary dangers was really too precious. Nearly an hour later, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped and motioned for the people following behind him to stop as well. "What's the matter, boss? Is someone coming to attack us again?" Perhaps Lin Yang was too comfortable in the previous battle, so he wanted to taste that feeling again. "No, it seems like Li Yang and the others from Orange Deity Mountain are in trouble." Ling Xiao opened his Taiji eye and saw through the layers of fog to see the situation hundreds of meters away. He couldn't help but move again, this time at an even faster speed. "Do you want to help?" Qing Wanhua asked curiously. "I don't think you're the kind of person who takes pleasure in helping others." "You're right, but Li Yang is different. Before the test started, she said she would help me. Although she hasn't done anything yet, I can't just stand by and watch her die." Chapter 2348. I didn't expect this guy to be such a good guy, even though he killed people like Scything Flax and showed no mercy to the dozen soldiers at the outpost. Qing Wanflower's impression of Ling Xiao was also quietly changing. Get into the battle formation. This time, we're not dealing with martial artists. We're dealing with terrifying demonic beasts called nether wolves. There are 23 of them, and each of them is at least at the peak of the first layer of hell, Ling Xiao reminded them when they were about to reach their destination. "They're actually nether wolves." Qing Wanflower frowned. It would be easier to deal with other demonic beasts, but nether wolves were too troublesome. Not only were they extremely tenacious, but they could also spit out terrifying poisonous fog. Once a martial artist inhaled the poisonous fog, they would quickly feel weak all over. Even their yin-yang origin power would be dissolved by the poisonous fog and become powerless. Nether wolves were ranked among the top 5 most troublesome demonic beasts on Demonic Mountain. Most importantly, these guys lived in packs. Whenever they appeared, there would be at least 20 of them. Qing Wanflower wanted to stop Ling Xiao from taking the risk. But when she saw Ling Xiao's determined eyes, she gave up. If she stopped Ling Xiao now, she would only be despised by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao would definitely look down on someone who didn't even dare to save his friends. Qing Wanflower didn't know when she started to care about Ling Xiao's opinion of her. They were getting closer. Li Yang was in a life-and-death battle with the nether wolves. Someone in her team was already injured. Although they hadn't been eliminated from the test yet, if no one came to save them, at this rate, they would all be wiped out sooner or later. Nether wolves were known for their ferocity and their ability to fight for a long time. This wasn't an exaggeration. Moreover, these cunning guys were also very good at cooperating with each other and were notoriously difficult to deal with. "Senior Marshal Sister Li Yang, are you okay?" A voice suddenly came from the fog, and Li Yang's spirit instantly perked up. She recognized that it was Ling Xiao's voice. Ling Xiao's arrival meant that Qing Wanflower was also here. With Qing Wanflower's strength, she would definitely be of great help to them in dealing with the nether wolves. At this time, Li Yang didn't realize that the biggest reinforcement wasn't Qing Wanflower, but Ling Xiao, whom she had neglected. Of course, she did not deliberately ignore it. She was just like most people, blinded by Ling Xiao's weak appearance. "Ling Xiao, don't come over. You are too weak. If you come over, it will be very dangerous. Let Qing Wanhua do it. Li Yang's the only one. She's SSST. At first, Li Yang thought it was Qing Wanflower. She couldn't help but admire the Qing Wanflower's strength. Entering the wolf pack was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. When she saw it clearly, she was stunned. "No, it's not Qing Wanflower. It's Ling Xiao." A warrior from Li Yang team shouted in shock. "How can he be so strong?" Another person also shouted. "How would I know? I'm confused too." Li Yang was really confused. She thought that Ling Xiao was very weak. Because of this, before participating in the assessment, she said that she wanted to repay Ling Xiao for saving the disciples of the Orange Celestial Mountain. She wanted to protect Ling Xiao. But at this moment, it wasn't her who was protecting Ling Xiao. Instead, It was Ling Xiao who was protecting them. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the pack of wolves, his body began to glow with a bright light. This light was not only gorgeous, but also terrifying. The nether wolf was a ferocious monster. It should have been a headache for all the participants. Because this guy was not only fast, but his coordination was also very strange. But when it came to Ling Xiao, it didn't seem to be a problem. The one who should be having a headache was the nether wolf. Ling Xiao's body released lightning. As long as it touched the nether wolf, it would make the nether wolf howl miserably and fall to the ground. Then, its limbs would twitch and it would almost die on the spot. Coupled with the terrifying slashes of his heavy sword, every slash would definitely take the life of a nether wolf. Their bodies were directly smashed out of shape. There was no way they could survive. At this moment, Ling Xiao hadn't even used his martial soul transformation. He was just using his intermediate lightning battle body and his terrifying combat strength to fight these nether wolves. Because he didn't need to use his martial soul transformation. With his current strength, it was more than enough to deal with these nether wolves. In terms of speed, the other party was not as good as him. In terms of endurance, the other party was not as good as him. In terms of defense, the other party wasn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. And those seemingly cunning coordination was just a clumsy performance under his Tai Kai eye. How could they give him a headache? Therefore, these fellows that were simply nightmares to others had become prey that were not worth mentioning to him. This guy is actually so strong. Qinghuan's expression was very interesting. She thought that Ling Xiao only had powerful auxiliary abilities that could help them get rid of troublesome opponents. But she never thought that this guy not only had auxiliary abilities, but also had such powerful combat strength. Although it seemed that he couldn't surpass her, he was much stronger than she had imagined. Especially those exquisite combat skills. Even she was left in the dust. Almost every time the nether wolf was about to attack Ling Xiao, the battle would be reversed. At first, Qinghuan thought that it was just a coincidence. She thought that it was because Ling Xiao wasn't strong enough, so it was dangerous. But after the same thing happened a few times, Qinghuan completely understood. It wasn't dangerous at all. It was a strategy made after careful calculations. It was done on purpose. How did Ling Xiao do it? Heavenly lightning fire. Ling Xiao suddenly slashed down with the sword in his hand. The extremely terrifying lightning sword aura rushed into the wolf pack. In an instant, more than 10 wolves were burnt black. They fell to the ground and couldn't move at all. The air was filled with a burnt smell. There was even the smell of cooked wolf meat. However, the nether wolf was famous for not being afraid of death. Not only were they not afraid when more than 10 of them were killed in an instant, but they also howled and summoned more nether wolves. In an instant, close to 100 nether wolves charged at Ling Xiao in a dense pack. They completely ignored the rest of the people. The poisonous fog exhaled by the 100 nether wolves almost formed a terrifying poisonous miasma. There was no way to avoid it. However, Ling Xiao stood there with his sword in both hands. He was very calm. Nether wolves are nether wolves, which is also me. If it was Qinghuan, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy. Maybe I'm the nemesis of these guys. Looking at these nether wolves, Ling Xiao felt a little happy. Maybe he wasn't just the nemesis of the nether wolves. It seemed that all monsters that met him would be unhappy. Chapter 2349. Don't you need help? At this moment, Qinghuan Hua and the others had already begun to heal the members of Li Yang team. Seeing Ling Xiao being surrounded by more nether wolves, Qinghuan Hua couldn't help but ask. No need. The lightning on Ling Xiao's body became even more dazzling. Gradually, within the lightning, terrifying magma began to flow and envelop his entire body. This made him even more terrifying. What's his cultivation level? Li Yang asked Qinghuan Hua. She thought that Qinghuan Hua had good eyesight and should be able to tell. Unexpectedly, Qinghuan Hua shook her head helplessly and said, I don't know. I'm getting more and more confused about Ling Xiao. Since the moment he stepped onto the demonic mountain, he has been constantly surprising me. There are too many mysteries surrounding this person. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao as they healed their wounds. They wanted to know how Ling Xiao was going to deal with these 100 nether wolves. Under everyone's gaze, Ling Xiao put away the heavy sword. He took out the secret sword. He hadn't used this secret sword for a long time, because he didn't have a suitable secret technique. But since he successfully condensed the advanced lightning body and the advanced lava body, Ling Xiao obtained 2 advanced jade-level secret techniques. Now, he could finally unleash the terrifying power of this secret technique. A wooden sword. It's quite beautiful, but can it kill the nether wolves? Everyone was very curious, wondering what Ling Xiao was going to do. After a while, the lightning on Ling Xiao's body completely disappeared and was replaced by boiling magma. I've heard that he cultivated a dual body, but I thought it was only a dual primary body. I didn't expect him to have reached the intermediate level. I really underestimated him. This guy has been hiding his strength all this time. Qinghuan Hua had naturally heard of Ling Xiao's name. After all, Ling Xiao was the hero who eradicated the Devil Shadow sect. Although this hero was insignificant in the eyes of many disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain, he was not even worth mentioning. This was because almost everyone who thought that their cultivation was stronger than Ling Xiao felt that they could also be heroes. It was just that they didn't have the opportunity to do so. The Qinghuan flower once had a similar idea. But today, she suddenly felt that her thoughts were laughable. It was no accident that Ling Xiao was able to eradicate the Devil Shadow sect. This guy really had that ability. It was ability, not strength. Ling Xiao always seemed to be able to make the impossible possible. This was something that no one else could compare to. Just as Qinghuan was lost in her thoughts, Ling Xiao's secret technique sword was already aimed at the nether wolves. The lava in his body was boiling non-stop. Even the nether wolf could feel the terrifying power. The nether wolf that was charging towards Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. It was this moment of hesitation. Ling Xiao's secret technique sword emitted a blazing light. High jade grade secret technique, lava storm, small success. Following Ling Xiao's release of the terrifying secret technique. With him as the center, everything within 10 meters of him was covered in lava. The lava seemed to have a mind of its own as it coincidentally avoided Qinghuan flower and the others. It only burned towards the nether wolves. Screams sounded one after another. Qinghuan flower started to sympathize with the nether wolves. How could they meet such a terrifying opponent like Ling Xiao? This terrifying move burned almost all of the nether wolves to death. Only a few nether wolves at the very edge of the forest fled in a panic while letting out terrified cries. They probably wouldn't dare to appear in front of Ling Xiao again. This was the first time Ling Xiao used lava storm. The terrifying power of this move made him very satisfied. This was the secret technique that he wanted. Although compared to the Burning Heaven Eye he used before, it was still a lot weaker. But the Burning Heaven Eye couldn't be used now. It was already good enough to use Lava Storm as a substitute. High Jade Grade Secret Technique? What a powerful move. Seeing this move finished, Qinghuan Flower's expression became even more interesting. The power of this move was something that even she couldn't escape unscathed. It was really terrifying. Ling Xiao actually learned the High Jade Grade Secret Technique. Where did he learn it from? Did he learn it from the Black Immortal Mountain? He really hid his strength. Looks like this test is going to be interesting. Li Yang also let out a sigh. I'm afraid no one expected Ling Xiao to be so strong. Even so, his strength is still not as good as mine and the Violets'. It's even more impossible for him to be compared to Desert Cloud and Akira. The 8 Immortal Mountains test only requires 3 people. I'm afraid he's going to regret it. Qinghuan Flower sighed, feeling sorry for Ling Xiao. With such strength and terrifying talent, if he could enter the 8 Immortal Mountain as soon as possible, he would be even stronger in the future. It was a pity that 3 people were too few. Desert Cloud, Akira, Violets, and Qinghuan Flower. There were even a few people who were stronger than Ling Xiao. It was already surprising that Ling Xiao could be in the top 10 of the 100 people. But to advance was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know that Qinghuan Flower was thinking about this. If he knew, he would definitely tell Qinghuan Flower not to worry about him. Even if the 8 Immortal Mountain only needed one person, it would definitely be Ling Xiao. Did she really think that he was that weak? The lava storm he used this time was only at the initial level. And the power he used was only at the peak of the first level of hell. He used the intermediate lava combat body. If he released his true strength, Qinghuan Flower would be shocked to the extreme. Turning around, Ling Xiao found that everyone was staring at him with their mouths agape. He couldn't help but laugh. This isn't the first time we've met. Why is there something on my face? There's nothing on your face, but the strength you showed is simply too strong. With this strength, there should be no problem for you to be in the top 10 of this test. Li Yang smiled bitterly. Why did you hide it before? You made us worry for nothing. It's not that I wanted to hide it, but someone wanted me dead. If I don't keep some trump cards, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to deal with them. Ling Xiao sighed and explained. Are you talking about Desert Cloud and Akira? Li Yang's face suddenly became very ugly when she mentioned these two people. In this test, Desert Cloud and Akira have joined forces and led 4 groups of Scarlet Immortal Mountain warriors to plunder the Soul Lock tokens. Their goal is very simple. They want to eliminate all the teams except for Scarlet Immortal Mountain, including their ally Purple Immortal Mountain. You met them? Ling Xiao frowned and asked. He absolutely believed Li Yang's words. With the style of those people from Scarlet Immortal Mountain, they would really do so. Moreover, Scarlet Immortal Mountain originally had 5 teams. One of them was eliminated, and the remaining 4 teams were just the number of people needed for the second test. Chapter 2350. You met Desert Cloud's group? Ling Xiao asked Li Yang. Li Yang sighed and said, yes, if we weren't being chased by them, we wouldn't have fallen into the Netherwolf's ambush. Desert Cloud and Akira are extremely powerful, and with the cooperation of the disciples of Scarlet Fairy Mountain, they are simply unstoppable. Everyone is afraid of them. Ling Xiao frowned. If the situation was as Li Yang said, then it was really troublesome. Scarlet Fairy Mountain now had 4 groups of 20 people left. Most of the martial artists on the other mountain peaks were unwilling to unite. Because this kind of assessment was suspicious of each other and didn't trust each other. Unless it was like Scarlet Fairy Mountain, which belonged to the same mountain, it was basically a fantasy to want to unite. This made the 4 groups of people of Scarlet Fairy Mountain even more unscrupulous and do whatever they wanted. By the way, I heard them say that they planned to destroy your team first, but for some reason, they lost their target halfway. Li Yang suddenly added. Ling Xiao smiled. Of course he knew why. Those guys originally captured his position, but because he erased the consciousness of the expert in the Soul Lock token. This caused the other party to lose their target instantly. Want to kill me? It's not that easy. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Desert Cloud and Akira wanted to kill him. He wouldn't let those 2 guys go. The team that he killed before was just an appetizer. Ling Xiao, I now know that you are very strong, but even so, you can only be ranked in the top 10. You are definitely not a match for Desert Cloud and Akira. Now that they have joined forces, you have no way to deal with them. So if you can avoid them, try to avoid them. Li Yang said very sincerely. You have to be able to avoid them. Ling Xiao sighed and said, don't forget, although we are taking different paths now, there is only one path to Sky Devil Peak. You can't avoid it. Heh, since they want me to die, then I will meet them. You're really open-minded. Li Yang smiled bitterly and said, Sai, I said I would help you, but in the end, you helped me. I just heard from Qinghuan that you are planning to go to the Spider Cave, but there is a detour. But it's good, maybe you can avoid Akira and Desert Cloud. The 5 of us don't have a big problem, we can set off on our own. If there is anything you need to do, do it. Help each other, maybe in the future I will need senior sister Li Yang. Ling Xiao smiled. When he wasn't killing people, he was always that bright and sunny big boy, making people feel comfortable just looking at him. Why don't the 5 of us help you look for Shuo Yun and Kai Linga first? If we find them, we can keep an eye on them so that we can alert you in time. Li Yang thought for a while and felt that this was the only thing she could do to help Ling Xiao in this assessment. Hence, she said, don't worry. All right, but don't get too close. Ling Xiao didn't refuse Li Yang's kindness. He knew that this would make Li Yang feel more comfortable and less awkward. Of course, otherwise I will cause you trouble. Li Yang smiled and said, "Goodbye." Ling Xiao cupped his hands at them, and then continued to move in the direction of the spider cave with Qingwan and the others. Seeing Ling Xiao disappear in the fog, a warrior from Li Yang team couldn't help but say, "Senior sister, did you notice? That arrogant Qingwan is very obedient to Ling Xiao." "Yeah, I noticed it as well." Ling Xiao occupied over 100 nether wolves by himself, and his strength can be said to be terrifying. It shouldn't be a problem for him to be in the top 10. He is much stronger than me. Li Yang sighed and said, the Qingwan probably also noticed Ling Xiao's strength, so she has a good attitude towards him. That's not right. There are many people stronger than Ling Xiao. I have never heard of a Qingwan being able to stay with anyone. Another disciple said, this Ling Xiao is definitely outstanding. Not in strength, but in other aspects. Li Yang was stunned for a moment. She immediately thought of how Ling Xiao found them when they were blocked by the thick fog. Did Ling Xiao really have some special ability? She really couldn't see through him. This kid had only joined the 8 Immortals Mountain for 2 months. How did he grow? How could he be so monstrous? With Ling Xiao leading the way, the originally dangerous demonic mountain became much easier. Although they still encountered several waves of monster beasts and heavenly demons on the way, they were not dangerous. The 5 of them were easily dealt with. Originally, if the Qingwan was alone, she would probably be exhausted to reach the spider cave. Half of her physical strength and energy would be consumed on the journey. Ling Xiao even suspected that the violets already knew that the Qingwan was going to the spider cave and were waiting for her to be exhausted. The spider cave is really a dangerous place. I can already feel the terrifying aura before we even reach it. Ling Xiao slowed down because they were already very close to the spider cave. When they approached the spider cave, many strange spiders appeared. These spiders were not big. Instead, they were very small, only the size of a fingernail, but they had a terrifying poison that could kill an elephant. Although a martial artist's body might be stronger than an elephant's, once poisoned, they would still feel dizzy and might even faint on the spot. Ling Xiao, there are 5 heavenly demon spiders in the spider cave. They already have intelligence and are very cunning. They are much more terrifying than the hundreds of nether wolves from before. Not only is their poison extremely strong, but the most terrifying thing is that the spider silk they spit out is as tough as steel and can't be broken easily. Moreover, their strength has basically reached the middle stage of the 1-star 2-layer hell. Even I have a hard time dealing with 2 at the same time. You guys, don't go near them. The Qingwan reminded, last year, when I fought with the violets in the spider cave, I was ambushed by the heavenly demon spiders. The Qingwan always felt a little guilty, so she tried her best not to let Ling Xiao and the others take risks. Although the 4 of them could definitely become her powerful helpers, she really didn't want anything to happen to the 4 of them, whom she didn't know at all. We'll talk about it when the time comes. I said before that I won't let you be eliminated, let alone let you die. Otherwise, my test will be over. I'm an impatient person, and I don't want to wait until next year to enter the upper 8 Immortal Mountain. Since I've come to participate in this test, I must succeed in advancing. Ling Xiao glanced at the Qingwan and lightly said, but you can rest assured that if you can deal with it, I won't act recklessly. The Qingwan sighed and thought that this was the only way. We're here. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. Chapter 2351. This spider cave is interesting. It seems to be a fossil of a giant spider from the past. No wonder it could breed so many terrifying spiders, and even the heavenly demon spider. Ling Xiao analyzed after observing the spider cave for a while. You're right. I didn't expect you to accompany the Qingwan to your death. Should I say that you're loyal, or should I say that you don't know what's good for you? Suddenly, a voice came from above the spider cave. There was a hint of mockery and a strong killing intent. Violets. You're really here. The Qingwan looked above the spider cave. Other than the Qingwan, there were no traces of the other 4 people. Logically speaking, a team of 5 people, but the violets appeared here alone. Could it be that she wanted to fight alone? Ling Xiao looked around, But he didn't see the shadows of the other 4 people. There was no ambush. Only in the depths of the spider cave could he feel a terrifying aura coming out. But it was still very far away. Of course I'm here. The grudge between us hasn't been settled yet. The violets smiled faintly. Poor Qingwan, I've already told you that it was my mission to be adopted by your father. When I was young, I joined the Dark God Palace branch in the Black Tortoise continent and became an assassin there. In order to kill your father, I didn't hesitate to be his daughter for more than 10 years. He should be satisfied with his death. What's there to be angry about? Such shameless words again. Do you think my father didn't know that you were an assassin of the Dark God Palace? He knew. He just wanted to use family affection to influence you. He just felt that you were pitiful. Joining the Dark God Palace at such a young age, you must have a miserable life. He wanted to let you feel the warmth of a home. For this, he even went to the Dark God Palace branch personally and got your slave contract back from there. But what about you? You were stubborn and unrepentant. You killed your father cruelly and even showed off your great achievements to others. The Qingwan was trembling when she said this. It was obvious how angry she was. I didn't ask him to save me. He liked to save a poisonous snake, so he didn't die in vain. Violet said lightly, all right, since that's the case, I'll kill you today to comfort my late father's soul in heaven, Qingwan Hua said indignantly. Violet smiled as if she didn't care at all. She gestured at the Qingwan flower and said, since you're all here, come at me together. Anyway, a few more bastards won't change anything. However, I do admire you. Your strength seems to have improved. You were actually able to walk to the spider cave unscathed despite being burdened by these 4 burdens. I may have underestimated you. They're not a burden, nor are they trash. They're Qingwan's teammates, shouted the Qingwan flower. Teammates? Are you serious? I remember that after you were betrayed by those people last year, you never admitted that you had any teammates, and you were even more unwilling to cooperate with anyone. I didn't expect you to treat these trash as your teammates. Perhaps this is what they mean by birds of a feather flocking together. Maybe you're a piece of trash yourself. Violet said sarcastically. You keep calling me trash. I don't know how strong you are. Qingwan flower, if you don't attack, I'll teach this bitch a lesson. Ling Xiao couldn't help but say. You dare to scold me? Violet's frowned and her eyes narrowed into slits. So what if I scold you? I'm going to kill you. Did your purple deity mountain also receive guidance from that old dog, Sarin? Did you lock onto my location and come to kill me? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, we were going to kill you, but we didn't expect something to happen halfway and we suddenly lost your position. But I really didn't expect that an idiot like you would come to me. It really saved me a lot of effort. Today, I'll take care of you and Qingwan flower together. As for the other 3 trash, don't blame me. You can only blame yourself for following someone you shouldn't have. Violet said lightly. Very good. Ling Xiao nodded and said nothing more. He asked such a question because he was thinking about how to deal with Violet's. Should he kill her? Or should he just teach her a lesson? Violet's answer made him want to kill her. He had always been like this. If he found that the other party had the intention to kill him, he would put it out without mercy. He had to strike first to gain the upper hand. He was not stupid enough to think of a way in panic when someone was about to kill him. Violets, your opponent is me. If you want to hurt them, you have to step over my dead body first. Qingwan flower suddenly said angrily. I won't kill you. Violet shook her head and said, before entering the samsara, you and Ling Yang were a good couple. If I kill you, how can I get good things from Ling Yang? Ling Yang, the most powerful leader of 8 Immortals Mountain. The most ultimate secrets of 8 Immortals Mountain are in his hands. I don't know Ling Yang, and I don't know what you're talking about. But if you want to use me to deal with someone, it's really wishful thinking. Qingwan flower said sharply. Their conversation made Ling Xiao discover a secret. He believed what Violet said. Qingwan flower should really know Ling Yang, and Ling Yang before entering the samsara. There should be a reason why she refused to admit it now. After all, Ling Yang was now a taboo in the entire 8 Immortals Mountain. Maybe he could find more clues about Ling Yang from Qingwan Flower. Ling Yang was his good brother, and he didn't feel comfortable letting his good brother be locked up in the ghost prison for so long. Although he would be able to save Ling Yang once his strength increased to a certain level. But the question was, could Ling Yang really wait until then? The situation of 8 Immortals Mountain was changing day and night. The situation of the ghost prison was also changing. No one could guarantee what would happen in the future. Even Ling Xiao couldn't. So he had to prepare as soon as possible. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. I'll beat you until you admit it. Violet suddenly jumped into the spider cave and attacked Qingwan Flower. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little strange that they were fighting outside the spider cave in such harsh conditions. Could it be that Violets were no longer afraid of the heavenly devil spider? Last year, Violets was seriously injured by the heavenly devil spider. People say that once bitten, twice shy. Wasn't it true when it came to Violets? Ling Xiao didn't believe it. He always felt that Violets were up to no good. But for a while, he couldn't figure out what the problem was. The battle had begun. Qingwan Flower was still using her merciless wind and snow sword. Violets, on the other hand, used a short knife as thin as a cicada's wing. The knife technique she used was very strange. Ling Xiao had never seen such a knife technique. In the process of using it, the knife chi intertwined into a net, like a spiderweb, densely wrapping Qingwan Flower's sword chi. Chapter 2352. The Violets tried to stop the Qingwan Flower from using her sword. However, the Qingwan Flower was not to be trifled with. The strength she displayed was much stronger than what Ling Xiao had seen before. Facing the Violets, she really had to go all out. However, the two of them were evenly matched, and they were both reincarnated martial artists. Their experience was basically the same. For a moment, it seemed like it would not be easy for either of them to defeat the other. Is this a war of attrition? Something's not right. Ling Xiao noticed that the Qingwan Flower had suddenly blocked the Violets with her sword and retreated. A powerful aura that was completely different from before erupted from his body. What? The Violets were clearly surprised. Is this the aura of a high-tier Jade grade martial skill? You guessed right. Last year, I was inferior to you. You defeated my low-tier Jade grade martial skill with a mid-tier Jade grade martial skill. I knew that if I wanted to defeat you, I would have to learn a high-tier Jade grade martial skill. As she spoke, the Qingwan Flower's aura became even more terrifying. Ling Xiao couldn't help but shake his head bitterly. The Black Tortoise continent was indeed much stronger than the White Tiger continent. Although there were many geniuses on the White Tiger continent, mid-tier Jade grade martial skills were considered top-tier martial skills. Life-sizers generally used martial arts of this level. But here, a mere yin-yang realm martial artist could cultivate a high-tier Jade grade martial skill. That was the difference. Of course, in the lower 8 Immortals Mountain, those who could learn a high-tier Jade grade martial skill were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns. Only 3 to 5 people could do it. Perhaps even fewer. Damn it, I didn't expect you to be able to cultivate a high-tier Jade grade martial skill. That really surprised me. The Violets' shock and worry were not faked. Facing a high-tier Jade grade martial skill, she was also very afraid. In order to kill you, in order to avenge my father, I sacrificed too much. I had no friends, no family, and spent my days alone. Today, I will let this nightmare pass. The Qingwan Flower's emotions were extremely agitated. As her emotions rose, so did her terrifying aura. Ling Xiao looked at the Qingwan Flowers and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Although she couldn't compare to Feng Feiye, Cold Plum, or the Moon Maiden, she could still be considered outstanding. But compared to Akira, he wasn't inferior at all. He should also be a heaven-grade genius. What would her high-grade Jade grade martial skill be like? Ling Xiao was now a bystander watching the show. Hu Renfeng kept yawning. Watching others fight was not as exciting as fighting on his own. Lin Yang, on the other hand, stared at the battle without blinking, as if he wanted to learn something from it. As for Cheng Feiying, she was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, cultivating. Cheng Feiying had suffered quite a few blows along the way. Not only was Ling Xiao better than her, but even Li Yang, Qingwan, and Violets were better than her. She was indignant. Her aptitude wasn't bad, it was just that she entered the cycle of reincarnation rather late. It was normal for her to fall behind. But she was unwilling. She wanted to do her best to catch up. Naturally, Ling Xiao wouldn't stop her from working so hard. At this moment, his thoughts were all focused on the battle. Originally, he was thinking that if Qingwan flowers were in danger, he'd help her even if he had to reveal some of his true strength. It wasn't to make Qingwan his servant girl, but purely because he thought she wasn't bad at all. Moreover, they were teammates now. Ling Xiao didn't have the habit of ignoring his teammates when they were in danger. Currently, the Violets didn't dare to be careless in the face of Qingwan Flower's fierce aura. Although she didn't know any high-grade Jade-grade martial skills, she was confident in her skills. Even if Qingwan Flowers had learned a high-grade Jade-grade martial skill, she believed it wouldn't be too high. If it was at the entry level, that would be best. Even with her perfection stage Jade-grade martial skill, she was still able to gain a huge advantage. If it was at the initial level, then it would be troublesome. But she felt she could still handle it. Moreover, she had no other choice at this moment. Should she run away? It was impossible. She might not lose. She really didn't want to run away like this. Moreover, she had a follow-up plan. Today, not only was she going to capture Qingwan Flowers alive, but she was also going to kill Ling Xiao. Then, she would go to the sand race to claim her reward. Come on, Qingwan Flowers. I'd like to see how strong your high-grade Jade-grade martial skill is. After making up her mind, the Violets released her most powerful aura. The sharp blade in her hand, which was as thin as a cicada's wing, emitted a buzzing sound that was getting louder and louder. It was the sound of the blade energy vibrating the air. If one looked closely, they would find that Violet's blade was vibrating at an extremely fast speed. This could increase the attack power of her moves. Right at this moment, an expressionless and cold figure floated up into appearance on the azure phoenix flower opposite him. This person was dressed in white with disheveled hair. He looked a little depressed. But he was extremely handsome. His face and eyes were filled with sadness and helplessness. This was the martial spirit of Qingwan Flowers. It was said that he was a hero who entered the path of swordsmanship. This person pursued the path of swordsmanship all his life, but he was betrayed by his own brother and his own woman. In the end, he died at the hands of his woman's son. When he was alive, he was affectionate and righteous. After his death, his martial spirit became emotionless and cold. That was because his heart was already dead. Back then, he treated the son of the woman who betrayed him as his own son. He imparted his lifetime's lost knowledge to that child. In the end, he died at the hands of his opponent's poisoned wine. A hero who died in such a cowardly way. Who wouldn't be indignant? Sentimental swordsman, emotionless sword. This is so similar to what happened to Qingwan Flower's father. Ling Xiao finally understood why Qingwan Flower's sword was always so emotionless and cold. But it was extremely powerful. Sword energy soared to the sky. The cold sword energy was bone-piercing. The spiders that were pouncing on Qingwan Flowers all ran away. Some spiders that couldn't escape in time were torn apart by the cold sword energy. It seems that I have to strike first. Dark gold vibrating saber, kill. Violet saw the horror of this sword. She didn't want to wait any longer. Even in the face of Qingwan Flower's horrible sword energy, she felt that she had to strike first. Otherwise, she might not even have a chance to attack. Unfortunately, her attack was still too late. This sword is to kill all the heartless people in the world. Sentimental swordsman, emotionless sword, extreme anger. The voice fell. The surrounding fog seemed to be blown away by the sword energy in an instant. What an extreme anger! The moment the sword energy was released, Ling Xiao seemed to see a swordsman who had been wronged and tortured. He used all his strength to kill that heartless person. In the fog, there was only the cold sword light. It was so conspicuous. Chapter 2353. The moment the sword light flew out, Violet knew she couldn't block it. But she was smart. She knew she couldn't run away. As long as she turned around and fled, all the sword chi would pour into her body. At that time, she would definitely die. Instead of retreating, she continued to move forward. The saber light collided with the sword light. She wanted to use her saber to weaken the power of the opponent's sword chi. But the power of the Qinghuan flower's sword was beyond her imagination. Violet felt an irresistible force crash into her body the moment her blade came into contact with her opponent's sword aura. At that moment, she realized she had underestimated the Qinghuan flower. She had underestimated the terrifying high-tier jade martial arts technique. Even if the opponent's technique was only at the initial level, she couldn't block such power. Her body flew out like a kite with a broken string and crashed heavily on the cliff of the spider cave. She smashed a huge rock into pieces. At this moment, her face was deathly pale and her blood was churning. She felt extremely uncomfortable. This power is only slightly weaker than my berserk thunder art. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. If nothing unexpected happened, the Qinghuan flower would win easily today. In order to defeat the violets, the Qinghuan flower had put in a lot of effort. This high-tier jade martial arts technique must have been hard to come by. But it was worth it. After seriously injuring the violets, the Qinghuan flower stopped attacking. Maybe it was because it was the first time she used this high-tier jade martial arts technique. Her body hadn't adapted to such a powerful force. However, it was only a momentary pause. Then, she regrouped and attacked the violets again. Her hatred for the violets was the same as the murder of her father. She couldn't live under the same sky. Of course, she wouldn't be merciful, let alone let her go. Seeing the Qinghuan flower coming at her again, Violets, who had just caught her breath, gritted her teeth, and a haze appeared on her face. Qinghuan flower, you want me to die, but I, the violets, won't die so easily. After she finished speaking, she actually jumped into the spider cave. The Qinghuan flower hesitated for a moment and did not chase after him. It was pitch black inside the spider cave, and there were also heavenly devil spiders. Even the Qinghuan flower did not want to take the risk. Retreat a little further, Ling Xiao reminded him, violets can't have escaped. From what she said just now, she must have other plans. Out of her trust in Ling Xiao, the Qinghuan flower retreated more than 10 meters away from the creepy spider cave. At this moment, hundreds of densely packed silk threads shot out from the spider cave. The threads weren't white, but each of them glowed with a green light. It was obvious at a glance that they were highly toxic. Because the Qinghuan flower had retreated in advance, it was easier to dodge now. If she had just chased into the spider cave, or if she was standing in the same position just now, then at this moment, she was probably entangled in the dense spider webs. Even if she did not die, she would definitely be poisoned. As the threads shot out, there were bursts of rustle sounds coming from the spider cave, accompanied by some strange cries, which made one's hair stand on end. What's going on? Cheng Feiying asked nervously. Trouble is coming. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said, set up the array immediately and get ready to help. He knew very well that it was too late to escape now. If he was alone, he might be able to, but this was a team of 5. In the face of a sudden attack, as long as one person was eliminated or died, it would be tantamount to wasting this opportunity. As he said himself, he was an impatient person. He could not wait until next year. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Terrifying breaths shot out from the spider cave. Countless tiny spiders shot out like a rainstorm. Each of these little guys was only the size of a mosquito, but their bodies were highly poisonous. And the most troublesome thing was that once they touched the target, they would instantly explode. They would spray extremely corrosive venom on the target's body. Wall of size. Qinghuan flower shouted and pushed forward with both hands. Then, a wall as cold as ice blocked in front of the 5 people. The countless small spiders smashed against the ice wall with crackling sounds. Then, the corrosive liquid continuously corroded the ice wall, and it looked like it would soon melt. Damn it, could it be that the violets are controlling these spiders? Otherwise, how could they be so obedient? Ling Xiao, you guys go quickly. I'll stop these guys. Although she did not know what was going on with these spiders, why they suddenly attacked her like crazy. Qinghuan Flower knew that if she continued to stay here, her life would be in danger. She had to retreat first. We can't leave. Ling Xiao sighed. They were now completely surrounded by a dense crowd of spiders. Of course, the most terrifying thing was not these self-exploding little spiders, but the huge heavenly demon spider that had already crawled out of the spider cave. Its scarlet eyes were like a ghost in the dark night. Its huge head made this monster look even more ferocious and terrifying. The heavenly demon spider looked like a spider from head to toe. Only its face looked very much like a human. That was why it was sometimes called the human-faced spider. These guys were more cunning than the nether wolf, more powerful than the nether wolf, and more poisonous than the nether wolf. In an instant, 5 heavenly demon spiders blocked Qinghuan Flower's escape route. They completely surrounded Qinghuan Flower. Looking at the situation, the heavenly demon spiders wanted to deal with Qinghuan Flower first. However, Ling Xiao and the others were treated as second. Only the self-exploding little spiders and other poisonous spiders surrounded them. Although it was dangerous, it was not as bad as Qinghuan Flower's situation. Each heavenly demon spider had a leg length of 4 to 5 meters, and a height of nearly 7 to 8 meters. Their bodies were surrounded by black smoke, which had been woven into a huge spider web. Whether it was Ling Xiao and the others, or Qinghuan Flower, it would not be easy for them to escape. Look at their faces. Cheng Feiying suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong? For a moment, Ling Xiao didn't understand why Cheng Feiying was so shocked. Thus, he asked. Those 5 faces are the faces of the disciples of Purple Deity Mountain, Lin Yang explained. What? This time, it was Ling Xiao's turn to be shocked. I heard that every time the heavenly demon spider swallowed a martial artist, it would turn into the martial artist's face, and even retain some of the martial artist's consciousness. In that case, 5 martial artists of Purple Deity Mountain have already been killed by the heavenly demon spiders. He took a closer look. There were no violets on the faces. He suspected that the violets were behind this whole thing. It must be. The heavenly demon spider that has just swallowed a martial artist will become even more ferocious. Boss, I'm afraid Qinghuan Flower is in trouble. Lin Yang reminded him. Chapter 2354. At this moment, the Qinghuan Flower looked very nervous. Although it was not to the extent that she lost her composure due to nervousness, it was obvious that she was affected by the terrifying demonic intent released by the 5 heavenly demon spiders. The heavenly demon spider was a terrifying demonic beast that was transformed and bred by the heavenly demons. Not only did it have a ferocious attacking ability that most spider demonic beasts did not have, but it also contained a deadly poison. Anyone who encountered such a ferocious creature would be on tenterhooks and terrified. The Qinghuan Flower was already very lucky. You 3 remember, no matter what happens, do not leave the battle formation. Just pay close attention to those little spiders. I will go save the Qinghuan Flower. Ling Xiao of course did not have such noble sentiments. But the Qinghuan Flower must be saved. Otherwise, he would not be able to pass the test. And this Qinghuan Flower was his good brother Ling Yang's woman before he reincarnated. No matter what, he had to save her. Just as Ling Xiao was reminding Hu Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Cheng Feiying, the heavenly demon spiders had already launched their attacks. The Qinghuan Flower naturally did not want to wait for death. The terrifying emotionless sword technique was displayed, exploding with powerful sword chi. But it was obvious that the power was not as strong as when it was used against the violets. This scene was seen by Ling Xiao, and he naturally understood that this was because Qing Luanhua's cultivation had yet to reach a certain level, and she had forcefully executed a high-grade jade-grade martial skill, causing this situation to occur. The consumption was too great. So much so that she could not use it multiple times in a row. Of course, even so, the emotionless sword was still very powerful. One of the heavenly demon spiders bore the brunt of the attack. The sharp sword chi directly pierced through its body and instantly froze it into pieces of ice, then fell to the ground. It died on the spot. But the Qinghuan Flower did not look happy at all with one of the heavenly demon spiders killed. Because she knew very well in her heart. After using this move, she would be powerless and could only be slaughtered by the heavenly demon spiders. After one of the heavenly demon spiders was killed, the remaining 4 heavenly demon spiders let out strange and angry howls. The terrifying poisonous threads shot towards the Qinghuan flower at almost the same time, wanting to kill this hateful woman on the spot. Looks like this is the end for me. Qinghuan's eyes were filled with helplessness and despair. She really didn't want to die yet. Because the violets were not dead, she did not want to die in front of the violets. Because she had just made a few true friends, she didn't want to die so muddle-headedly. She resisted with all her might, hoping to preserve her life. She also didn't want to admit defeat directly, so she directly asked the judges for help. Once she asked for help, she would lose her qualifications. If she lost her qualifications, the entire team would lose their qualifications as well. She really didn't want Ling Xiao, Hu Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Cheng Feiying to be unable to take the test because of her. She thrust out her sword again. However, the power of this strike was even weaker than before. It was unable to pierce through the heavenly demon spider's skin. Instead, the heavenly devil spider seized the opportunity and pierced her body with a tiny poisonous thread. In that instant, she suddenly felt the world spinning around her, as if her soul was about to ascend to the heavens. Not good. Qinghuan felt that her consciousness was about to disappear. At that moment, a strong arm grabbed her shoulder and stuffed an unknown pill into her mouth. "It's me. Don't resist. That was an antidote. It should be able to alleviate your symptoms. Leave the rest of the battle to me." Ling Xiao. In a daze, the blue luan flower saw a familiar face. "I didn't think that I would be saved by you in the end. It's just that I really can't be your servant." She felt helpless. Thinking about the words she said to Ling Xiao before the test, she felt extremely guilty. "What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't take that seriously. It's just that you were too arrogant at the time, so I wanted to suppress you on purpose." As Ling Xiao spoke, he brewed up a terrifying thunder, breaking all the surrounding spider webs. These spider webs were really troublesome. Every single one of them was highly poisonous. If touched, it would be troublesome. Qinghuan heard Ling Xiao's words and felt even more guilty. She had said such harsh words, but Ling Xiao had disregarded the past to save her. This made her truly understand what it meant to be a teammate. What it meant to be a true friend. "You 3, protect her." Ling Xiao threw Qinghuan flower out. She landed right in Cheng Feiying's arms. Then, Ling Xiao kicked a heavenly devil spider that tried to chase after him. The heavenly devil spider spat out green blood from the kick. Its body somersaulted several times in the air before finally falling to the ground. It looked like it was seriously injured. Seeing that their companion was injured, the other 3 heavenly devil spiders vented their anger on Ling Xiao. They roared and charged at Ling Xiao. Just in time. The thunder and lightning on Ling Xiao's body became more and more intense. When the thunder and lightning accumulated to a certain degree, his body suddenly flew out and turned into a bolt of lightning. It easily pierced through one of the heavenly demon spider's hearts. Inside the heavenly devil spider's body, there was still a constant sizzling sound from the lightning. "He seems to be stronger than I thought." Qinghuan flower was in a daze. All she saw was Ling Xiao's domineering figure, like the thunder god. Then, she fainted. "Boss, don't fight. Why don't we run? There are more and more spiders in the spider cave." Lin Yang yelled. Ling Xiao was in the mood to kill, but when he saw the situation, he knew that he couldn't waste any more time. Although he wasn't afraid of these heavenly devil spiders, the spiders in the spider cave were rushing out as if they didn't care about their lives. If the number of spiders reached a certain level, even he would die. "Retreat. I'll bring up the rear." Ling Xiao roared. He took out his heavy sword and slashed twice. The 2 swords turned into dozens of lightning sword chi and exploded on the ground. A large number of spiders were blown up. Countless spiders were blocked by the terrifying lightning sword chi. At this time, Hu Renfeng and the others had already escaped. Ling Xiao saw that it was about time. He didn't want to fight anymore. He used the moon-stepping meteor steps and instantly jumped out of the terrifying spider horde and chased after his team. With the combination of his Tai Chi Eye and soul power, he quickly caught up with his team. This time, Bringing up the rear became opening a path. The 5 of them escaped for a full 15 minutes. After confirming that the spider horde wouldn't chase after them, they finally found a place to rest and take a breather. During the rest, Ling Xiao had time to check on Qingwan Flower's injuries. The situation is not good. Although my antidote pill has some effect, the heavenly devil spider's poison is too strong. I need to find herbs outside to make an antidote. Ling Xiao frowned. Chapter 2355. Oh no, there's trouble coming. Just as Ling Xiao finished inspecting the Qingwan flower and was about to continue on his way, not far away, 20 auras of different strengths were rushing towards them. 2 of the auras were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived, not giving Ling Xiao and the others any time to escape. Ha ha ha, found you. We've finally found you, Ling Xiao. In order to find you, we've worked so hard. Amidst the laughter, Desert Cloud's face was flushed with excitement. It seemed that in order to find Ling Xiao, he had really gone in circles. Fortunately, those spiders guided us. Otherwise, we might have let you escape. Akira also looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said lightly, last time, you escaped back to the Onyx Divine Mountain. This time, let's see where you can run to. She looked coldly at the sickly Qingwan flower and then smiled. Originally, you were worried that with her around, it wouldn't be so easy to kill you. But now, it seems that she has become a burden. As she spoke, the other 18 people arrived and surrounded Ling Xiao and the others. Oh no, it wasn't easy to escape the heavenly demon spider's pursuit, and now we're surrounded by these fierce guys. What should we do? Cheng Feiying's face was a little ugly, because she knew very well how powerful Desert Cloud and Akira were. Not to mention, Desert Cloud and Akira had brought along 18 other helpers this time. None of these 18 people were mediocre. Their strength was ranked very high among the disciples who participated in this assessment. How could they fight? It was a sure-death situation. It's you 2 annoying mosquitoes again. Ling Xiao frowned. The current situation was indeed not suitable for battle. You can only rely on your tongue now. Unless you use the spirit lock token to call for help, you'll die without a doubt. Akira said lightly. That's not necessarily true. Ling Xiao looked back at Cheng Feiying and the others, then said, eldest senior brother, Lin Yang, Cheng Feiying, the 3 of you listen up. Although the Qingwan flower's poison has been somewhat neutralized, she still can't move freely for the time being. I'll hold these people back. When the time comes, we'll meet at the Heavenly Demon Peak. You still want to leave? Today, no one is leaving, Desert Cloud said coldly. The few of you, either hand the spirit lock token or declare your forfeiture. Otherwise, you can go to hell with Ling Xiao. You, Qingwan Flowers, Qingwan Flower. Qingwanhua propped herself up and said, thank you for saving me. I can't leave you behind and run away. Qingwan Flowers is. She used to be a loner because she didn't want to be hurt by more people. Because she was too kind, she had been hurt a lot. She just wanted to freeze her wounded heart. But now, the ice in her heart had been completely melted by Ling Xiao. Previously, outside the spider cave, Ling Xiao could have abandoned her and left. That way, even if he failed the test, at least he wouldn't die. But Ling Xiao didn't do that. He would rather take the risk and fight the heavenly demon spider to protect her Qingwan flower. This made her extremely touched. Now, facing another crisis, Qingwanhua knew that this might be the most dangerous moment. How could she leave Ling Xiao alone? There was no doubt that the 20 people in front of him were the top 30 in this assessment. The strength of the Scarlet Deity Mountain was not a bluff. It was truly powerful. The disciples of the Scarlet Deity Mountain really had that kind of strength. This was especially true for Desert Cloud and Akira. Among the disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain, the 2 of them were definitely the strongest. No one could compare to them. Qingwan Flower, thank you for your kindness, but there's something you might not like to hear. In your current situation, you can only be a burden to me. Listen to me, when the battle starts later, I'll create an opportunity for you to escape and then leave with the 3 of them. After you leave, I'll be able to slip away. Ling Xiao smiled and said frankly, you're at death's door and can't even protect yourself. You actually want to protect others? You, Ling Xiao, really don't know the current situation. Sho Moyun was very unhappy when he saw Ling Xiao's confident look. According to his thoughts, at this time, Ling Xiao should be panicking, fearful, uneasy, and even terrified and begging for mercy. It's you who don't know the situation. Ling Xiao said indifferently, if you didn't come to me, all 4 groups might have passed at the same time in the end. But now, it depends on who's lucky and can survive to the end. Oh, by the way, your 5th group that disappeared was destroyed by us. It's funny that the team leader wanted to escape and even called the people of the 8 Immortals Mountain. But so what? He's still dead, isn't he? As he spoke, he deliberately took out the team leader's soul lock token and waved it. Every soul lock token had a soul imprint on it and was easy to recognize. Seeing the soul lock token, the one who was most surprised was not Desert Cloud, but Qinghuan Flower. Qinghuan Flower's mind was in a mess. He killed the team leader? Even I couldn't kill him, and he killed him in a few minutes. How strong is this guy? Ling Xiao did this to make Qinghuan Flower believe in him and then leave. Otherwise, with these people here, it would be inconvenient for him to act. Protecting people was not Ling Xiao's specialty. His specialty was killing people. How can you have that kind of ability? It must be Qinghuan Flower's doing. Fine, fine. Since you've killed our men, we won't give you the chance to call for help today no matter what. Desert Cloud stared fixedly at the soul lock token. The team leader who was killed was one of his loyal lackeys. He used to follow Shohai, and after Shohai's death, he followed him. How could he allow someone to kill his loyal lackey and still be alive? One had to look at the master before beating a dog, let alone killing a dog. You probably don't know, Ling Xiao. In order for the soul lock token to call for help, it needs to release soul power. And I have a little toy that can block this kind of signal. So, you won't even have a chance to call for help. You're all going to die here. Desert Cloud said fiercely. Ling Xiao sneered, and then suddenly retreated. Stop him, don't let him escape. Desert Cloud roared. Senior brother, don't worry. With us stopping them, they won't be able to escape. 5 warriors stood in the direction of the Sky Devil Peak. Of these 5, 2 were in the middle stage of rank 1 second hell, while the other 3 were in the early stage of rank 3 hell. Although the cultivation of each of them wasn't very strong. But every one of them was stronger than the strongest in Ling Xiao's group, Bei Renfeng. Of course, this was only on the surface. In reality, the strongest in this group was Ling Xiao, not Bei Renfeng. If Qinghuan Flower was not seriously injured, she could only be ranked 2nd. She was not as strong as Ling Xiao. You think you can stop me with just you? As Ling Xiao spoke, he had already rushed in front of the 5 people. Chapter 2356. Meteor Sword ART's 3rd move, Star Explosion. A terrifying power akin to the explosion of a star exploded among the 5 people. The 5 of them were sent flying by the explosion. It was like the fragments of a rock that flew out when it was broken. The path was clear. Ling Xiao shouted, "Go!" Hai Renfeng and the rest did not hesitate. Although they were surprised by Ling Xiao's power, but at this moment, they did not have the time to figure out why. They had to escape as soon as possible. The further they escaped, the safer Ling Xiao would be. Because even if Ling Xiao was not Desert Cloud and the rest's opponent, with Ling Xiao's movement technique and the strange teleportation array, if he was alone, escaping was not a problem. What? This scene happened too quickly. Desert Cloud and Akira, including the remaining 15 people, were all shocked. The power that Ling Xiao displayed was only at the peak of the first transition level of hell. But the power that he displayed in that instant when he attacked, seemed to have reached the early stage of the first transition level of hell. Because it happened too quickly, Desert Cloud and Akira could not be sure. One must know that in order to stop Ling Xiao, the 5 people from Scarlet Fairy Mountain had almost used all their strength. Although they looked down on Ling Xiao, Akira had told them to use all their strength and not underestimate him. But even so, under the situation of using all their strength, their attacks were actually so weak. Not only did Ling Xiao easily disintegrate their attacks, but they were also blown away. The terrifying power released by Ling Xiao's sword although it had not reached the level of a high-tier Jade-grade martial technique, was extremely powerful. But at the same time, it was extremely powerful. At the very least, they had never seen a mid-tier Jade-grade martial skill like this. This Ling Xiao, when did he break through? And even if he really is at the early stage of the first transition level of hell, he should not be so strong, right? Desert Cloud furrowed his brows. The sense of crisis that Ling Xiao brought to him was really getting more and more serious. He remembered very clearly that when they were in the outskirts of the Eight Immortals County, Ling Xiao could only flee in a hurry when facing his attack. He didn't even dare to make a move. But today, Ling Xiao's attack was something that even he, Desert Cloud, would not dare to underestimate. We must kill him. Shodyun's face was gloomy as he looked at Ling Xiao coldly. He felt that he really couldn't let Ling Xiao live any longer. If he let this fellow live, then it would be hard to say who would win or lose this battle on Demonic Peak. This kid seemed to be improving at every moment. He had such thoughts. Akira had the same idea. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock and determination in each other's eyes. They didn't want Ling Xiao to continue living. Of course, Ling Xiao also saw this point. With his current strength, it was still a little difficult to face Desert Cloud and Akira at the same time. But at this time, his teammates shouldn't have escaped far. So he had to continue to hold on. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's body began to change. He entered the Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Martial Soul transformation. If the Steel-Armored Ox Martial Soul transformation was the ultimate defense at this stage, then the Tyrant Blood Demon Dragon Martial Soul transformation was the strongest attack among Ling Xiao's 12 Beast God transformation at this stage. After the transformation, Ling Xiao's body flashed with lightning at the same time. The intermediate Thunder Battle body was also stimulated by him. The condensation of two kinds of attack power. It showed Ling Xiao's determination. He didn't intend to passively defend, but to take the initiative to attack. This guy really has a secret. This kind of beast warrior transformation is almost extinct in the Black Tortoise continent. I didn't expect to see it on him. Akira frowned even more. The more it is like this, the more we can't let him live. This guy will definitely be a disaster if he lives, Desert Cloud said. Go. The two suddenly released an astonishing aura, one on the left and one on the right, attacking Ling Xiao from both sides. On the other hand, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a cold smile. You have to pick the soft persimmon. Although I'm not afraid of the two of you, it's a bit troublesome to deal with you. It's better to leave it for the battle against the Demonic Peak. But the rest of your Scarlet Fairy Mountain are going to suffer. When Desert Cloud and Akira pounced on him, he dodged like a slippery loach. Using the moon-stepping meteor steps, he killed the rest of the disciples of Scarlet Fairy Mountain. The crazy demonic dragon roared, swallowing and spitting out blood-colored thunder. In the blink of an eye, another two disciples of Scarlet Fairy Mountain suffered. The soul-locking tokens in Ling Xiao's hands had already increased by 7 pieces. Stop, you despicable person. Desert Cloud cursed. If you have the ability, fight with me. You have the face to say that I'm despicable. F***CK, 20 people against 1 me. How thick-skinned do you have to be to say that I'm despicable? Ling Xiao cursed secretly, but his hands did not stop moving. As the blood-colored lightning shuttled back and forth, another 3 people were teleported away, and the soul-locking cards fell into his hands. In just over 10 minutes, Scarlet Fairy Mountain had already lost 2 teams. Desert Cloud and Akira's beautiful plan was completely ruined by Ling Xiao. You guys run first. Leave this guy to the 2 of us. At this time, Akira thought of letting his own people run first. The original encirclement had turned into running for their lives, causing the warriors of Scarlet Fairy Mountain to be extremely sullen. But it was useless to be sullen. They were not as good as Ling Xiao. If they did not run, they would be eliminated. Akira and Desert Cloud blocked Ling Xiao's path of chasing after the Scarlet Fairy Mountain warriors, who knew that Ling Xiao would not chase after them, and instead fled in the direction of Devil Peak. The time he had bought was almost enough. There was no need to continue wasting time here. He had plenty of opportunities to deal with Desert Cloud and Akira. Now that he was fighting 1 against 2, it was really not easy. Stop! Desert Cloud's speed instantly soared to the extreme, turning into a cloud of sand, and showed signs of catching up to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked back and frowned slightly. Then he suddenly stopped, and that terrifying lightning battle body instantly rose to the advanced level. Eat my Berserk Thunder Art. Against Desert Cloud, Ling Xiao did not hold back. Under the advanced lightning battle body, he released the High Jade secret technique Berserk Thunder Art. That terrifying lightning fell from the sky and directly blasted towards Desert Cloud. At that moment, Desert Cloud was scared out of his wits. He was not weak, so he could feel how powerful that terrifying lightning was. He hurriedly retreated frantically. Along with Akira, who was chasing after him, he was knocked back. But even so, the aftermath of the Berserk Thunder Art still blasted his arm, electrocuting it until it was charred black. Looking at his charred arm, Desert Cloud still had lingering fear. This guy, how could he have such a powerful attack? Could it be a High Jade secret technique? Akira was also shocked by that terrifying attack just now. So what if it's a High Jade secret technique? We also know High Jade martial skills. Ling Xiao, just you wait, if I don't kill you, I, Desert Cloud, am not human. Chapter 2357. Ling Xiao, just you wait. If I, Desert Cloud, don't kill you, I swear I'm not human. Facing the heavy fog, Desert Cloud had long lost Ling Xiao's position. Even if he wanted to chase after him, it was already too late. He let out a roar of anger and unwillingness. He was extremely aggrieved. This time, not only did he fail to kill Ling Xiao, but he also caused the 2 teams from Scarlet Fairy Mountain to be directly eliminated. He was about to explode with anger. Desert Cloud, don't be so angry. On Sky Devil Peak, I'll fight the 2 of you to my heart's content. I'll defeat you fair and square and make you bow down before me. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly came from all directions. It was filled with ridicule and mockery. Ling Xiao really wanted to get rid of these 2 fellows, but he wasn't confident that he could kill them with a single blow. Moreover, it was very difficult to fight 1 against 2. When it came to the final battle on Sky Devil Peak, it would be a one-on-one battle. In a one-on-one battle, he was not afraid of either of them. Regardless of whether the 3 of them would be in the same group, Ling Xiao believed that he would definitely fight at least one of them. After all, Desert Cloud and Akira were the strongest among the 100 people. When the time came, as long as Ling Xiao was not eliminated, he would definitely be able to fight 1 or 2 of them. Junior Ling no matter which one of us meets this kid in the second round, we have to kill him. He doesn't have any backing now, so it's fine if we kill him. We have the Sand Clan behind us, so there's no need to be afraid. Desert Cloud looked at Akira and said, "Of course." Compared to Desert Cloud, Akira's hatred for Ling Xiao was not any less. If it was not to kill Ling Xiao, Akira would not have sold his soul to the Crimson Demon. After shaking off Desert Cloud and Akira's pursuit, Ling Xiao chased after them. After about half an hour, he found the team close to Sky Devil Peak. At this moment, the 4 of them were fighting. However, they did not encounter any enemies. Instead, they encountered terrifying heavenly demons. Fortunately, this heavenly demon wasn't that strong. Hu Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Cheng Feiying were still able to deal with it after forming a battle formation. After Ling Xiao arrived and joined the battle, the few Skyfiend pawns were easily wiped out. However, it seemed that the Qinghuan Flowers situation was not optimistic. Ling Xiao decided to refine the pills on the spot. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to reach Celestial Devil Peak with the Qinghuan Flowers condition. The 3 of you, protect me. It won't take long. Ling Xiao had already prepared all the materials needed to refine the pill. The Qinghuan flower was poisoned by the heavenly demon spider. Ling Xiao planned to consume the heavenly demon spider's venom and use his body's immunity to poison to create antibodies. After that, these antibodies could become important materials for refining pills. As for the rest of the medicinal herbs, he always kept them in his storage ring, so it was not a problem at all. He had planned to do this before, but the sudden appearance of Desert Cloud and Akira disrupted his plan. After all, a healthy Qinghuan flower was too important for their team. It would definitely increase their combat strength greatly. What are you doing? Seeing Ling Xiao take out the heavenly demon spider's venom sac and was about to drink it, the Qinghuan flower was shocked. Are you crazy? That's extremely poisonous. You'll die. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, my body is a little special. I'm resistant to most poisons. Maybe this way, I can produce antibodies and help me refine an antidote that can really save you. That won't do. You've never encountered a heavenly demon spider before, and you've never been poisoned by one. So you don't know if something will happen to you, right? The Qinghuan flower thought about it and finally refused. I can't kill you just to save me. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life. Ha ha ha, Miss Qing, you think too highly of me. How can I sacrifice myself to save you? Ling Xiao laughed and said, you're right. I've never been poisoned by a heavenly demon spider before, and I don't know what will happen. But according to past experience, I definitely won't die. At most, I'll be half dead and give up the test. Anyway, even if I don't enter the 8 Immortal Mountain, it's still a loss for the 8 Immortal Mountain. As for me, Ling Xiao, I'll just leave the 8 Immortal Mountain and go somewhere else. If this place doesn't want me, there'll be a place for me. Boss, you're not being noble. To be honest, Qinghuan flower isn't anyone to you. Why are you so desperate? Lin Yang couldn't help but ask. Shut up. Ling Xiao shouted. Because she's my teammate. If you want me, Ling Xiao, to abandon my teammate, then I'd rather give up the opportunity. If you were poisoned, I'd do the same to save you. What's more, don't think too badly of things. I, Ling Xiao, won't do something that I'm not sure of. After saying that, he didn't waste any more words. He directly bit the heavenly demon spider's poison sac and swallowed it into his stomach. At that moment, the poison passed through his intestines. That kind of intense pain made Ling Xiao almost cry out. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead, and his face was extremely pale. His hands were clenched so tightly that they were bleeding. Ling Xiao, please don't let anything happen to you. Please don't. Otherwise, I won't have the face to live. Qinghuan flower was completely flustered. Other than her former man, Ling Yang, no one else had been so good to her. Hihi, I won't die. It's just a little painful. Ling Xiao laughed and said, Miss Qing, to be honest, I saved you mostly because of my good brother, Ling Yang. You know Ling Yang? Qinghuan flower was stunned. Yes, we're brothers who have gone through life and death together. That's why I risked my life to save you. Of course, what I said just now wasn't nonsense. I, Ling Xiao, will never allow my teammates to suffer and not care. With a smile, Ling Xiao's lips curled into a proud smile, and his face gradually returned to normal. It's done. Then, he raised his hand and a sword aura pierced his skin. Bright red blood flowed out and was dripped into the air by him. It was wrapped in a ball of pure elemental energy. Then, Ling Xiao's left hand released the true Samadhi fire and began to calcine the herbs. The medicinal power of the herbs blended into the ball of blood. In front of everyone, Ling Xiao actually acted out the wonderful scene of refining pills without using an alchemy furnace. How many secrets do you have? Qinghuan flower felt that she was now numb from shock. Since the beginning of the assessment, Ling Xiao had surprised her again and again, making her feel incomparably shocked. In less than 10 minutes, the strange blood-red pill finally took shape. Ling Xiao handed the pill to Qinghuan flower and said, "Trust me and eat it. It definitely won't disappoint you." "Of course I trust you." Qinghuan flower didn't hesitate at all. Ling Xiao could swallow the heavenly demon spider's poison for her. She was just trying out the detoxification pill. If she didn't even have the courage to do this, then she was really too useless. She directly threw the detoxification pill into her mouth, and then began to sit cross-legged to guide the medicinal power of the detoxification pill to circulate in her body. Chapter 2358. This is too shocking. I have never heard of your alchemy skills. Even in the Xuanwu continent, there is no alchemist as powerful as you. I think that even if you don't practice martial arts, just based on your skills alone, you can become an honored guest of countless large sects. The higher-ups of the 8 Immortal Mountain are really blind. They actually tormented you like this, and even allowed the Sand Clan to deal with you. Qinghuan Hua felt that the poison in her body had been completely neutralized. When the antidote entered her body, it was like a small blood-red dragon that directly swallowed the heavenly demon spider's poison, leaving not a single bit behind. Qinghuan Hua had never seen such an antidote before, let alone thought about it. Haha, thank you for speaking up for me, but this is nothing. If I couldn't even bear such a small grievance, I, Ling Xiao, would have died before reincarnating. I wouldn't have been able to live until now. Ling Xiao smiled and stood up. He looked at the foggy road ahead and said, well, since you have recovered, let's continue and reach the heavenly demon peak as soon as possible. But we only managed to get 5 soul locking tokens. Is that really enough? Qinghuan Hua frowned and said, why don't we take advantage of my recovery to get more spirit locking tablets? There's no need for that. Ling Xiao smiled and took out 10 spirit locking tablets and said, just now, we eliminated 2 teams from the Scarlet Fairy Mountain. Now, with our own spirit locking tablets, we have a total of 20 tablets. It shouldn't be a problem for us to advance. After all, many teams have already been eliminated because of Desert Cloud and Akira. Not only are you not injured, you even eliminated 2 teams from the Scarlet Fairy Mountain. My God, even I can't do such a thing. Qinghuan Hua was once again shocked and didn't know what to say. It seems that I have underestimated your judgment. With your strength, I'm afraid that not only can you rank in the top 10, but even the top 3 won't be a problem. Sigh, perhaps the 3 people who will advance this time will be Desert Cloud, Akira, and you. Don't be so pessimistic. What if I destroy both Desert Cloud and Akira? As long as the 2 of them are killed by me, you'll have a chance. Rather than letting those 2 advance, I'd rather let my teammates advance. Ling Xiao smiled. You are really. Sigh, I don't know what to say. Qinghuan Flower wanted to say how powerful Desert Cloud and Akira were. However, on second thought, not only had Ling Xiao escaped unscathed from the encirclement of 20 experts including Desert Cloud and Akira, but he had even defeated 10 of them and eliminated 2 teams from Scarlet Fairy Mountain. Ling Xiao's strength might not be weaker than Desert Cloud and Akira. It was estimated that many people would be shocked by the battle against Celestial Devil Peak. Fine, I'll leave everything to you. I'll listen to you. If Qinghuan Flower had said this at the beginning of the assessment, the others in the team would have thought that she was crazy. Perhaps even Qinghuan Flower herself would have thought that she was crazy. But now, the situation was completely different. Qinghuan Flower was completely convinced by Ling Xiao and decided to listen to all of Ling Xiao's commands. Hai Renfeng, Lin Yang, and Cheng Feiying did not think that there was anything wrong with this. A person's position in a team wasn't earned by talking. It was earned by real ability. Let's go. Ling Xiao waved his hand and began to speed up towards Celestial Devil Peak. After a few minutes, a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. He turned around and said to Qinghuan Flower, "You're really lucky." "What's wrong?" Qinghuan Flower asked in surprise. "You should have recovered by now. Maybe you can take your revenge before we reach Celestial Devil Peak," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Violets?" Qinghuan Flower did not see anything, but she believed that Ling Xiao must have discovered something. Because from the beginning of the assessment, Ling Xiao had always been able to discover things that others could not. This ability made her both envious and shocked. "That's right, follow me." Ling Xiao sped up and rushed forward. In less than 10 minutes, Qinghuan Flower finally saw that familiar figure. Her anger instantly swept through her body. She had already experienced the viciousness of violets. Not only was she ungrateful, but she had even sacrificed the lives of several teammates in Purple Fairy Mountain to kill her, Qinghuan Flower, in order to sacrifice the lives of the Celestial Demon Spider. This woman had no intention of passing the assessment. She had appeared in this assessment to kill Qinghuan Flower so that her past hatred would completely vanish. "Violets, die." Qinghuan Flower rushed over recklessly, the long sword in her hand emitting a strong murderous intent and soaring anger. Violets was startled by the sound and hurriedly turned around. When she saw Qinghuan Flower, she turned pale with fright. "Impossible, 5 celestial demon spiders surrounded you, and you're still alive. She reacted in a panic and was sent flying by the sword. Violets were already weaker than Qinghuan flower in terms of strength. Previously, she was injured by Qinghuan flower's sword technique, and now she was even weaker than Qinghuan flower. Qinghuan flower was poisoned, but with the help of Ling Xiao's detoxification pill and other elixirs, not only was there no problem now, but she had also recovered to her peak state. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Zi Luolan to not lose. Of course I'm not dead. God spared my life for revenge. If you violets don't die, how can I, Qinghuan flower, die? Qinghuan flower said angrily as she attacked. Woman, you're really lucky. Even the celestial demon spiders can't kill you. Looks like I have to do it myself. Violet stood up shakily from the ground and said coldly, You're already heavily injured. How can you block my sword? Qinghuan flower did not understand. Where did Violet's get her confidence from? Why was she still so calm? Ling Xiao was already frowning. He did not think that Violet's was bluffing. This woman had joined the Dark God Palace a long time ago. Assassins trained by the Dark God Palace could still kill even when they were heavily injured. Retreat. Ling Xiao suddenly grabbed Qinghuan flower and pulled her to the side. At this moment, Violet's body began to change. Her originally pretty and enchanting appearance had become incomparably ugly. Celestial demon spider? No, this is a beast warrior. Ling Xiao himself was a beast god warrior, so he knew the situation of beast warriors very well. Violet's change was definitely the appearance of a beast warrior. He, I didn't expect you to know about beast warriors, an existence that has long been extinct in the Black Tortoise continent. In order to train more powerful assassins, the Great Dark God Palace specially studied information about beast warriors. After tens of thousands of experiments, tens of thousands of human and demon lives were used. In the end, new beast warriors were created. Chapter 2359. If Ling Xiao had not stopped the Qinghuan flower, if the Qinghuan flower had approached the violets, she would have been seriously injured, if not dead. This beast warrior was truly terrifying. Originally, Ling Xiao did not want to interfere with the Qinghuan flower's revenge. In his opinion, the Qinghuan flower should not have a problem dealing with the violets. When it came to revenge, it would only be meaningful if he did it himself. It would be meaningless if others helped him. However, the situation had changed. The violets had transformed into a heavenly demon spider warrior. This was something that no one had expected. It seemed that he would not be able to do it if he did not help. However, the Qinghuan flower did not seem to care. Violets, no matter what you turn into, I will kill you. The Qinghuan flower's attitude was very firm. It was God's arrangement for her to meet the violets again here. He wanted her to take revenge and kill the violets. If she missed this opportunity, she did not know when she would be able to take her revenge again. Miss Qing, I know you are eager to take revenge, but the violets' current state is not the same as before. You are no longer her match. Why don't the two of us work together? Ling Xiao did not take on everything. He intended to assist from the side and help the Qinghuan flower complete her revenge. In this way, the Qinghuan flower might feel better. Ha 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 ha, you reckless thing. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the violets could not help but laugh out loud. Her laughter was full of mockery and disdain. You want to deal with me? The Qinghuan flower is fine, but you, a mere disciple of the Black Deity Mountain, have been bewitched by her and are willing to give up your life for her. Forget it, the four of you are in the same team as her. Don't blame me. Today, all of you will die. None of you will leave. Frogs at the bottom of a well, you don't understand Ling Xiao at all. The Qinghuan flower retorted. Oh my, how long has it been and you've already fallen in love with someone else? If Ling Yang were to find out about this, he would be heartbroken. Violet said sarcastically, You're actually interested in trash like him? It seems like you're only fit to be with trash like him. You're talking nonsense. The Qinghuan flower was livid with anger. She was indeed very grateful to Ling Xiao and admired Ling Xiao. However, she only had one true love in her heart, and that was Ling Yang. This had never changed. What she couldn't stand the most was people gossiping about this matter. Miss Qing, the innocent knows that they are innocent. There's no need to be angry. She's clearly still afraid of you, so she's intentionally provoking you. Ling Xiao's voice sounded indifferently. It was like a warm spring breeze, causing Qing Luanhua's anxious emotions to instantly calm down. Ha ha ha, fear. That's right, I'm a little afraid of the Qinghuan flower's high-tier jade rank skill. But you're just a piece of trash, I don't care about you at all. The violets laughed wantonly. Ling Xiao, I'll take my revenge. If I can't win, it won't be too late for you to make your move. The Qinghuan flower rushed out as she spoke. Ling Xiao nodded and did not make his move. Since the Qinghuan flower said so, he would just watch from the sidelines. This time, the Qinghuan flower used her strongest high-tier jade rank skill, Passionate Swordsman's emotionless sword, Extreme Wrath. The terrifying sword Qi was not only not weaker than the previous one, it was even stronger. This shocked the violets. Qinghuan flower, you were clearly poisoned by the heavenly demon spider. Even if the poison was expelled, you shouldn't be able to recover so quickly. What happened? Tell me and I'll give you a quick death. The violets was very curious. She also wanted a medicine that could easily cure the heavenly demon spider's poison. But why would the Qinghuan flower answer her? The roaring sword Qi tore through the void and pierced the violets. You're courting death. The violets snorted and advanced instead of retreating. The terrifying heavenly demon spider transformed and released hundreds of dense silk threads, all of which blasted towards the Qinghuan flower's sword Qi. The two attacks collided again. But the result was completely different. Last time in front of the spider cave, the Qinghuan flower's sword heavily injured the violets and forced the violets to flee. This time, the two clashed again. The Qinghuan flower's attack was obviously stronger, but she was blown away by the violets. Although she didn't suffer any serious injuries, her qi and blood were churning, and she felt very uncomfortable. If she wanted to fight again, she would have to wait a few minutes. The most troublesome thing was that the Qinghuan flower's strongest attack couldn't do anything to the violets. This was a serious blow to the Qinghuan flower's confidence. Die, Qinghuan flower, you ignorant woman. You don't understand the horror of the Dark God Palace. The violets had wanted to kill the Qinghuan flower for a long time. This time, she naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. She transformed into a huge heavenly demon spider and attacked the Qinghuan flower crazily, wanting to tear the Qinghuan flower into pieces. If you want to kill her, you'll have to get through me first. Ling Xiao appeared in front of the Qinghuan flower in an instant. He didn't draw his sword and just looked at the violets coldly. Even the Qinghuan flower can't stop me. Who do you think you are? Since you want to be a hero, then die together with me. The violets' attack didn't stop, and she continued to rush forward. Boom! The terrifying impact scattered the surrounding fog. Sand and stones flew everywhere on the ground, and it was chaotic. The violets was stunned. Because she realized that her body couldn't move forward anymore. His attack was blocked by a valiant monster. You're Ling Xiao? She looked at the humanoid monster in front of her in shock, and asked in disbelief. It was 90% similar to the Tyrant blood demon dragon. Isn't that obvious? Who else could it be other than me? You're also a beast warrior? The violets asked in even more shock. Of course, and I'm a real beast warrior, not a modified one like you. Ling Xiao caught the violets' attack with one of his dragon claws as easily as grabbing a rock. This made the Qinghuan flower behind him inexplicably surprised. This was the first time the Qinghuan flower had seen Ling Xiao's Tyrant blood demon dragon martial soul transformation. Although she knew that Ling Xiao was very strong, seeing this domineering transformation, she was still stunned for a long time and couldn't even speak. Good, very good. The violets suddenly retreated, looked at Ling Xiao coldly, and said, I really underestimated you. Since you're a beast warrior, let's compete today and see whether your natural one is stronger or my modified one. There's no point in talking. One move. Ling Xiao suddenly said indifferently. What move? The violets was stunned for a moment, not understanding Ling Xiao's meaning. I'll defeat you in one move, you fake one. Ling Xiao explained indifferently. Ha 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 ha, I'm afraid you've lost your mind. The Qinghuan flower's high-tier jade martial skill can't hurt me in one move. Are you telling me that you also know high-tier jade martial skills? Chapter 2360. If you want to laugh, now's the time. I don't know any high-tier jade martial arts skills, but I don't need them to deal with you. Ling Xiao's right hand returned to human form under the demonic blood dragon martial soul transformation. A heavy sword appeared in his right hand. Meteor Sword Technique's fourth move, Heaven's Bane. This was a move Ling Xiao learned after entering the Celestial Demon Mountain. There were 6 moves in Meteor Sword Technique, and he had already learned the first 4. The first 2 moves were already at the stage of perfection. The third move was at the stage of perfection. Although the fourth move was only at the beginner level, its power was not inferior to the third move at all. Each move of Meteor Sword Technique was more powerful than the previous one. As the heavy sword pointed at Violet's, the sky seemed to be torn apart by the sword chi. The sound of heaven's fall rang out continuously. Violet's expression changed greatly. She didn't take Ling Xiao's words seriously before, thinking that Ling Xiao was only at the early stage of the first transformation of the second layer of hell. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't pose a threat to her. However, this terrifying move made her feel that it was difficult to resist. It was the same feeling she felt when facing the Qinghuan flower's attack before she completely transformed into the Heavenly Demon Spider. Heavenly Demon Life and Death Web. Violet certainly wouldn't wait for death like this. She roared and released countless silk threads from her body in an attempt to block Ling Xiao's sword and kill Ling Xiao at the same time. Such a terrifying attack caused the surrounding trees to be destroyed. Countless trees were cut into pieces and scattered all over the ground. Even the ground had been cut into pieces like tofu. It was a very strange sight. However, Ling Xiao's expression was the same as before. His Tai Chi eye told him that his attack was much stronger than his opponent's. The outcome of the two's attacks was decided in an instant. Ling Xiao's sword easily tore all the spider webs and then appeared in front of Violet's in an instant. The cold blade pierced through Violet's terrifying transformation. Shrill screams rang out in the fog. No! Violet screamed as they were nailed to a tree. The heavenly devil spider transformation on his body gradually fell off and finally disappeared. However, Ling Xiao did not kill her. Miss Qing, I'll leave the matter of killing her to you. Ling Xiao turned around and said. The Qinghuan flower nodded and walked over with her sword in hand. Big sister, please spare me. We grew up together. I beg you, don't kill me. I beg you. At this moment, Violet was no longer as arrogant as before. She called timidly to the Qinghuan flowers. Qinghuan's pretty face revealed a look of pity. Miss Qing, do you still remember how she killed your father? Do you still remember how she dealt with those disciples of the Purple Immortal Mountain? Ling Xiao reminded him, in this world, there are some people who don't deserve to live. Their existence itself is the embodiment of evil. I know. The Qinghuan flower did not hesitate. She thrust her sword forward and pierced the Violet's throat. At that moment, the Violets wanted to call for help through the soul locking card, but found that her soul power could not be injected into the soul locking card at all. She looked at Ling Xiao in horror. All she saw before she died was an indifferent smile. At this moment, she was extremely regretful. She finally understood that she had underestimated someone. This was also the biggest mistake she had made. This girl has 10 soul locking cards on her. I wonder which team she destroyed. The Qinghuan flower killed the Violets and took her storage ring. In the storage ring, besides some spirit stones and necessities, there were only soul locking cards left. 10 cards. It doesn't matter who she killed. We can never have too many soul locking cards. At this point, Team Skyscraper had a total of 30 soul locking cards. This number was enough to ensure that they would pass the next stage smoothly. What's this? Ling Xiao threw the Violet's storage ring into his own storage ring. When he was about to turn and leave, he saw a blood-red gem fall from the Violet's forehead. He picked up the gem and examined it carefully. He could not help but exclaim, I'm afraid this is the key to the Heavenly Demon Spider transformation. Who wants it? Ling Xiao had no use for it. But he was sure that this gem was very important for increasing a warrior's strength. Give it to me, boss. I'm not very talented anyway. It's impossible for me to catch up to you. With this, My combat power will definitely increase greatly. Lin Yang said excitedly. Okay, I'll give it to you. Ling Xiao gave the red gem to Lin Yang. Then, he used the powerful analysis ability of the Tai Chi Eye to figure out how to use the gem. He let Lin Yang cultivate for a while to test the combat power of the heavenly demon spider transformation. Orange Cherry and Qingwan Flower, who were disgusted and unwilling to accept the gem, began to feel a little jealous. Lin Yang's strength was probably the weakest in this team. But after obtaining the heavenly demon spider transformation gem, he suddenly became a powerful force second only to Ling Xiao. He was even stronger than Qingwan Flower. Although this strength was temporary, with Lin Yang's effort, he would definitely continue to perfect this transformation. Ling Xiao was not worried about this at all. Boss, my life is yours from now on. Even if you ask me to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire, I promise I won't even blink an eye. Lin Yang was very excited to have such powerful strength. He knew very well that all this was given to him by Ling Xiao. His loyalty to Ling Xiao was even stronger than before. I'm convinced. Qing Luanhua, who was at the side, wiped the bloodstains on her sword. She could not help but shake her head and smile bitterly. I originally thought that Ling Xiao was the weakest link in our team. I didn't expect him to be the strongest instead. This time, I've really slapped my own face. Sigh, it's not just you. I'm the same. When Hill Master told me to listen to Ling Xiao, I was puzzled. Ling Xiao didn't enter the sect as early as I did, and his cultivation wasn't as strong as mine. Why should I listen to him? But now, I finally understand. Chu Renfeng also sighed. He was a straightforward person, but he wasn't stupid. From this series of battles, he understood how strong Ling Xiao was. Alright, stop praising me. Let's hurry to Heavenly Demon Peak. If there's anything, we can talk about it on the way. After killing the violets, it was unlikely that they would encounter too much trouble in the first test of Heavenly Demon Mountain. Trampling through Heavenly Demon Mountain might be scary for others. But for Ling Xiao, it was nothing. Who asked him to have a pair of eyes that could seek luck and avoid disaster? This was something that no one else could compare to. Yes, it's time to go. Otherwise, if we encounter Desert Cloud and Akira again, it'll be troublesome. Chapter 2361. Ling Xiao, you said that Ling Yang is your good brother? The Qingwan Flower asked on the way to the Sky Devil Peak. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. A good brother who has gone through life and death together. Then can you lend me a hand and help me save him? The Qingwan Flower had always wanted to save Ling Yang, but she didn't dare to say this to anyone. She was worried that exposing her secret would bring trouble to herself and Ling Yang. But today, she said it out loud. There was no other reason other than that she trusted Ling Xiao and Ling Xiao's teammates. How can I help? Ling Xiao was naturally willing to help. In fact, he had wanted to save Ling Yang, but he wasn't strong enough. If you want to save Ling Yang, you have to get all 8 treasures of the 8 Immortal Mountain, the Qingwan Flower replied. I've also heard that the 8 Immortals Mountain has 8 outstanding magical treasures. Each of them is extremely powerful. Furthermore, they contain powerful martial arts inheritances. However, what exactly are these 8 items? Ling Xiao asked curiously. The 8 treasures are the treasures of the 8 great clans. The Sand Clan's Golden Sand Hand, the Sword Clan's Supreme Black Demon Sword, the Dark Clan's Shadow Black Gourd, the Jun Clan's Heaven Falling Earth Splitting Blade, the Sky Clan's Spatial Blue Treasure Book, the Snake Clan's Snake Hair Petrification Shield, the Bird Clan's Heavenly Bird Cage, the Moon Clan's Moonlight Soul Controlling Needle. Each of the treasures of the 8 great clans is a divine-grade spiritual artifact. And the martial arts techniques included are all Jade-grade pinnacle martial arts techniques. This could be said to be the strongest martial arts techniques a yin-yang realm warrior could cultivate. At least in the Black Tortoise continent. Sounds good. Although I've cultivated to the Rebirth realm, I've never had a divine-grade spiritual artifact. At most, I only have a fine-grade spiritual artifact. As for peak Jade-grade martial skills, I have never even touched them. Ling Xiao's martial arts in the past were mostly martial arts that could continuously evolve as his cultivation increased. There was no definite level. The highest level of martial skill that he had cultivated was high jade grade. Thinking about it carefully, he was really pitiful. Who would have thought that after coming to the Black Tortoise continent, this small 8 immortal mountain would have 8 divine grade spirit weapons and 8 sets of matching peak jade grade martial skills? Will there be a way to save Ling Yang if I can get these 8 magical equipment? Ling Xiao asked. That's for sure, because these 8 magic treasures are the keys to open the 5th floor of the ghost prison. The 5th floor of the ghost prison was not only the place where the most vicious criminals of the 8 Immortals Mountain were kept. It was also the best place to cultivate in the 8 Immortals Mountain. If you want to enter the 5th level, not only do you have to be at least at the 5th level of hell, you also have to be a disciple of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Qingwan explained, that's why I'm so eager to become a disciple of the 8 Immortals Mountain. You will achieve this goal. Of course, so will I. Ling Xiao looked at Qingwan and smiled faintly. For him, the 5th floor of the ghost prison was not a place that was out of his reach. As for the 8 divine grade spiritual artifacts, he had to get his hands on them. No matter how difficult the process was, he wanted to try. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if he couldn't even save his good brother. It's very difficult to get the 8 magic treasures. You have to be mentally prepared. In the past, only Ling Yang had the right to use 4 of the magic treasures. But because of this, it made others jealous. In the end, the hero of the 8 Immortals Mountain, the strongest sect master in history, was reduced to a traitor. Qingwan sighed and said, gossip is a fearful thing. Some people can talk nonsense when they have power. I know that gossip is a fearful thing, but that's also because my good brother was too kind. If he had eradicated the dissidents earlier, he wouldn't have fallen to this point. Ling Xiao wanted to save Ling Yang, but he would not avoid the mistake that Ling Yang had made in the past. That was, he trusted people too much and thought that everyone cared about their face. But in fact, many of the higher-ups of the 8 Immortals Mountain were shameless people. The higher one went on the Celestial Demon Mountain, the more difficult it was to walk. The terrifying cold wind whistled. If one was not a martial artist, they would be frozen into an ice sculpture in an instant. The terrifying cold was not something that ordinary people could bear. Even for martial artists, if their cultivation was slightly weaker, they would feel excruciating pain when they reached this place. It was unbearable. That's the Celestial Demon Peak. Looking into the distance, Ling Xiao found that the Celestial Demon Peak was somewhat special. It was completely different from the harsh environment around. The Celestial Demon Peak was full of flowers, and the climate seemed to be very warm. It was completely different from what he had imagined. That's great. Our first round of assessment is finally coming to an end. It's been a torment along the way. Chu Renfeng panted. Fortunately, they had Ling Xiao to lead the way. Otherwise, they would have been in a very sorry state. They even saw with their own eyes that some teams were forced to retreat to the bottom of the Celestial Demon Peak by the sudden appearance of the Celestial Demons. They fell straight down, and the only thing that could be heard were their screams. Desert Cloud and Akira have indeed arrived early. In this vast snowy and foggy place, only Ling Xiao could see the top of the mountain from such a distance. More than 1,000 meters in front of them, Desert Cloud and Akira were leading 2 teams from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain to the top of the mountain. At the top of the mountain, in a huge courtyard, the 8 mountain lords and the people from the 8 Immortals Mountain were sitting in the courtyard. The spring breeze caressed their faces, and the fragrance of tea filled the air. In front of them, many people were lying haphazardly. Some were receiving treatment, some had blank expressions, and some were furious. These people had all been eliminated in advance. Some were ambushed by monsters, and some were ambushed by celestial demons. However, most of them were defeated by the geniuses of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain led by Desert Cloud and Akira. Of course, there were also some who were defeated by Team Skyscraper. But these people were all disciples of the Scarlet Immortal Mountain. Hee, I didn't expect that you guys from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain would also end up like this. It's really satisfying. Under the leadership of Desert Cloud and Akira, You guys wanted to eliminate all the other teams. Let the Scarlet Immortal Mountain monopolize 4 teams. Unfortunately, it seems that your dream is about to be shattered. The one who spoke was Green Sauce, who had already been eliminated. Green Sauce's team was not as lucky as Li Yang team. They also encountered Desert Cloud and the others and were directly eliminated. Originally, they were furious and unhappy. However, when they realized that the Scarlet Immortal Mountain actually had 15 people and 3 teams were eliminated, their mood improved a lot. The people from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain snorted. Senior brother Shaw and Miss Ling will avenge us. That Ling Xiao will definitely be eliminated. The people from the Scarlet Immortal Mountain really hated Ling Xiao to the bone.